The Country of Cinnamon. William Ospina. Colombian writer, novelist, and critic born in Hervio, a municipality in the department of Tolima. The Country of Cinnamon. Whoever hears today of the expedition we undertook 15 years ago will not fail to see it as madness. So many men from Spain, so many Indians, so many llamas, so many dogs, so many pigs climbing those slopes of icy wind, going to pay tribute to some unknown gods, so many people willing to die for a story, for a rumor. Now they alarm me, because that expedition was only half a treasure hunt. It was above all the proof of excessive credulity, a sleepwalking procession of believers going in search of a magical forest, a ritual corroded by greed, spurred on by impatience. A ship like that had never been seen in the high mountain passes and in the boxed rivers of the mountain range. I know that the jungles looked at it with admiration and envy from their thousands of eyes, and the astonishment of the Indians was so great that they were the ones who called El Barco, in Spanish, the place where the brig was built. I have a feeling it will be called that way forever. Look at this music. Fernando Denis. In Flanders, in 1547, Theophrastus explained everything to me. They gave us the diversity of the world, he told me, but we only want the gold. You found a treasure, an infinite forest, and you felt infinite disappointment, because you wanted that forest of thousands of appearances to have only one appearance, that everything in it would be nothing more than cinnamon sticks from Arabia. Go on, tell the design that spawned myriads of beasts that you only want to see tigers. Tell the metalsmith that you are only interested in silver. Tell the demiurge who invented the creatures that man only wants man to survive. Go and tell the patient potter who relentlessly models millions of beings that you would only like to see one face, one single human face forever. And tell the tireless and celestial tree artist that you are only interested in the fact that a tree exists. That is what we have been doing ever since the wool arose. Squeeze a cloud of stars in your fist to try to condense it into a radiant sun. Reduce to clay the statues of all the gods to raise from their mass a unique god, torn by contradictions, crossed by paradoxes and therefore weighed down by the impossible. 1. The first city I remember. The first city I remember came to me over the seas on a ship. It was the description that my father gave us in his letter of the capital of the Inca Empire. I was 12 years old when Amani, my Indian nurse, gave me that letter, and in it the layout of a city of legend that my imagination enriched with details, lying on the summits of the mountain range, woven of giant stones that encircled it with triple wall and that were lined with sheets of gold. So heavy and enormous were the blocks that it seemed impossible that anyone could have carried them to the top, and they were fitted with such precision that they hinted at the work of gods and not of insignificant humans. My father's letters, small, uniform, startled at times by large solemn strokes, made me perceive the firmness of the walls, niches that resounded like caverns, fluted fortresses of stairways following the drawings of the mountain. I don't know if that reading was then the proof of the cities that a race had been capable of building, at least it was the proof of the cities that a child is capable of imagining. It was a deep city near the clouds in the concavity of a valley between mountains, and was inhabited by thousands of natives of the kingdom dressed in colors, blue tunics under very fine blankets of pink and maroon, embroidered with suns and flowers, thick discs of red wool, white as halos on the heads, and hats that my father could only describe as purple bonnets that fell on a bright yellow border. People with dark copper faces, Asian cheekbones and large, white teeth, men of silence and corn who passed by ruling herds of beasts of burden unknown to us, woolly beasts with long necks and gentle eyes, incredibly adept at trotting along narrow ledges over the abyss. I was amazed that the most important thing in the city was not those thousands of natives who toiled for it, nor those herds of llamas and vicunas loaded with all the merchandise of the empire. The most important thing were the dead kings, mummies with an air of majesty that presided over the fortresses, embalmed monarchs huddled in their chairs of gold and shiny stones, dressed in fine vicuna wool tucupis, covered with embroidered blankets, with fine wool turbans adorned with feathers, and on top the royal mascapica, a wool tassel inlaid with gold on the mahogany-colored skulls. Each dead man still carried in his parched hands a sling with its throwing stone of pure gold. But the same day I learned of the existence of that city, I learned of its destruction. My father wrote that letter to talk about riches. He did not stop telling how the horsemen in their armor rode through the 300 temples, how they threw the bodies of the kings to the ground and sprinkled their bones on the mountain and pillaged the fortresses. Since the previous day the horsemen who advanced through the sacred valley had perceived the light of the city on the summit, and I know that the first who saw it were blinded by its brightness. I tried to imagine the effort of the invaders ascending on unskillful ponies up the slippery cliffs, up uneven stone steps, the drunken entrance of shouts on the terraces, the helpless escape of the guardians of the temples, and my thoughts lengthened in fragments of battles, a sudden slash in the face, fingers jumping as the steel sword passes, a body that shrinks as the dagger thrusts into the belly, blood that floats for an instant as the head falls into the dust. Who knows what nostalgia for such long absences came to assail my father, and he wanted to give me in a day of leisure what he had collected in years of tireless expeditions. Perhaps he wanted to put what I was learning back then to the test with a long reading exercise, or sensing that there wouldn't be many of our meetings, he tried for a few hours to be the father I stopped seeing so early, to give me a magical piece of his life in the most unusual region that his travels had granted him. That is why the fantastic city of the Incas was engraved in my memory, enveloping the image of my father, who had been one of its destroyers. Today I know that that haunted letter ripped me out of my childhood. It seemed to me that I saw the moon with its face of stone witnessing at night the desecration of the temples, the rape of the virgins, the theft of the offerings, and although it is not what my father intended, it afflicted me that adventurous hands overturned trash those relics. My Indian nurse, who did not forget the violence suffered by her own people, was hurt by those things so much that her gesture while I was reading made me reject those hands dirty with blood that distributed emeralds and gold offerings, those black nails snatching the extremely fine fabrics, those gnawed teeth that spat out blasphemies, those avid eyes that kept looking for more gold, more silver, more blankets. In our home on a distant island, the fire in Amani's dark eyes reflected angrily at the burning chambers, the fleeing defeated peoples, the condor-pecked moon floating over the ruin of a world. But more than the facts, I want to tell you what those facts produced in me. Shortly before, our men had captured the Lord of the Ranges. For you and me, today, they simply sentenced him to the stick. For my 12 years, what happened did not fit in a word, how they closed a steel band around his neck until the lack of air in the lungs completed the work of the tourniquet splintering the bones of the neck. And the world of the Incas lived with horror the profanation of their king. For the invaders it was the death of a barbarian king, but for the Incas it was the sacrifice of a god. The sun went out in the sky, the foundations of the mountains sank, a night greater than the night settled in the souls. And even more serious than the death of the king was that insolent party, when the invaders devastated room by room, dead for dead and throne for throne the memory of the kingdom. A wealth of talismans and spells, wisdom and rituals was obliterated, and centuries of pious relics became a bundle of looters, rapine, wealth. That day I not only discovered that we were powerful and daring, I discovered that we were cruel and that we were rich, because the treasures of the Incas were now part of the loot of my father and his 167 adventure companions. I don't know if when I read that letter at the age of 12 I cared about wealth. I was bewitched by the story of the city, the symmetry of the temples, the power of the embalmed kings, the sound channels, the jagged walls, the city, dilated next to the abyss, fading like a sun in the middle of deep mountain ranges. The idea that I had of the mountains was then modest. My life had been the seaplane, the tall galleons that survived the serpentine body of the storms and docked exhausted in the bay. Since you want to know everything from the beginning, I must start by telling you that we lived in Hispaniola, where our house was always on the island of very white sand. I only knew that my mother had died in childbirth. I was the fruit of that death, or, to put it better, I was the only life left of it, and Amani was the nurse into whose hands my father entrusted me when he went on his adventure. Years had to pass before the wealth mentioned in the letter made sense to me. Untimely news had to arrive to provoke confessions that I never expected. Only once did my father from the mainland come back to confirm out loud the things he had written. He did not have a feeling that it was his last visit, but here everyone lives doing things for the last time. Absent and luxurious wine, the grey face aged under the ostrich-feathered hat, the steps hesitant in the long leather boots. The silver necklaces with emeralds did not make her face any less somber, the gold rings made her call-used and dark fingers rougher. He did not know how to relate to a child, kingdoms and wars had made his heart dull. He came, as always, to settle business. The world of the Incas, which made many adventurers rich, now harbored grudges and envy among them, and riches were rapidly changing into arquebuses and swords, because they had taken longer to be the masters of the kingdom than to have to start to defend each other. It didn't seem to me that he dreamed of going back to the happy days of the island, where the fort's alderman managed a sugar mill for him out of friendship. In these Indies no one can neglect his conquests. He had to be present if he wanted his share of the Cuzco treasure, which took time to be distributed. As a partner of the Marquis Francisco Pizarro, he was entitled to Indians, land, and mines, but he also expected his fraction in cash, the gold taken from the dead. Those riches of Peru were cursed for us. One day, in his mine deep in the mountains, a tunnel collapse buried my father with many of the Indians who worked at his service. How much they will not have lasted alive in the darkness, but nobody managed to rescue them in time. I was 15 years old when Amini brought the news from the port, with that indecipherable dignity that replaces crying in Indians, and there I could see how much he loved it. For my part, I thought I had gotten used to her absence, but it was as if the ground had been lifted from under my feet. I felt devastated and lost, the world became incomprehensible to me, and the company of that Indian woman who was as my mother saved me from despair. That consolation would last very little. Seeing my loneliness, Amini was encouraged to tell me something that seemed convoluted and absurd. According to her, the White Lady, my father's wife for whom I had been taught to pray and cry, the lady who lay in the funeral hills of Curaçao, was not my mother. My real mother was herself, the dark-skinned Indian woman who had accepted from the beginning to pretend to be my wet nurse so that I could be recognized without shadows as the son of Spaniards by the imperial administration. Did he expect me to console myself with it? My father's death was misfortune enough, and this revelation, as incredible as it was inopportune, could only be a ruse on the part of the servant to have a part in the family destiny. He alleged that there were witnesses who could confirm it for me. I refused to listen to them. All my childhood I had loved her like a mother. It was enough that she pretended to be a real mother for my devotion to turn into something close to contempt. If we believed him, his story would have also imposed an unmanageable mestizo condition on me, grown up in the pride of being white and being Spanish. But Amini's story was my help. During the hardest days of that duel I compensated for my orphan sorrow with the indignation of feeling myself the victim of a clumsy maneuver. Seeing her attempt to redirect my life frustrated, Amini took refuge in silence. I would not have had the heart to remove her from my house, but I allowed her to retreat to the condition of a servant without privileges. Dead or sold her race, changed the paradise of her elders into an island full of warriors and merchants from Spain. The truth is that I was the only thing she had in the world, and I tried to explain why she wanted to usurp the place of my mother. My education had not been left in their hands. The simple Indian woman from Hispaniola gave me her love while she could, but she couldn't give me the knowledge that her people were passed down for centuries in prayers and songs, in stories and customs. Someone had to see to it that I grew up as a good Spaniard, and from the age of 11 I was received as an apprentice in the largest fortress on the island, where, by my father's decision, my studies were guided by the most important man in Hispaniola, his former companion for Castile and for the jungles of Darien, the alderman Gonzalo Fernandez. It seems that you don't know exactly who I'm talking about, and that surprises me, because there is hardly anyone in the Indies who doesn't know that name and the illustrious shadow that follows it. Having grown up with him for a few years, I ignored more than others the importance of the man who educated me, and later I found pieces of a legend. Accustomed to seeing his things as natural facts, I later realized that I had met an exceptional being. I received his Latin and his grammar, his history lessons and his travel tales, his manual dexterity and his knowledge of saber and crossbow. Without asking too much about him, I did not know the difference between the life of my teacher and the lessons he gave me. The language was simply his way of speaking, the Spanish court was the story of his childhood, the kingdoms of Italy were the chronicle of his youth, and hearing him speak of those years another city overwhelmed my mind, Rome, to which his old books they described me, and that in their memory and in my fantasy it was less a city than a well of legends, a magical cistern of time. War and conquests filled his days, but I felt that this was common, and for me the world was first the map of the adventures of Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, who had turned the old and new kingdoms into the harvest of his hands and the curiosity in his eyes. It often happens that we understand better the greatness of a stranger than that of someone we see tripping and sneezing every day, catching a cold with changes in the weather and suffering from the changes of mood that the years impose. Only the furrow of time and the accidents of life revealed to me the magnitude of that teacher who marked my course in so many ways. Later, if there is time, I will tell you about Gonzalo Fernández. His story is more remarkable than that of many men from the Indies. I was 17 years old when it was revealed to me that the sugar mill that was my only inheritance was about to go bankrupt. Whether it was bad business for the aldermen, or the jolts of war and trade, or the attacks of French pirates, the truth is that a business that had supported us for years was being eaten away by ruin. The fact coincided with my arrival at the age when I had to assume responsibility for my house, and it was then that the memory of that letter read long ago came back. I seemed to find the reason why my father had written it. He wanted me to know about the great riches that the subjugators of the kingdom obtained in Cuzco, that I have some notion of the part that corresponded to us. Sending me the letter was giving me to understand that I was the object of his concerns, that I had a right to his properties and wealth. After reading and rereading those old documents, I finally decided to travel to Peru to claim my legitimate inheritance, which according to long calculations would amount to several thousand ducats. So I told my teacher, and he also agreed that the claim should not take too long. Unaware of the fragility of rights in these lands, I began to gather all the evidence of my parentage, my father's letter, the documents he had left, the records of his marriage to the White Lady of the Hills, the minutes of my baptism in the Cathedral of Hispaniola, among the howl to the sky of its stone wolves. And one day I was ripe to travel to Castillo de Oro. Silent as always, Amini went with me to the ship that morning, and she couldn't help trembling as she said goodbye, trembling in a way that almost achieved what her arguments couldn't. I told myself that this affliction, that form of crying, was due to the fact that she was left more alone. That no one, his race almost no longer existed, his Indians had died by the thousands in the war and the jobs. And that girl I remember in my childhood swimming naked with red cayennes in her hair through the translucent waters of the Caribbean Sea, that woman of cinnamon who gave my father his destiny and me all his youth, was left alone on the beach of my island, and I looked at it without thinking until the island was nothing more than a memory in the luminous emptiness of the sea. 2. Only then did I look away from my past. Only then did I look away from my past and face the fate that awaited me. Captain Nibla's ship took us to Margarita, the large, parched island, in the center of which are jovial groves, mansions, and churches. I saw for the first time the impressive Pearl Bazaar, the trading boats and the multitude of canoes alongside which the Indian fishermen constantly disappear and emerge, with a cough of water in their mouths and handfuls of oysters in their slave hands. Days later we anchored in Cartagena, a sweaty village that does not look to the blue north but to the red west, where the man with the patched nose who has just drowned off the coast of Spain ruled. And after many days of sun and sea I reached the blinding gulfs of Nombre de Dios, this arm of jungle that I had imagined so much, and this port of Panama, where the rancherias and stone temples change but the sea is the same. Look at it, with that breath of vague promises, repeating its brightness and its waves under the same mess of gannets. It was the year 1540. You would not even have heard of the Indies, but Castillo de Oro was already a coastline full of legends, a creaking babble of water logs, galleons carried by the wind and galleys moved by suffering, caravels and carracks, brigantines and furtive frigates that seemed to look through the eyes of their cannons. The land was an ember of African slaves, of Genoese merchants, of adventurers from many regions who had already spent half their lives wandering on the islands, of wise and industrious Indians brought from Peru, shooters of birds stolen from Choco, fishermen captured in the lake from Nicaragua, native priests transformed into servants, warriors from the Sinu valleys with ulcerated ankles from chains, and copper men from La Guajira, accustomed to the immense skies of the desert and who every night searched in vain for the stars. I began to walk in the footsteps of my father, that little-known gentleman who had seen so many things, the golden path of Balboa and the path of blood of Pedrarias de Vila, the lemon tree house of my teacher Gonzalo Fernandez in Santa Maria la Antigua del Darien, under a sky of thunder, and the insatiable scaffolds of Asia. It had been more than 10 years since Pizarro had recruited him for his adventure in the south, to suffer the misfortunes of an island of mud where they ate even the shells of the crabs, and to land more dead than alive in the city of poisonous mattresses. Tumbes, where many men were suddenly full of infectious warts when they already felt at the gates of the kingdom. I traveled, with less suffering, that same path, swallowing the South Sea with my eyes, passing by the shores of Choco that greet the sun with arrows, before the inlets of Buenaventura, where one afternoon we saw the backs arch and the tails of the great whales sink, before the island that the feverish and Greek lips of Pedro de Candia called Gorgona, before the Bay of Tumaco, where the island of Gallo hides spitefully, and I finally entered the Peru I dreamed of, not the terra incognita that the adventurers of the year 32 set foot on, but a mysterious country already dominated by Spaniards, where the atriums of the churches began to feed beggars and the wind Christianized the bell towers. Everything changes with a devilish haste. Every 10 years these kingdoms have a different face. If 30 years ago they were still the fabulous world of the fortresses of the sun and of the mummies on their thrones, 20 ago they were the scene of unknown wars between men and gods, and 10 years ago a charred landscape where the great Europe that subjugates the world tried to sell. Who knows what country will be waiting for us now down south, behind these grey waters? I, who arrived before you to the lands of the Inca, managed to see many things that soon disappeared, intact towns, stone paths provided at each stretch of grain warehouses, palaces of large slabs of the sacred city, festivals that you met. But one only sees clearly what lasts. A world that does not stop changing hardly produces the effect of a wind in the eyes. The first conquest was recent. There was still talk of the cities where the virgins of the sun took refuge, of the lost paradise where no one was rich or poor or idle or helpless in the entire extension of the mountains, of the region where the Coraquenques nested, the sacred birds that it was forbidden to hunt, and which provided the colored feathers for the king's diadem. And there was still talk of the Inca's prison, of his astonishment at the books, of his dialogues with the soldiers. No one forgets the ransom that Pizarro demanded of him, a large room in Cajamarca filled with gold up to a height of 2 meters, because that has been the most amazing treasure that has been collected in the Indies up to now. As the room filled with gold from the offerings, Atahualpa grew quieter and more melancholy. Hernando de Soto taught him to play chess and the king managed to equalize some games with him, until the certainty that his captors would kill him anyway extinguished his desire to talk to them. One day, that prisoner who knew nothing about writing asked a sentinel of the guard to trace the name of God on his nails, and then he went around showing his hand to all his captors. It seemed to please him to see that they repeated the same word when he put those signs before their eyes. But Pizarro did not react like the others to the game, and Atahualpa had the shrewdness to understand that the Marquis Francisco Pizarro was more ignorant than his own soldiers. For this reason, some people think that Pizarro, a limited and arrogant man, was outraged at having been discovered and almost ridiculed by the imprisoned king, and that this episode influenced the brutal decision to kill him after receiving the ransom. 20 years will have erased much of the world that existed when Atahualpa died and the conquerors entered Cuzco. It was around August of the year 35 when the court that judged him sentenced him to death, and he only agreed to the baptism to save himself from being burned alive. Juan de Atahualpa died in the vile club, my father said in his letter, and 2.5 months later the warriors of Spain entered the imperial city. I arrived in the city of the kings of Lima 4 years later, and from the day I landed I never tired of asking how the entrance to Cuzco had been, what the city they found was like. I, who lived dazzled, and perhaps bewitched since I was a child by that wonder of the mountains, came to regret not having been part of the troops that looted it, just for having had the opportunity to see it before my eyes, even in the last day of his glory. Then you have also heard the legend that the city dazzled in the distance with its gold laminated stones. Well, I must tell you something more amazing. When Pizarro appeared over the hills, he was amazed and also scared because the enormous city had the shape of a golden puma. Never in the ancient world had a city been seen to be a drawing in space, and here was the precise drawing of a cougar, from its elongated, arched tail to its head that rose slightly above the hills, with its large eye. Golden stones in whose pupil the luxurious guardians watched. The suspicion then spread that there were other similar cities in the north and south, because the empire was divided into several kingdoms. And while Hernando Pizarro seized the temples of Cuzco, Belalcázar went north, beyond Cajamarca, toward the snow-capped volcanoes of Quito, and Valdivia went south, towards the ends of the world, through the coastal plains of the Arauco. Continuing the war against the rebellious Indians, they began to realize the magnitude of an empire that soon seemed larger than Europe. They tried to take possession of the different regions, although it is enough to see the mountain ranges to understand that no one, not even the Incas, has been able to cover them completely, because beyond their network of roads and their terraces planted with corn, there are thousands and thousands of mountains that only the sky has seen and that the stars barely watch. From the earliest times, anyone who hesitated to support the Pizarros was falling into disgrace. That was the fate of Almagro, the Marquis's main partner, of whom Hernando Pizarro mockingly said, "There are too many things in that face, but none is complete." Almagro knew very early what awaited him, from the moment that Pizarro traveled to the court to seek a license on his behalf and that of his two partners to invade the kingdom of the Incas and return displaying titles only for himself. Since then, every day he wrote down some debt, today an ingratitude, tomorrow a trap, the day after tomorrow a betrayal, and he no longer expected anything good from them. But one day Cuzco, full of invaders, was besieged and burned by the hosts of the brother of the sun, Manco Inca Yupanqui, a slender and somber lord, with a diadem of large feathers and a gold-studded wool blanket, who had decided to resist until the end even if the god had been killed, even if, as they said, there would no longer be a sun in the sky. There are songs about the sufferings of the Inca who one day decided to sacrifice that city in which every stone was venerable and sacred, and they say that the hand that threw the first burning arrow against the temples from the hill burned and consumed itself over the years. And at the end it was dark and woody, like a bird's claw. Like the wings of a condor that had detached from the dead body and were still searching the mountains, the great Inca chiefs, Ruminewi, who filled the north with his troops, and Manco, who gathered his troops to the south, belatedly tried to envelop and annihilate the troops of Spain, but they continued to grow at the breath of the fame of their conquests, and it was useless to reduce the heart of the kingdom to ashes to combat them. The Inca chiefs could not have known that there, far away, new ships and boats sprouted from the mouths of the Guadalquivir, heavy with horses, swords, and arquebuses, and that the invading army of Peru continued to grow relentlessly because it was fed by the sea. In a few years so many calamities passed over the capital, unknown plagues, wars with new and deadly weapons, and concerted works of fire and wind, that now, of the venerable city of my dreams that one day shone over the abysses, only high shells of stone eaten away by the catastrophe. The Incas understood that the death of the god had brought disgrace to the city, that for this reason the enemies raged against it, and they no longer took refuge in their stone. They were right, everyone who made their refuge there ended up succumbing, and even Diego de Almagro was captured in the fort and subjected to the implacable judgment of Hernando Pizarro's men. He had even given an arm and a leg to help the conquest. He had the same right as the Pizarros to the kingdom of the Incas, but everything was stolen from him in a cynical succession of blows and silence. He felt so hurt that he no longer wanted even his share of the treasure but to make those allies feel that he knew their greetings of hooks and their hugs of thorns. Poor Almagro, indignation gnawed at him and made him sick, and before my arrival they ended up subjecting him to the garrote as well. They had trained in the art of mock trials, processes that had decided the verdict beforehand, simulations like the one they represented before Atahualpa, not to examine the behavior of the accused, but to thicken sophisms that would authorize his extermination. Upon arrival, I felt lost. I had no friends or a clear direction. I was going through the tumult of the port, if that confused pier in front of the ravines can be called that, looking for how to firmly take my first steps on unstable ground. As a good son of a Spaniard, he didn't know what to admire more, the majesty of the Incas' buildings or the insane courage of the warriors who stripped them. Very soon I learned that pious hands had rescued the remains of my father from his sinkhole and had buried them in the dry land of the coast. I ran to find that relic that I planted myself in the kingdom. And there was the mound under the impassive sky, before a sea the color of dead whales, and that was all my past, a thirsty tomb before the blind flowers of the sea. I don't remember crying. I prayed what I could and continued learning about the world. You were learning the history of the Muisca savannah through stories from your men. That is how I came to know the legends of that land stretched out between the western sea and the mountains wrinkled like millennia, tales of the four parts of the kingdom, of its throats of thirst and its fangs of ice, and I heard long stories like the roads of the Inca, that crossed the mountains and that carried feet adorned with beads and bells through the cliffs and the moors, through the cold, oblique plains towards the canyons of the north and towards the abysses of the east, in front of to the tortuous coast of the western sea and next to the other sea, the one that is alone with the sky in the towering dust clouds. Thus it was given to me to know the stories of the origin, and I heard from lips older than time how centuries ago the envoys of the sun arrived, the fathers of the fathers, who founded that city on high, that thing of splendor and mystery that had dazzled my childhood. 3. They appeared one day in the yellow plains. They appeared one day in the yellow plains that surround Titicaca, the highest of all the seas. Their names were Manco Capac and Mama Aclohuaco. They brought a shining wedge 1 yard long and 2 fingers wide, which according to some was a bar of solid gold and according to others it was a ray of light that the sun had placed in their hands, and in each region they crossed they tried to sink it into the earth. Do not ask where they came from because in the mountains everyone has a different answer to that question, but everyone always agreed that they were the children of the sun. They traveled the dusty plains, between white mountains, they traveled the rocky peaks and the canyons parched where a thread that was once made of water and is now made of endless sand slips. They crossed deserts where the poor spiders weave their webs at night only to catch a few meager blades of dew at dawn. They crossed the moorland and the puna always failing in his attempt to sow that luminous object. Only when they were crossing the Huanacori hill did what they expected happen, the wedge sank effortlessly into the ground and disappeared without a trace. It was the signal for the messengers to establish their residence there. They had found the center of the world, and for that reason they called it Cuzco, which in the language of the Stone Mountains means navel. Manco Capac taught the men to sow and cultivate and obtain fruits from the land, and Mama Aclo taught the women to spin and weave. That is why it was said that the city was first planted and woven, before being raised in stone on the mountains. When, some time later, the kings had legions of men bring the immense stones from distant quarries and assemble them to form walls and fortresses, everything followed the secret plan that the groove fabrics of the children of the sun had traced on the ground. On the rocks near Cuzco, the newcomers found a kind of large window, surrounded by smaller ones. The largest one was framed in gold and studded with precious stones, while the others only had a gold frame without any additional adornment. And the Indians say, without explaining how that could be, that Manco Capac and the Coya Mama Aclohuaco entered Cuzco through the central window, while 3 of their brothers entered through the side windows, each with his koya, and they were called Ayar Kaka, Lord of Salt, Ayar Achu, Lord of the Peppers, and Ayar Saka, Lord of all happiness. Therefore, the Incas knew that the children of the sun not only brought the art of sewing and weaving the wool of the flocks, but also the art of preserving food, cooking and seasoning good dishes and rejoicing at parties. But when we arrived at Cuzco, we not only found recent ruins, but also traces of monuments much older than the Inca stones, because there every beginning is just the reflection of a previous foundation, and perhaps the legend that says that the first city of time was built on the ruins of the last one is true. When you explore it better, you will see that no kingdom in the world chose a more dizzying setting, that nowhere are cities made like there to prolong the whims of the mountains, that truly those men bent peaks and braided abysses. They were faithful to the example of their first gods, who spoke with the voice of thunder and had nails of salt and teeth of ice. Deserts follow one another along the coast, a great sea wind seems to dry up the entire coast, and the western flanks of the mountain range were dead land until the prayers of the Incas, which were not only on the lips but also in the hands. They lowered water from the crest of the mountains and opened gardens on the parched coast. The things I found far exceeded what my father's eyes saw. I don't know how to tell what I felt when I first entered that city that was my childhood dream. They say that only men and animals leave ghosts on earth, but I saw ghost stones, ghost buildings, because from each ruin, each broken stone, my gaze extracted what it was. I used to go alone, sometimes, to reinvent with my eyes the splendor of the vanquished city, and I think she knew, even from her prostration and her ashes, that the last of her worshippers was looking at her through the open eyes of her walls. I still carried my father's letter with me, and sometimes I read it, trying to compare what his eyes saw with what was now around me. I saw what was left of the Temple of the Sun. It had been a stone building laminated with gold, with a great radiating sun in the background. Through its golden channels ran a water that seemed to be born right there. It had stone seats where the bodies of deceased kings were seated. Further on was the Temple of the Moon, with a large silver disc presiding over it, where the bodies of the Koyas were lined up in their braided chairs. I visited what had been the Chamber of the Stars, which was studded with shining stones. I visited the Temple of the Rain, the mansion of the triple god that is touched in lightning, that is seen in lightning and that is heard in thunder, and finally I visited the Chamber of the Rainbow, the magical sign of the Inca lords, whose banner of colors went above all others in war campaigns. That final temple, according to legend, could only be alive if it was sustained day by offerings and songs. One of Pizarro's burly captains was able to carry the giant sun on his back when it came time to loot, but later lost it to dice in the drunkenness that followed the great looting. And a god who loses himself at dice on a drunken night is a cruel irony. Another soldier seized the enormous silver moon, despite the fact that there were clear regulations on how all the wealth obtained in those campaigns should be carefully registered, so that the crown would know how much their fifths amounted to. But all the invaders realized to looting, they tore out the gold sheets, undermined with a hammered lance the stones of the Chamber of the Stars, and no one knew how to say, because after the looting a great confusion ensued, for the benefit of all, how much wealth was distributed. You must add to this that each dead king did not bequeath his property to his descendants, but each king's palace was closed at his death with all his riches, and only the arrival of our warriors opened the entrails of those caverns full of treasures. No one will ever be able to say the amount of those looted centuries. For the Incas it was as if the sun, without setting, had suddenly gone out, and throughout its extension the empire deplored the fall of that stone relic that was now only alive in the shadows of hearts, surreptitiously prolonged in prayers and prayers. In songs. However, it was the Incas' own hands that lit the final fire. Cuzco had been such a sacred center and so revered by the people, that along the routes of the empire the traveler who went to the city had the duty to bow before the one who came from it, because he came already infected with divinity. It was a gold jewel set in the ears of the mountain, like the heavy gold ornaments that Inca lords of the royal caste wear on their ears. For them, the mountains are ancient faces of stone lords, rugged and eternal, who dialogue with the sun and the moon, who sleep on deep beds of fire, and who sometimes dream of the small tingling of empires. I had dreamed of the city so much that many of the men I questioned felt that I was speaking to them of a dream. Those rough and new herdsmen were no longer the eagles that seized Atahualpa in a lake of blood, but rather the vultures that later arrived, attracted for the legend and for the gold that Pizarro sent to the emperor. And I had something of a vulture too, looking for my father's golden prints on the profane stones. But finding their traces was easier than finding those who had to vouch for my inheritance. Those who 10 years ago were adventurers in rags chewing crabs were now rich and unapproachable men, masters of peaks and abysses and the destiny of countless Indians, and full of misgivings. The first one I found was Alonso Molina, who at first declared having heard of my father and later recalled many anecdotes of his loss in the islands, but he couldn't tell me who was responsible for the treasure. I understood that you had to walk with cat's feet on those mountains poisoned by war. Everyone wanted to know which side I was affiliated with first, before giving any information. I came believing that my father was a champion of the crown and was soon startled by the possibility that I was looking for the shadow of a traitor, or that many of my interlocutors saw it that way. Fed Up had mentioned those who suffered with Pizarro and with him during the muddy days of Isla del Gallo, and I thought of those men who shared his hell so often that I seemed to know them: Pedro Alcon, great iguana eater; Alonso Bracino, of whom someone said that he spoke a language that he ignored during the day; and the formidable Greek Pedro de Candia, whom I searched tirelessly for many days because my father frequently praised him. After the Battle of Salinas the Greek had lost the affection of the Pizarros, and when I finally found him he spoke to me of Hernando Pizarro with words full of bitterness. Looking for memories of my father, I came across Juan de la Torre, who had lost his right leg after falling into an abyss. I spoke with Antonio Carrion, born in Carrion de los Condes, and with Domingo de Saraluz, about the hardships they endured in the coast in the days of greatest helplessness. There I learned about the drawings of the coasts of Tumbes that one of the travelers, although I did not know which one, had made in the first expedition, and that perplexed Emperor Carlos V. Nothing like those drawings favored Pizarro's enterprise. And many small things I collected from the lips of Nicolas de Ribera, Francisco de Cuellar and Garcia de Geron, although other veterans, such as Martín Paz and Cristobal de Peralta, never appeared, and from Bartolomé Ruiz, the famous sailor who guided his bow towards the golden Peruvian stars, I only knew that he had dedicated himself to traveling endlessly through the South Seas and no one knew if he was alive or dead. I would have liked to meet, with admiration and horror, all those who were in Cajamarca's bloody afternoon, all those who entered Cuzco on the day of his perdition. The truth is that of the veterans of the conquest I knew the freest of all, Hernando de Soto, because one day I saw him arrive in Hispaniola, on his return from his exploits, and narrate the episodes in Peru. You can imagine, after the dreams that my father's letter awoke in me, what I felt seeing one of the living heroes of that conquest arrive on the island. He spoke of his friendship with the imprisoned Inca, of the dialogues they had, and of the sinuous way in which Pizarro, knowing that they had become friends, sent de Soto to investigate if the Indian troops were preparing an insurrection, only for him not to be present at the event. The moment when Atahualpa was tried and executed. Among so many warriors, only the hands of Hernando de Soto, who was absent, and 11 of his companions, who were present and opposed the fact, were clean of the Inca's blood, but it is clear that this was not very noticeable in hands so stained with blood. I was very moved to meet someone who had deserved the friendship of the Son of the Sun, and I never forgot everything he told my teacher in the great hall of the fortress, in the vertical light of the arrow slits, or walking along the walls facing the sea, where the sails that would take him back to his land were already filling with wind. For years I was the mute spectator of the visits that Oviedo received. It went unnoticed, because childhood is shy, but they were telling everything to me, because no one listened to them with more avidity and admiration. And those stories from Peru were the first highlights of my life: the entry of the horsemen into the plain under the sudden hail, among a crowd of native warriors, the impassive Inca almost under the hooves of the beasts, the shirt from Holland and the 2 glass goblets from Venice that were in the hands of Atahualpa as a gift from Pizarro, before the betrayal, the night that the invaders spent awake watching the stars as a starry sky. Mountains flickering with torches from the thousands of Inca warriors, the Spanish arms numb from killing around the throne of gold and feathers, the chamber that was filling up with gold objects, the incredible crimes for which Atahualpa was tried, the looting of Cuzco, the fights for the stairs of the mountain. It is possible that vanity deceived me, but perhaps there was no more faithful witness in the Indies, albeit from a distance, of the things that happened in those times. Hernando de Soto had the spirit of a prince, and he tired of the ambition of the Pizarros earlier than anyone else. Before our warriors I had my heart divided between admiration and rejection, so brave were the deeds they accomplished, so brutal the destruction they wrought on a world that I venerated in my heart. By the time I arrived in Peru, de Soto had returned to the Indies, but appointed governor of Cuba, nothing attracted him less than returning to the land shaken by the Pizarros. I was ready to follow in the footsteps of Cabeza de Vaca through the Florida Islands, and I know that during the months in which the largest river in the world swept us away, he was discovering another river almost the same in the dusty plains of the north. These Indies do not stop growing before our eyes. De Soto went beyond the plateaus of Mexico, through the waters of the Gulf of Fernandina, through islands whose borders are the fangs of crocodiles, and reached a kingdom so vast and indomitable that not even the emperor has dared to believe in their existence, although from time to time those prairies devour their expeditions. You remind me of de Soto, the captain who taught the prisoner Atahualpa how to play chess. Too bad it ended up as food for the fish in the great river of the Holy Spirit, which the Indians call Mississippi, an immense river, but hardly a younger brother of this other river you are looking for. It is good that you know that others as brave and powerful as you were defeated by the spirit of the rivers, in these Indies that a life does not encompass. 4. It is not known who is more lost. It is not known who is more lost, if the one who chases red cinnamon forests or the one who looks for naked Amazons of war, if the one who dreams of cities of gold or the one who tracks down the fountain of eternal youth. We were born, Captain, in an age strange in which we are only given to believe in the impossible, but looking for those fantastic riches, we all end up turned into poor ghosts. Since we are in Panama, I am going to tell you something that I understood by comparing the experiences of my travels with the memories of many travelers. Who was called to conquer the lands of the Inca was not Pizarro but Balboa, not only because he was the first to have news of that kingdom, but because he understood men better and at least knew how to conquer without destroying. He was fierce and reckless, at the time of war he was implacable, but without a doubt he knew how to distinguish between peace and war, he knew how to respect pacts and recognize the dignity of enemies. I knew it from my father and from Oviedo, and also in a way from what I heard Hernando de Soto say those afternoons. What a difference between the political art of a captain who conversed in these mountains with the Indian kings, and the rude barbarism of the Pizarros for whom not even Emperor Carlos V was a king. But here it is the Pizarros who make their way. As if only our barbarism could pave the way for our civilization. After years of adventure, full of debts and ambitions, Balboa had slipped one day furtively on the ship of Fernandez de Enciso, who was going to the aid of Alonso de Ojeda in the dangerous marshes of San Sebastián de Urubá, the first Spanish village of mainland. Balboa trusted his dog so much that he hid with him in a barrel, and not a single bark gave him away during the entire journey. They were already arriving in San Sebastián when Enciso discovered the stowaway and his dog, and wanted to abandon them on an island covered in snakes, but Balboa took advantage of every minute. In a few sentences he revealed his amazing knowledge of the territory, and before touching land the two of them were already there. Not only allied to assist Ojeda but conspired to seize Nacusa's lands. But the one who was really waiting for them was Francisco Pizarro, who was not even the shadow of what he would be. Ojeda had left him in command of a few men, under a siege of angry Indians, asking him to hold out for 50 days while waiting for Enciso. Balboa suggested moving the town to the Darien region, in the Gulf of Urubá, whose soils and climate seemed more favorable to him. They immediately embarked towards the Gulf, where a bellicose cacique, Simico, opposed the arrows of 500 archers, but the conquerors invoked Santa Maria la Antigua, whose embroidered banner they brought from Seville, and when the Lady from Heaven granted them victory, they gave them victory. Their name to the city they founded at the outlet of the Gulf of Fresh Water, in September 1510. Balboa exalted himself as head of the new foundation. He was the best connoisseur of these lands and the most skillful negotiator with the Indians, and Enciso did not know at what time he was receiving instructions from his subordinate. He tried to react, to be the boss again, but Balboa with a smile reminded him that his true domains were in San Sebastian, on the other side of the water, that he was now only the regent of a dangerous abandoned village. Although his kingdom was lost land, the man insisted, so that Balboa dismissed him as a despot, and all his soldiers established in council appointed him mayor of Santa Maria la Antigua del Darien, the White City, the first in a world, there where the long beaches are full of twisted trunks, of trees that storms uproot in the jungles of the south and that the eddies of fresh water throw and polish in the Gulf. But here, even before being known, every land already has its owner. If the Santa Maria region was not under the command of Ojeda and Enciso, then it was Nacusa's jurisdiction. When he learned of Balboa's successes and the gold that adorned them, he came to punish the invaders and impose himself on them, but Balboa, who heard everything that moved in the jungle and the sea as if he understood the reports of the seagulls, waited for him with the mutinous crowd, prevented him from landing as governor and even as a simple soldier, and entrusted him without provisions, with 17 companions and in a decrepit boat, to the improbable clemency of the sea. It was the last news that was had of them. So Balboa applied himself to the conquest of the isthmus. He faced the warlike Indians and sacked their villages, climbed the jungle peaks, forded the torrential rivers, faced the malarial swamps, snatched all the gold he could from the towns, but he came to establish firm alliances with some native chiefs. He won Cerda over to Christ's side and had him baptized, drove Ponca back into the mountains, and later allied himself with Comagra, the most powerful chief. From there he advanced through tremendous mountains, defeating some chiefs and earning the friendship of many others. And one day when the Spaniards were arguing among themselves dividing up the spoils of one of those towns, Panquiaco, the son of Comagra, indignant at so much greed, furiously knocked over the scales in which they weighed the gold, and gave Balboa the amazing news that I was looking for without knowing it. The young Indian said in his anger that if what they wanted was gold, and if they were willing to face so much hardship and work so much destruction just to find it, he could point them to a kingdom where there was so much, that not only the cities were made of gold but the channels through which the water ran, the vessels in which the food was served and even the chairs where the dead sat. He added that they would have to reach that western kingdom in daring ships on the waves, because behind the mountains there was another sea. And Balboa felt the vertigo for which he had been bred. Mixing caution and audacity, he undertook a new campaign with 190 Spaniards, some Indians and many presa dogs, first in command of a brigantine and 10 Indian canoes, taking advantage of the cacique's confidence on some sides, and the fear instilled by the packs on others, in which his own dog, Leoncico, stood out. More intelligent and more faithful than many conquerors, who had a gold necklace and sharp blood teeth, and who received a salary every moon as one more soldier of the troops. In the lands of Cerda, 1,000 Indians joined them. Balboa crossed the regions of Ponca, the thick jungles and the town of Cuaracua in war, and continued on his way until the moment when, without having seen it yet, he felt the proximity of the sea, he felt in the wind the sour smell of distances, and he understood that millions of adventures were opening within himself, within him. He believed that Pizarro, who was with him from San Sebastian, was his friend, that Belalcázar was his friend, that even his friend was that Blas de Atienza, stocky and blond and with the face of a prince, who entered behind him, almost crying, into the foamy waters of the South Sea. That same day of great waters, Balboa understood that the adventures of the future awaited in this western sea, and very soon the stories of Andagoya, the first explorer, and the stories of the Indians, copious and oppressive as rain in the jungle, confirmed it. It was not going to be easy to explore the coastlines, it had to be done with firmness and patience, but something happened here that should improve things and actually made them more difficult. And it is that not much time had passed when, commanded by Pedro Arias de Avila, the impressive royal fleet arrived, a city of conquest ships, which had been encouraged by the discovery of the new sea and by the great riches of the isthmus. It was the first expedition that the crown dared to charter, and in that swarm of more than 2,000 adventurers came great lords of the court like my teacher Oviedo, fugitives with cloudy blood like my father, adventurers like Gaspar de Robles and more mischievous men. Like Mr. Gaspar de Espinosa. It would take longer than the account of my trip to explain to you how Pedrarias, the envious, Pizarro, the implacable, and Espinosa, the ambitious, conspired to ruin Vasco Núñez de Balboa, so that Pedrarias, his own father-in-law, ordered his capture. Pizarro, who was said to be his friend, took him prisoner, and Espinosa, who wanted to get him out of the way soon, tried him and sentenced him to death. Not because he had committed abuses as commander of troops in Yoruba, nor because he had persecuted Nakusa, as they said, but because he was already insinuating himself as the undoubted leader who would conquer the southern kingdoms, because as long as he lived, the others, violent and mediocre, far inferior to him in knowledge, cunning and political talent, would not be able to undertake anything. If you want better proof, it was Pizarro, Balboa's captor, who conquered the Inca kingdoms, and he did it with the financing of Espinosa, Balboa's executioner, while Almagro and Luke, the partners who appeared later, would be betrayed to their will. Due time. You will say that I am ungrateful to Pizarro, my father's military chief, but I know what I am telling you, brave men are too trusting and traitors are too misleading, the king and the pope are too far away, and dedicated to their own robberies, to really impose the law of God or of the crown here. This conquest only breaks through with crimes and very belatedly tries to redeem itself with laws and processions. Only the worst win here. The crown accepts that they advance with looting and massacres, and then comes to occupy what has been conquered and try to punish the criminals who made it possible. We are just instruments of the powerful, steps to scale the power of the kingdoms, swords to behead their enemies, guards of their prisons, sentinels of their palaces, obedient administrators of their income, and before the great chiefs no one can be profiled as a rival. For his talent or for his strength. The meek do not inherit this earth, rather they have been the first to lose it. Just think of the poor power that arrows have against armor, spears against swords, and blowgun darts against the spittle of arquebuses and the thunder of great cannons. Even the violent moderates are being displaced by more savage ones, and that is why my father's reward never reached his hands or mine. 5. If I have agreed to tell again how our trip was. If I have agreed to tell you again how our trip was, it is only to convince you not to go on that expedition you are dreaming of. What you experienced in the lands of Panchas and Musos, of Taranas and Muiscas, is little compared to the hardships you will find in these jungles. You say that it is very possible that the country of the Golden Man can also be entered through the kingdom of the Amazons, but I am tired of seeing them and I tell you that those lands are made to drive men mad and devour their expeditions. Yes, we survived, but it was definitely an exception. I always wonder how it is possible for so many of us to survive such extreme danger, and perhaps the Indians are right when they say that the jungle thinks, that the jungle knows, that the jungle saves those it loves and destroys those it rejects. It doesn't matter if all this seems crazy to you, this madness should show you that no one comes out of the river and the jungle that shelters it unscathed. But I can explain this conviction of the Indians in another way. We in the jungle need armor, helmets, visors, and thousands of cares, to protect us from insects, pests, water, and air. We see threats in everything, snakes, fish, spikes from tree trunks, venom from hairy caterpillars, and even in the tiny color of toads in ponds, but at the same time we verify that the Indians move naked through that same jungle, they throw themselves into its devouring rivers and come out of them intact, they seem to have the secret so that the jungle respects them and saves them. It is not that the jungle loves them, it is not that the jungle knows that they exist, rather it is the opposite, that they all try not to be felt by it. They move from one place to another, they do not cut down the trees, they do not build cities, they fight against the powerful will of the jungle, but they settle down, they breathe to its rhythm, they are branches among branches and fish among fish, they are feathers in the air and light parakeets in the tangle, they are flying lizards, talking jaguars, and tapirs who laugh. The jungle accepts them because they are the jungle, but we can never be the jungle. Look at yourself, so dashing, so elegant, so refined, a prince who does not feel made to feed on worms and drink infusoria in rotten puddles. They may look at these jungles with love, but for us they are a tangle from which poisoned arrows sprout, although perhaps it has not always been this way. Perhaps it is only our presence that makes so many arrows sprout. We have to protect ourselves from the jungle, we have to hate it and destroy it, and she notices it right away and turns her stingers against us, hundreds of irritating tentacles, thousands of hungry moths and miasmas and clouds of mosquitoes and nightmares. It's because I know her that I tell you I'm not going back. After crossing their domains it takes us a long time to be ourselves again. We are followed by their howls, their buzzing, their fog, a humidity that creeps through dreams, that invades the houses where we sleep even if we are already in remote cities. You will be safe in the day, but at night, around your dream, oppressive foliage will grow, waterfalls and streams will sound, blind things will roar on the roofs of the towers, the air of the bedrooms will be filled with phosphorescent flights and black things. Hungry, things that sharpen their teeth in the dark. And the worst thing is that the men themselves become ferocious in contact with these ferocities. The jungle awakens the alligator in your fangs and the tiger in your nails, makes the snake undulate along your spine, puts avid yellows in your pupils and dilates misgivings on your skin like scales and thorns. Friends become rivals, brothers hurt each other like hedgehogs that would like to be with each other, lovers devour each other like praying mantises during copulation. And I say this about us, not about the Indians, who know how to live that condition with other dreams and other prayers, because they belong to that world and are in communication with it. We, full of ambition and sick in spirit, cannot live with the jungle, because we only tolerate the world when we have given it our face and imposed our law on it. But I see you don't want me to stray any further from the story you expect. You should learn that in everything that reaches the ears there are lessons that can be definitive. I have learned here not to disdain a story, or a casual story. Who knows in what bird trill or in what stammering phrase of a slave is the secret of our salvation? And there are examples, lessons, and experiences that no one who aspires to undertake adventures in these lands that breathe enigmas should not neglect. Perhaps you could accomplish memorable deeds, if there were still kingdoms like those already discovered, but again I swear to you that you are deluded if you think that the jungles to which I descended can be conquered. To say that one is its owner or to say that one is not its owner is exactly the same, it does not mean anything. God would hesitate to say that he owns the forest, and I think he would rather be confused with it. A forest must have certain dimensions to be the property of a man, a country certain limits to be the domain of a prince, a river a certain volume to be used and governed. Beyond these limits, every region of the world only obeys its gods. The pharaohs did not try to subjugate the desert, the Mongols did not dare with the Himalayas. Europe can shrink into human kingdoms because it is small, a world in miniature, because there are no true deserts or true jungles there, and for this reason it has become accustomed to calling its gardens forests and its forests jungles. The only truly savage thing that the European land produces are its men, capable of twisting rivers and decapitating mountain ranges, of turning back the tides and painlessly reducing cities to ashes, and for that alone I would even like to see you measuring the will of your blood with the strength of the river, the power of your arm with the tentacles of the immense groves. Now I can continue with my story. The other veterans of the conquest were already powerful encomenderos upon my arrival in Peru, more difficult to find than the treasure. They didn't want to hear about applicants, Mentioning my father before opening the door seemed to close them for me, as if that shadow of a deceased had come to disturb the enjoyment of his possessions. Pizarro's brothers were determined to seize everything that was left. Hernando had just brought a new treasure to Spain for the emperor, but there, after receiving the tribute, the powers charged him with toothed stocks and long-term imprisonment for Almagro's murder. Gonzalo remained in the Indies, with the fixed eyes of a sentinel and alert ears to discover silent kingdoms and secret riches. When I finally found out that my father had become a soldier in the ranks of Pizarro against Almagro, I dared to wander around the big houses of Lima. I managed to approach Nicolas de Puebla, lord of the great encomienda of Jaja and treasurer of Pizarro from day one. For years his position had been an illusion, since he had had nothing to manage, but when the time came he saw an incredible river of gold run through his hands. He remembered my father, he swore to me that he had been his friend, and he was clearly aware that part of the Cuzco treasure belonged to us. Unfortunately your father died before the cast, he told me. I was able to calculate the portion of the treasure that would be his, but the collapse of the mine caught him without having declared who to transfer his assets to, and the gold went to the government, into the hands of the Marquis Don Francisco. Just around those days I received my parcel and left the position of treasurer. Now only the Pizarro family can answer for your inheritance, and since Hernando is in Spain, and will take a long time to return, now it is Gonzalo who administers the treasure and defines the companies. Since the death of your father, boy, the years have passed, and no one here knew of your existence. I had no choice but to talk to the Marquis, but you have learned firsthand how difficult it is for a lad without direction to meet with the powers of a kingdom where countless conflicts breathe living fire every day. And it was the demon of the Andes who first told me about the trip that was being prepared. Men of Gonzalo Pizarro's guard were drinking that afternoon in a burro they pompously called La Fonda de la Luna, a bower over the hot sand banks on the outskirts of the city of the Kings of Lima. Many captains would have simply denied the inheritance, but my father had good friends in the ranks, and this sleight of hand could cause some discomfort. That afternoon I was looking for Gonzalo Pizarro and I couldn't find him, but I managed to talk to Francisco de Carvajal, the only one of the drinkers who wasn't drunk. He was at least 70 years old, but he was corpulent and fearsome, and despite his age he drank with the soldiers, much younger than himself. He seemed to summarize in his face and body the memory of many places, he had 1,000 stories to tell, but his cruelties were countless. It scared me to see it, because it had a reputation of being the devil himself, but that afternoon did not seem to breathe sulfur. Only from stories I was able to find out later what kind of subordinate devil he was, and what role he played against more powerful and higher devils. He had also met my father and seemed to appreciate him. When I finally dared to mention the ducats of my inheritance, he told me with a laugh that all the gold from Cuzco was being invested in an expedition to the north. Rumors of that expedition were already beginning to be heard in the squares, but only there did I know for sure. I felt before the old man what the mouse will feel talking to the cat at night. He asked my age, and when I told him I was 17, he thought I was past enlisting in the troops. If you're good at killing Indians, maybe Gonzalo will take you to find the country of cinnamon. He abandoned his threatening air, and threw me a coin with an irregular outline but shiny silver, a reel of 8 that had on one side the coat of arms of Aragon and on the other a cross with 2 towers and 2 lions in the barracks. Accustomed to paying with flimsy pieces of metal that bent at the slightest effort, long before I knew of Austria's thalers and Dukesage's Mundsguldeners, that was the first real coin I ever owned, and the fact is all the more remarkable since I only know stories of Carvajal snatching coins, and mine is the only case in which he has given one away. The coin resounded on the wine-damp table, and ever since then I remembered the sparkle of the silver piece and the name of that country that the demon of the Andes had almost promised me. I already knew what to expect. Either I would start a lawsuit for years before the overseas courts to obtain what was owed to me, or I would agree to go assert my rights in the expedition and claim my share in what was discovered. Finally I managed to be received by the Marquis Francisco Pizarro himself, who did not forget my father among the 12 faces that remained forever by his side. He crushed me in his embrace and spoke agitatedly of old ailments. For me that man was both the ultimate cause of my misfortunes and the final door of my hopes. I didn't know what to think of him. In his hard tyrant's face there was something like a martyr's asceticism, on his body dressed in luxury, the helplessness of a trunk exposed to the elements. In his human voice you could hear the growl of the pig and the sound of stormy waters. He seemed moved by the encounter. He swore that I was a son to him, and after so much fuss I only obtained a paper signed with a barbarian cross but endorsed by ceremonial sealing wax, which I kept for a long time, where my father's part was recognized: Marcos de Medina, conqueror of Cuzco, prefect of Lima and chief of parcels of Ollantaytambo, and his rights over the goods obtained in the expedition that would leave for Quito to look for cinnamon, as well as my condition as heir to those rights. It was still a year before he was able to enter the troop. When I finally got in, the preparations were already beginning. 6. You go after an imposing city and find a tomb. You go after an imposing city and find a tomb full of reproaches. You pursue a forest of wonders and flow into a river of threats. You seek a treasure of metals and you are stopped by lips of stone. You live finding things without rest, but what you find does not look like what you are looking for. Perhaps in this world nothing is what it seems, and the truth of things has to be revealed to our senses by the gods or their envoys. The Indians say that there are virtues of plants that only plants know, and the alchemists say that there are secrets of metals that only the stars will give us. I don't know why that mysterious desire to transform all things into gold invaded us for centuries. In a cellar in Liege, someone told me long ago that reaching the key to many powers in the world requires initiation and revelation. There I learned that legions of magicians, locked in their cabinets, tried century after century to find the secret of gold by listening to the whisper of the planets and interrogating the rows of numbers. It was the Arabs who taught us to draw these signs, whose magnitude increases as their angles increase. But the alchemists did not limit themselves to enumerating the world. They looked into the abyss of proportions, they explored the jungle of equivalences, they changed the medical art of the algebraists, who put each bone back in its place, in a refined art of balances, that plays to discover hidden magnitudes. I too spent my years trying to learn the science of numbers and their relation to metals, planets, and animals. Men who hid to think and who worshipped stars taught me that 1 is being and unity, that 2 is generation and encounter, that 3 is complexity and dispersion, that 4 is balance and perpetuation, that 5 is the ramification and the star, 6 is symmetry and the secret of conservation, 7 is dissonance and the principle of virtue, 8 is infinity and the art of repetition, 9 is harmony by which everything is in each part, and the 0 is the excess and the secret of the emptiness of the world. But I have never been able to derive effective power from these formulas, much more than notions are required for magic to work on things. I was left without knowing what the trot of the unicorn, the regeneration of the phoenix, the high flight of the swan, the cadence of the lion, the invasive force of the black sun, the industriousness of the bee, the tremor of the rose reveal to those who know how to listen to them. Of 7 petals, the fire dance of the salamander, the iridescent turn of the peacock and the squawk of the double-headed eagle. They did not reach my patience or my wisdom to produce transmutations with what the wise men who mix substances call condensation, separation, increase, fermentation, projection, solution, coagulation, exaltation, putrefaction, and calcination. I only know that, suddenly, the gold that was about to reach the amazed hands of the magicians in Córdoba and Bruges, in Budapest and Prague, appeared in the world by another way. Behind the seas, in these temples of the New World, covering the heads of the warriors, piercing their noses, their lips and their earlobes, ringing on their breasts and their bellies, all the gold that the necromancers summoned suddenly dazzled the eyes of other adventurers. You yourself, without yet finding your treasure, will have seen more gold than all the generations of your grandparents saw. This is the age of wealth. Filigree gold on the muisks rafts, polished silver of the Shishimikas, emerald necklaces on bare breasts, extremely rich sinkholes from Potosi, dense strings of pearls around the legs of the Cumanagotus. Wealth has all forms, but none too stranger to me than that red rind that alters drinks and gives foods an exotic sweetness. Cinnamon, gold, yes, but splintered in aroma, the mound of logs that centuries ago erased in its smoke the palaces of the Tiber, when, to bid farewell to his dead empress, Nero had all the harvest that Arabia had burned on the squares of Rome. Had produced in a year. It was on the looted terraces of Cuzco that Gonzalo Pizarro first heard of the country of cinnamon. Like everyone else, he hoped that there would be cinnamon in the New World, and when he could, he gave the Indians a taste of drinks with cinnamon, to see if they would recognize it. One day, Indians from the Cordillera told him that to the north, beyond the snowy mountains of Quito, turning east through the mountains and descending behind the ice cliffs, there were forests that had cinnamon in abundance. I know that the Indians could not have described everything to him exactly, because the communication difficulties were many, but Pizarro guessed the red groves of woody and perfumed trees, an entire country with all the cinnamon in the world, the richest region that anyone could imagine. The three little boats of the beginning had come looking for cinnamon, which I seemed to see tiny in the past, like three walnut shells flagged by a child and thrown on a rimless blue, but until then the cinnamon of the New World had not appeared. When they told us about the country of cinnamon, I wrote to my teacher Oviedo asking for information about the prodigious tree, and in his letter he told me everything he had come to know over many decades about those spices that continue to be our concern. It is already a good proof of Europe's desire to get out of itself, looking for a new sky and a new earth, that fascination with all substances that come from afar. More valuable than what is produced in its Christian world, everything exotic has ended up being for Europe, silks woven from caterpillar cocoons, which the Genos have been bringing for centuries along a road that splits the borders of China into two different routes, the cold and desolate of Fergana, and the burning of Bactria through the deserts of the south, and also the porcelain, the pearls, and the brilliant stones, which the light reeds unload on the docks of Malacca, and those aromatic spices that madden the world, pepper, ginger, mint, cardamom, nutmeg, and cumin, anise, cinnamon. Smells and flavors that seem to have a world in them, bring the spices like a breath of insinuating music, of snakes that rise from their wicker baskets, salacious dances among the smoke. That black and green and red pepper from India, the delight of the Portuguese, which is harvested on the Malabar coast, which carries caravans of camels to Trebizond, to Constantinople and Alexandria, and which the pale merchants of Antwerp distribute throughout the empire. Or that nutmeg, which was so little appreciated when it was only a remedy against flatulence and cold, but which began to arrive in great shipments when the doctors of Holland discovered that it was the final remedy against the plague. Or the digestive cardamom that accumulates in the Hormuz cellars. Or those ships loaded with cloves that come from the Moluccas, and that the Spanish galleons buy on the high seas from the Chinese. But above all cinnamon, Ceylon cinnamon, that perfume of victory and dew, which, according to Herodotus, grows in inaccessible places protected by dragons or goblins. Oviedo told me that the priests of Egypt used it to embalm corpses and to aggravate spells, but the rich people of Spain use it to flavor foods that tend to go bad, when not to make soaps and ointments, or potions that give sexual energy. Such is the fascination with distant substances that one day the taste of Europe will be seized by the kahwa, black as night, which is drunk in infusion in Turkey and Syria, and which scares the sleep of Venetian travelers. When word spread that what awaited us behind the mountains was not a small forest but a whole country of cinnamon trees, delirium dominated the soldiers. Everyone believed, we all blindly believed in the country of cinnamon, because someone had said that this country existed and hundreds of men needed it to exist. Every day Pizarro repeated to us that he was looking for cinnamon and not gold, how Columbus arrived in the New World. Finally, the dream of the discoverers was going to come true, after so many wars and hardships, a treasure more fabulous than anything seen until then was waiting for us. At my age, wealth didn't matter so much, I was looking for something that was owed to me by justice, but I lived with everyone in the certainty that we would be rich. Other things intoxicated my imagination. Without a doubt we would travel through regions where the wind smelled of cinnamon, where the trees did not offer fruits to human avidity but rather burning trunks that peeled off in logs of aroma. I even came to think that the secret inhabitants of that country would build scented houses, boats leaving scent trails on the hidden rivers. I had read in the old Latin poems that my teacher Oviedo taught me, that the men of Samothrace made ships out of sandalwood. But, according to the reports of the Indians, the terrain would be difficult, the forests were very far away and the region populated by warrior tribes. It was necessary to prepare for a violent crossing. 7. To understand the fall of the Incas. To understand the fall of the Incas, it is not enough to think about the ferocity of the invaders. It should also be known that the empire had been united since its foundation, and that only after the death of the venerable Inca Huayna Capac was it divided between his sons into two different parts, the great kingdom of the south, whose capital was Cuzco, which was given to him to Huáscar, the heir by tradition, and the northern kingdom, which corresponded to Atahualpa, the king's favorite son. Huayna Capac was the son of Tupac Inca Yupanqui and grandson of the great Pachacutec, whom the Incas venerate as the ninth of kings and the greatest of all, because he received from the sun the gifts of expansion, clarity, and renewal, and for that reason he magnified the kingdom of Wiracacha, his father, and covered with his laws the wrinkled face of the mountains, and gave new purposes to a world sown on the ruins of worlds. Then he had sat forever in the temple of thunder. The division of power was not only due to the excessive love that Huayna Capac felt for Atahualpa, but also to the decision to extend the empire to the north beyond the inclement gorges of the Pacha, where hardened peoples resisted his advance. It didn't take long for discord to appear between the brothers over some strip of land, and after a day of eclipse in which the sun had two colors, the rivalry took wings of war, and Atahualpa, more audacious and bellicose, defeated Huáscar and reduced him to prison. In that war they were, the sun against the sun and the mountain against the mountain, when the fierce troops of Francisco Pizarro appeared tiny from the west to the indignant side of the god and advanced from the coast and climbed the mountain range, until they finally plotted their ambush in the great rectangular plaza of Cajamarca. Every time I look at that episode of blood, like in Theophrastus's magic mirror, I see something else. Huáscar died being a captive of Atahualpa's troops, Atahualpa died while being held captive by Pizarro's soldiers, and whoever knew how to read the signs of time could see death gripping kings and trampling kingdoms with an unknown fury. Many say that the star of Cuzco, Huáscar, died by order of Atahualpa, to whom death was also on his heels, but the truth is that the two sons of the empire suffered an eclipse one after another from which they would no longer recover. Pizarro had Atahualpa buried in the plains of Cajamarca itself, but I know that his subjects unearthed him and undertook a mournful pilgrimage through the mountains. An emperor is not buried like an animal of the roads. All his people got up at night to pay honors to that extinguished sun, the procession mourned the mountains, and music and cries traveled the firm stone path along which before messengers carried imperial orders from one end of his domain to the other in 6 days. If the glorious dead could no longer be taken to sit with their grandparents at the golden tables of Cuzco, at least they would have their refuge in Quito until the day their blood, fertilized by the years, would make them rise from the earth again, and reign again over a regenerated world. And since you ask, no one later knew where the ashes of the sun were left. Bilal Khazar later advanced along that path, sent to take possession of the northern provinces, and fighting hard battles with Ruminewi, the great general who was collecting and concentrating the belated response of the Inca warriors. After weeks of roads along the abyss and bridges over the Vertigo, they arrived at a temple that kept its wealth and its cults intact, and was the home of more than 1,500 women of all ages, from old women who officiated ancient rituals, to girls adolescents who tried in times of eclipse to maintain the dignity and majesty of their trade. They were the Virgins of the Sun, dedicated to the cult of the celestial god, and although their luxury and severe rituals gave them the sensation of being unique, they were just one of the many communities of women dedicated to the cult. Others were taken, the Indians told me, to secret cities in the rocks, where the condors nest, and where there are stone windows to gaze at the stars. That was the path we took to go get the cinnamon. After the courtship of death came the courtship of war, and now came the courtship of ambition. 3 caravans that followed each other through the years along the same path. First, the profound nocturnal parade of morning music from the funeral procession, with its black and red banners, then the throng of swords and arquebuses from Bilal Khazar, with its trail of blood and its trail of skulls and femurs, and then our long procession of men and beasts, seeking north for the steps of the mountain. Going to Quito, Pizarro made the decision to visit the city of Guayaquil, where one of the few rivers of the mountain range that escape the call of the serpent flows. This city, founded by Bilal Khazar and destroyed by the Indians, had been refounded by Francisco de Orellana, famous for his luck in business and for having lost an eye in a battle over the coast. He had known how to prosper in the light of the knives that confronted the conquerors. He received Pizarro with courtesy, and was willing to resign from the government of the city and leave it under his command if the captain demanded it. But Gonzalo had no interest in remaining governing a humid and tiring population, burned by the embers of the South Sea. Her eyes and lips were too full of cinnamon fever to pay attention to anything else. So instead of Pizarro getting excited about the city of Orellana, it was Orellana who became infected with our expedition, and made the decision to catch up with us very soon. He asked his cousin to wait for him, but it would have been easier to ask the river to stop its descent towards the sea for a few days. Pizarro ordered them to return to the road, and Orellana was left behind, selling his things in a hurry to finance his campaign and finally joining to ours. Lands that would otherwise be impenetrable were going to be crossed by the expedition that Pizarro had organized, and above all its weapons and provisions were the promise of success that would otherwise be unthinkable. Quito was certainly a door of dreams for the trip. We never heard so many stories, nor so incredible, as in those days when we waited for the preparations to be finished. Pizarro came and went, resolving thousands of issues. There was a nervousness in the atmosphere, an expectation of great things, and also a misgiving. We looked at the mountain range that would be our ladder to the treasure, the dry hills that up there have rocks in the shape of devil's teeth, as if we were looking at an invincible wall. We saw the dryness of those lands fatigued by the west wind, and we did not imagine what could be beyond. Below was a great valley with few trees, before the beginning of the rocks. We met in the central area of the city, where the recently built Bilal Khazar mansion and a temple in homage to the Virgin were located, where the Indians also entered with offerings. In the squares there were Inca dances that the lords did not dare to disperse, so as not to end up creating a climate of tension with the natives. An old man told us that the Virgin venerated by the Spaniards had always been an Indian goddess, the clay lady of the mountains, who had wings like birds and an Inca coya plume on her forehead. The goddess helped Indians and Spaniards alike, made the soil of the mountains fertile for all, where peaceful llamas and vicunas walked day and night, and she was in mourning for Atahualpa but did not hold a grudge against those who killed him, because the mountain is more generous and bigger than men, and also sometimes does blind things, like throwing flames from her stone nipples, like making tongues of lightning cross the stormy sky, like bringing in fearsome flight the flocks of condors that herald turbulent changes. We had not seen any flight of condors pass by, but our spirits fluctuated between great enthusiasm and gloomy forebodings. In the heat of the bonfire in the central square, the Indian chief told us that to cure bad omens there was no other remedy than music, and he brought a group of flutists who, accompanied by knas and drums, tried to ward off our fears. A smiling Andalusian, Melchor Ramirez Munoz, asked them why the Inca music was so sad, but they did not accept the question. They said that although the trees do not laugh, no one can say that they are sad. That perhaps the trees are only meditating, and remember the moons they have seen, or the stories that the wind whispers in the branches, or the memories of the dead. The jungle is not sad when it gets dark, nor the jaguar when it roars, nor the flame when it looks at the whiteness of the mountains, he said. And it was that same night when I asked one of those copper men, covered with a multicolored turban, how far the country of the Cañleros was from Quito, and to my astonishment he answered that there was no such thing, that in these lands the trees are all different and that he had never heard of a forest where all the trees were the same. If that's what they're hoping to find, they obviously don't know anything about the land. These mountains are not cultivation terraces, he added, where corn and potatoes abound due to the efforts of the growers. He added that the earth does not know how to dwell on a single thought and that what was behind the mountains was the kingdom of the great serpent, but that not even the Indians knew its extension, because that country, larger than anything imaginable, was the final forest, sprouted from the water tree. He said that the snake that owns the world had no eyes, so no one could tell where its head was or where its tail was, and that is why it went sometimes to one side and sometimes to the other. That way of speaking affected me. I remembered the stories of Amini, telling how the immense sea is kept in a shell, how the sky full of branches is sometimes the home of animals, and how the luminous lines on the beach are the footprints that the night leaves when walking. That night in the cold of Quito I fell asleep remembering my nurse almost with remorse, seeing in my dreams that large moons the color of pearls sprouted over the sea of my childhood, and hearing an unknown voice say in the dream that when the recent wars the moon became black and red like the eye of a vulture. 8. Gonzalo Pizarro was the third. Gonzalo Pizarro was the third in a family of great ambitions. Vultures and hawks at the same time, his brothers Francisco, Hernando, and Juan, with an outpost of men as rude as they, had been enough to destroy an empire. They had the privilege of seeing the kingdom of the Incas in its splendor, when the old gods lived. Through those mountain ranges they found paved roads firmer than the roots of Italy, knotted bridges over the abyss, paths with signs indicating the direction of travelers on the luminous shoulder of the mountain. They saw men with large jewels in their ears cultivating hundreds of varieties of corn on step terraces, earthen apples of all sizes and colors, quinoa more nutritious than the gray rice of the Asian prairies. They saw procurators wrapped in fine blankets of ochre and garnet who governed the great crops with ancient knowledge. They saw them bury in the foundations of the fortresses, to neutralize the subterranean powers, translucent fetuses of flame, in exchange for the children that were offered in ancient times. And they saw passing by in ceremonial processions, under the beating of drums and in a wind of flutes, women whose haughty looks made them all look like queens, until the thunder of Cajamarca bit the pride of the cities and dimmed the brightness of their looks. To understand those men from Extremadura, who, cast on their enormous colts, were capable of killing a god, we have to think about the harshness of life in Spain when one has not been born in the cradle of princes. Of those who first crossed the ocean, Francisco Pizarro was the most brutal and the most ambitious. I feel that the bull and the pig, the Roman and the Vandal, coexisted in him. You come from a lineage of warriors, but it is enough to look at you to know that in you there is not only the blood of soldiers but shadows of lawyers and artists. From the depths of your mind you can see the walls of the law, and the break of God is in your hand. But you had to see the Pizarros to understand what is said about so many warriors from Extremadura and about the hard-line thirds of Spain, that people of their blood hunted bison at dawn, that they painted their hunts with blood inside caves, that they dislodged the jabali's jaws with their own arms under the bloody oaks. Some came from Rome dressed in ceremonial robes but were discovered savage on the rocky outcrops of Iberia, others descended from ships that had sails striped white and red, bringing wine and Phoenician roosters, others crossed the deserts wrapped in black robes, riding from the grey background of dawn with their manes oiled in the fat of the dead and their lances decorated with skulls, when yellow kings closed the skies of the east. And yet afterward those brawny men had crucified pigs and witches, had fatigued their arms arrowing mosques and beheading infidels under the black clouds of Jerusalem, scattered the entrails of heretics in a howling wind, and quartered the bodies of their little children under the tingling of the ravens. They did not bring books or prayers in their memory but fights between mares and wolves, black carnage under the frozen planets of dawn, obscene rites before the marble ruins of cities, and hasty carnal business on the hay, in the shade of the abandoned churches. Only that violent skein of yesterdays can explain the supernatural fear that these men managed to instill in the soul of a world. Gonzalo was 35 years younger than his brother Francisco. When he arrived in the Indies, The eldest sons had already experienced discoveries and torments, and he had to invent his own madness. Fate did not give him a marquisate on the dry blood of the Inca like the first, nor did it grant him the subaltern power of the second, capable of driving ships on the ocean that almost sank with gold. He was handsome, he was young, he was the best horseman in the new kingdoms, he was measured at all risks and, like his brothers, he never felt any other love than the passion to command and the intoxication of always risking everything. He was looking for a kingdom of his own that would live up to his ambition, and the news of the country of cinnamon drew in the air a destiny richer than the flint city of the dead. It was time to imitate their triumphant brothers, the time to overcome them, and for this it was necessary to furiously prepare the way, talk whole nights with veterans, list hundreds of predictable obstacles. He sent for Lieutenant Gonzalo Diaz de Pineda, in whose scarred hands an expedition along the same road had failed years before, dissuaded by poisonous arrows and impenetrable tangles, beyond the whistling ice. Diaz de Pineda, who was still in the kingdom, had never heard of cinnamon forests, and a fire of resentment appeared in his eyes when he heard about that wealth that had almost been his. Why only when the Pizarros advanced did the mute land release its secrets and even the most closed doors open? Was it still possible to take advantage of God's gift? Gonzalo Pizarro, who valued his experience, warmly received Diaz de Pineda and his partner, Ginés Fernández de Moguer, a 24-year-old young man who had accompanied him on the first incursions into Chalcoma, Quijos, and Zumaco, and whose companions themselves they said that his eyes were green from looking for emeralds so much, and he gave them firm command in the great expedition that was forged with the gold of Cuzco. I tell you again that no one ever knew how much that treasure had amounted to. They counted in the air gold tiles on gold tiles, silver chests on silver chests, blankets with extremely fine embroidery, the industrious wool of the vicunas, emerald and topaz stars that had been snatched from the thrones. News of the discovery of the Muisca kingdom, in the northern plateaus, then renewed hopes, and although the clues of the hidden empires were increasingly confused, no one was unaware that the mountains have hard roots of silver and gold. Everyone knew something, but only the fire knew everything, only in their dancing tongues was the secret encrypted, and we sat down again in the newly founded squares, listening with a mixture of credulity and suspicion to unlikely tales around the campfires. Tales of Cumana and its islands of pearls, where cities grew hour after hour, tales of the kingdom of Cosquios and Muzo, where even butterflies have the color of emeralds, tales of the great hill of Potosi, where the palette of the earth shines silver, tales of jungles that breathe on stealthy veins of asbestos. We hear of the lands of Gaz and Chana, where stone and metal are alive, from the borders of Cibola, the city of the apes, of Manoa the hidden one, with its piers of gold, and the fountain of eternal youth on Florida Island. No one mentioned to us that place where Tascasus's envoys hid the gold of the Muiscas, the gold that the cunning Zipa hid from the troops of Jimenez de Quesada, and that you yourself left untouched in the caverns of the New Kingdom. But the truth is that among so many prodigious regions it was not strange to hear of a country of cinnamon, although it was amazing that in this world where war was waged over metals and precious stones, some trees came to have such value. Here the stories reveal more than the insects. How many men have not gone mad from lack of sleep, thinking of keeping their eyes always open because wealth can appear in the sands of rivers, in the veins of the earth, under stones, in the eyes of statues, in the freshly plucked oysters or in the maw of alligators. Many end up believing that everything can be a sign of wealth, the layout of the cities of the Indians, the drawings they leave on the stones, the way the snakes of the sun slide through the terraces of the temples, the words that come out of the mouth of the archers and even the cry of a bird on the cornices of the mountain. And they end up believing that everything here, as the Indians say, sends messages, the sun that climbs the mountains stone by stone, the avalanches that bury villages, the black spots on the skin of the jaguar, the straight-winged flight of the white condor. I am not saying that it is not true that everything has a meaning, the Indians who hide their flutes on the banks of the river, the sorcerers who keep dolphin butter in their small dungeons, or the groups of Indians who intend to store what they know in large baskets that they bury at the foot of the trees, but while verifying the truth of what they say, one runs the risk of seeing signs where signs do not exist, and of believing that every bird speaks when it sings, that under every tree there is a grave of gold, that every river hides its flow, that every Indian is a witch, that every mark on the stones is a map, and many Spaniards have become more superstitious than the Indians themselves, because they are driven mad by greed, which is more capable of inventions than any wizard. The hard part is being surrounded by such an unknown and hostile world. Gonzalo Pizarro began paying too much attention to the stories of the Indians, listening to their stories, and ended up believing those stories more than the Indians themselves. He spied on their dances, eavesdropped on their conversations, always lived on the lookout, feeling that the most important things the Indians did not say frankly, that their truths had to be wrested from them when they were talking to each other. These riches that we needed seemed to him hidden, as it were, on the tips of their cunning tongues, and he wished he had pincers to pluck out with their tongues the secrets they kept. As I told you, while Gonzalo infected us with his cinnamon fever, Hernando Pizarro, after bringing Carlos V a new treasure, had been imprisoned in a cell in Spain. The crown began to distrust his feats of haughtiness. The Marquis Francisco thought that the crown would be dazzled by the tribute, that great ennoblements would come in an avalanche for his lineage, and it is true that there was no moment of greater intoxication at court with the conquests of the Indies, because the gold of Peru turned golden the pupils of a generation in the starving provinces, and you have to admit that you yourself came out of your childhood under the flashes of that dream. Now the crown received the prey that the falcon brought, but she hastened to put the hood back on its head, and above all, it no longer showed its eyes. Finally, the time for departure arrived, and only in Quito were we able to see the entire caravan that had been assembled. For new adventures, new blood, and Gonzalo was 27 years old when he finished organizing the expedition. The Marquis himself had given him all his support, put his part in gold and entrusted him with command with full conscience, because he had the illusion that everyone in the family would be kings, and for himself he silently incubated in his mind the ambition of a king. Empire. Gonzalo chose, among the hundreds of wasted soldiers from recent wars, the 240 men who went out with him through the mountains. 100 were officers on horseback, 140 were peons with command over the 4,000 Indians who, more than hired, had been hooked half with promises and half with threats, to carry part of the bundles that the caravan required. The heaviest things would ride on the backs of 2,000 llamas, cold-resistant camels of the Moors, whose sense of balance is a miracle on mountain crags. Rolled over the flames were the blankets, laced the tools, and well-packed the weapons. But Pizarro wanted more effective weapons, and he reaffirmed this when he heard from Diaz de Pineda about the misadventures suffered by his soldiers under the siege of the Indians. That is why he had the most ferocious weapon that we took on the voyage brought from Spain and the islands, 2,000 prey dogs, primed and trained to tear beasts and men to pieces. I knew one of the sailors on the ship that brought them, and if you weren't so eager to hear the story of the expedition, I could also tell you the story of the sea dogs, their long voyage over the ridges of the ocean, those endless nights, barking in the dark as the southern stars rose and fell over the water. And it is that I still seem to hear the dogs in the wind. For many days it was the only sound we heard, and it was only when we separated from the troop that I was surprised to discover that these lands have their own sound, a murmur of countless creatures. The food that this crowd needed also had to be put on the move, and so 2,000 pigs with rings in their snouts were added, brought like dogs in part from Spain and in part from the swine farms of Cuba and Hispaniola, which would be sacrificed as we went. Perhaps Pizarro put together this delirious expedition so that so many known forms would remind us of the world from which we came, so as not to go crazy before the whims of nature in such different lands, but the solution so that each one of us would not go crazy consisted in all the expedition was crazy. So many men from Spain, so many Indians, so many llamas, so many dogs, so many pigs climbing those slopes of icy wind, going to pay tribute to some unknown gods, so many people willing to die for a story, for a rumor. Now they alarm me, because that expedition was only half a treasure hunt. It was above all evidence of unrestrained credulity, a sleepwalking procession of believers seeking a magical forest, a ritual corroded by greed, spurred on by impatience. And so we set out to find the country of cinnamon. The 100 anxious and cruel horsemen who went up the Sierra, the 140 armored peons who walked behind us, the thousands of Indians from the mountains who loaded bundles of ropes, axes, shovels, other tools and weapons, the 2,000 llamas laden with grain and provisions, and the 2,000 hogs with hoops, which ascended like a herd of snarls over the parched hills, still form an indelible confusion in memory. Like a huge being that only saw itself, the very tumult of the expedition did not let us notice the world we were traveling through. All the time it was necessary to take care that the pigs did not fall off the cliff, that the dogs had food, that the bundles were secured, that the weapons did not suffer from moisture, that the horses surpassed the muddy and slippery ravines. And the real strange presence was the thousands of Indians. Beneath the roar of the dogs and the ferocity of the troops, they advanced docile and oblivious, with an attitude that could be one of hatred or resignation, most of them with that indefinable gesture that never allows us to know if they are friends or enemies, if they are friends or enemies. They are serene or tormented, if they want to kill or if they want to die. But on that long memory the dogs persist, with their iron collars on their necks bristling with spikes to protect them from the other beasts, the dogs opening the way for the laden llamas that chewed the cud behind along the road, the dogs following the cloud of pigs that growled night and day, the ferocious dogs opening the paths of the mountain. You don't know what that was, and I would never want to repeat it. The angry dogs, the hungry dogs, the endless echo of their barking, only the downpours sometimes manage to attenuate the infernal roar of the dogs in the mountains. 9. They had never felt those mountains. Never had those mountains felt the advance of such an expedition, and we had never seen a road change so continually. Sheathed in iron armor, we first endured the cold of the snowy mountains east of Quito. The mountain range is one, but the face that looks to the west is dry, as if it were being swept by the winds. Hills that seem to us older than the world, because they are not refreshed or renewed by vegetation, but rather are barely covered by a small and arid yellow undergrowth. Sometimes a dark and twisted tree like a ghost, sometimes a row of boulders that emerge from the earth like the ruins of a construction annihilated millennia ago. Between those primitive forms the tumult advanced, facing the cold winds and seeking the highest hills, behind which we all hoped to see the foreboding country appear. Thus we reached the parched slopes, where the most merciless was the wind, then the dense vegetation of the moors, with their hairy leaves and tiny flowers of vivid colors, and finally the ice cliffs, for which they were neither prepared nor sufficiently protected. The Indians. I saw more than one pale in those edges, first seized by the effort, so rigid that they could not take a step, and then with frozen laughter on their lips, showing white teeth against the whiteness of the frost. There I learned that God is not in the heights, the higher one climbs, the further one feels from God in those mountains. Even the Indians seemed helpless of their faith in the earth, the mother goddess as they call her, because that inclement ice cannot be maternal for anyone. After the last summit there is always another one, steeper and more daunting, under a dark light where at all hours of the day it is dusk. But once the last hopes have been spent, the sharp scree, the overlapping peaks and the deadly ice have been overcome, the other side of the mountain range is so different that one believes one is seeing another world. Everything is immediately covered with a dense and fragrant vegetation, which grows as you descend. Mosses, herbs, ferns, reeds, bushes, lianas, vines, spreading tangles, large trees, and a persistent humidity begins to drip between everything that turns into small and almost imperceptible waterfalls. Now I know that in each ripple of water in those foliage of the mountains the largest river in the world is born, but one cannot guess that. We couldn't even hear the music of the springs for the noise of our caravan. It should be a relief to get out of the aridity and experience the beginning of the fertility of the earth, but at that moment everyone comes burned by the cold, numb, hands broken by the rocks, lips chapped by dryness and fever, and the first dampness festers the wounds, intensifies the pain. If the inhabitants of those regions felt us coming, they must have run to hide in the most secret caves, or climbed the trees to wait at the height for that terrifying thing to finish happening, full of unknown animals and strange men. The bands of Indians that crossed our path, through recklessness or inadvertence, were immediately so frightened by the novelty and noise that they could not escape, and were immediately prey to the bloody beasts. This is the land of ferocious Indians that the Incas were never able to dominate, and if they barely attacked us and never appeared in large armies, it is because our march was too threatening, and instead of disguising itself it constantly announced itself. These Indies are kingdoms of secrecy. Almost unintentionally, the Indians make no noise and walk through the hills and forests as the night and the fog advance. You have seen that they bathe every day and often several times a day, not because they suffer from diseases or plagues, but because they want to eliminate the smell of their body, so that the jungle, the animals that are also the jungle, cannot notice them. Pizarro wanted to be sure that we had enough supplies to resist the attacks of the settlers, and he was not mistaken in bringing the mastiffs to deter possible enemies. We followed the route that Diaz de Pineda remembered, to a region of great gorges, below the ice ridges. Only the foreboding forests of balsamic cinnamon, more covetable than kingdoms of gold, encouraged us to face the imminence of those Indian peoples that Diaz de Pineda described, silent in their stalking and deafening in their attack, who had raged against all that preceded us. Just finished the first descent, the forests were closed. The ice and the paramo had killed more than 100 Indians, despite the efforts of Baltasar Cobo, a brave and kind soldier at the same time, to help them, but Pizarro gave the order to advance and not count the dead, affirming that the road it would be less rigorous with Christians. One morning, for no apparent reason, the dogs began to howl in an anguished way, the Indians began to shout, moan, and raise their arms towards the mountain, a flock of birds roared past, and a moment later the mountain range moved. From the roots. None of us had seen the earth tremble, but this was not just a tremor. If it had happened a month later, we would have thought that it was a revenge of the Inca gods for Pizarro's cruelties against the Indians, but at that time the massacres had not yet occurred. Something roared and throbbed under the earth, there was a slide of stones and trees, as everything trembled, a crack opened in the mountain ahead of us, a roar echoed through the canyons, and those ahead said they had seen a cathedral-sized boulder roll and bounce over the chasms. The Indians cried out to the sky, the dogs barked, the llamas abandoned by the carriers fled down the slopes, and the tremor still did not stop, so that we felt that those avalanches were going to be our grave. Finally, when the catastrophe ceased, we all continued to feel that the earth trembled, and between the consternation of the Indians and the desperation of the dogs, each one waited for the landslide that would bury him. I sought the shelter of a tree, feeling that it would undoubtedly have resisted other disasters, and I found no sentences in my memory but only the name of Amini, which I repeated as if without realizing it until I heard that everyone was already talking or shouting, after the muting of panic. This is how I remember the facts. For years I did my best to forget them, and if I haven't succeeded, it's because other times I had to retell this story, which becomes a different story every time. You are the first who wants to know everything. Oviedo, in Hispaniola, only wanted to know what the world we traveled was like, the mountains, the jungles, what the great river and the river beasts are like. He interrupted my story to inquire about trees and tigers, to remind me of fish and turtles, and I think his interest in the Indians was no different from his interest in animals. Even for him the Indians were sometimes animals, at least as curious as the others. Later I found someone in Rome who was not interested in the river, nor in its turtles nor in its trees, but only in the fabulous beings that we found. I still seem to see the old cardinal, dressed in red silk under his long, white beard, asking about the sirens and the one-legged men, about the human dolphins and the elves in the trees. Nothing interested him more than knowing if we had really seen the Amazons, if we knew their customs. And later, in Spain, the Marquis of Caint, who seemed to foresee his appointment as viceroy, did not care about the jungles and their beasts, and even more about the sirens or the endriagos. He did not even think about the cities full of treasures that everyone is after. He only asked and continues to ask how the conflicts in the jungle and on the ship were, how the captains behaved, how what happened at Gonzalo Pizarro. While he had his head on his shoulders, he called, full of rage, the great betrayal. Only when it becomes a story does the world finally seem understandable. While we are living them, the facts are so overwhelming and multiple that we cannot find head or tail. Or perhaps Theophrastus is right, who told me that what gives order to memories is that we already know the outcome, that we see them in the light of the meaning that that outcome gives them. At the blow of the facts, everything is governed by uncertainty, and the only beings that seem coherent are those who, lacking knowing how things will end, have a clear purpose that they seek to impose on reality. At each step they choose according to what they are after. It is easier for them to choose between alternatives and make decisions. They know how to choose one path resolutely and dispense with another. Perhaps you will understand better than me these things that I tell, because I lived them by accident and blindly, but you are looking for something. All these stories have a meaning for you. It is enough to see your look and your gestures to understand that everything you hear is occupying a space in your plans, and it will not be easy to convince you that you are trying something crazy. You can only go to those lands as we were, by chance and by accident, and it is not in their right mind who undertakes the road knowing what awaits him. That is why I care to tell you everything in the greatest detail, although I know that you do not listen to these things looking for warning or advice. You want to know what happened after the earth opened up, when howling dogs made us feel like we were walking through the mouth of hell. Nobody slept in the following nights, fearing that the tremor would repeat itself. The image, that only a few had seen but that we all remembered, of the rolling rock, the awareness that the unstable walls of the mountain range rose above the groves, imposed themselves on the imagination. The Indians spoke with fear of the fury of the mountain and apparently attributed that fury to our expedition, which for them was monstrous. We thought we were taking them as guides, but they seemed as lost as we were, because they were Incas from the Andes, people of well thought out terraces, of flourishing corn, of temples with golden canals. They were not prepared to face the sharp ice cliffs today and the humid heat of the dense jungles tomorrow. For them the tremor was an expression of the will of someone who looked at us sternly from the cracks and from the torrents. But how can we mock if, deep down, our religion also thinks the same? 10 days later we saw him appear before the camp. Days later we saw some white and almost naked ghosts appear before the camp, armed with swords. They were the remains of the expedition that followed us from Quito. They had set out on the road with no protection other than their weapons, and all the plagues of the mountain fell upon them. The captain was the lieutenant governor of Santiago de Guayaquil, Francisco de Orellana. Orellana had also been born in Trujillo de Extremadura, and was a distant relative of the Pizarros. He did not travel with them, but the legend of his adventures soon reached his homeland, and the man was one of many who smelled the feast and wanted to come and partake of it. His trail had been lost in the Antilles. Some said that he fought with the hosts of Belalcázar by Lake Managua, others that he trafficked in slaves between Cuba and Cartagena, others that he got lost in these jungles of Panama, and that he carried out all kinds of trades, even the very miserable one of cleaning the slave ships that docked in Nombre de Dios of their rot. The truth is that it arrived in Peru with the second waves, attracted by the legend of Hernando Pizarro's gold, and by the many versions that ran in the wind about Atahualpa's fall into a lake of blood. The first conquerors chased away those who came later to participate in the spoils like crows, but they did not distance them too much because they knew that they would need their help to conjure up a rebellion that, sooner or later, would come. Orellana did not have much luck in the first campaigns, but the country was large and, like so many, he dedicated himself to waiting for his time where it would be least painful. When Belalcázar undertook his trip to Quito, Orellana was there, along with Jorge Robledo and so many others who had heard of a new Dorado north of the kingdom of the Incas. He obtained an encomienda at the mouth of the Guayas River and settled there, trading gold and goods from the Indians of the region, and it was possibly then that he lost an eye in combat with the coastal towns. From his luxurious house in Guayaquil he followed from a distance the rumor of the advances of Pizarro and his men towards the south, of the arrival of the troops in Cuzco, and of the enormous riches that were obtained there. His cousins had not paid much attention to this poor relative. Francisco Pizarro had treated him like just another adventurer, but Orellana told himself, as we all always tell each other, that his time would come, and that he would know how to take advantage of it. It was in those days when Pizarro crowned Manco Inca Yupanqui, the brother of Huascarí de Atahualpa, as emperor of the Incas in Cuzco with great ceremonies, trying to conjure up the reaction of the organized troops of an empire that was still full of cities and towns, not subject to the power of the conquerors. The young Inca had offered to be his ally if Pizarro respected the traditions and enthroned him as king, but the fact that he did not receive the royal mascapica from his subjects but from a foreign conqueror, and that the rite that consecrated him was not the cult of the sun but a purple mass before two crossed logs, officiated by the same chaplain Valverde who had blessed the Cajamarca massacre, left a flavor of falsehood on that ceremony. Manco radiated greatness, more than Atahualpa, even, and was determined to rule justly, but he soon found that the conquerors had only crowned him to better benefit the kingdoms under his shadow, so he secretly gave orders for the immense armies Incas will gather and march on the city. Initially he thought of reconquering it, although the proud Cuzco of 5 years ago was already taken by the enemy. The temples were stables, all the gold on the walls had been melted, the parents of the young king were spoils thrown by the invaders, the temples of the virgins had been assaulted and the divine creatures themselves raped and murdered in 1,000 different ways. One day Gonzalo Pizarro took his clumsiness to the point of profaning Manco Inca Yupanqui's own sister, Curiaclo, the beautiful and last Coya of the kingdom, and this was the circumstance that moved the Inca to escape from his captors, taking advantage of the trust they had in him. His meekness, to meet with the armies. And one morning Cuzco woke up surrounded by a crowd of warriors that no one had anticipated, and that had been arriving silently from all corners since the night before. The 200 Spaniards who occupied the city, among whom was not Francisco Pizarro, since he was already directing the construction work of the city of the kings of Lima, but his brothers Hernando, Gonzalo, and Juan, discovered that many of the Incas who served them had escaped under cover of shadows, and that now the 300 temples that were their loot had become their confinement, a kind of stone labyrinth covered with beams and straw roofs, where they were trapped and surrounded by an anthill of armies. The siege of the city had begun. The defenders quickly organized resistance, firing their crossbows and cannons into the plain and the slopes full of Indians, and soon the Incas learned why the Spaniards were in possession of their kingdom. They were indomitable. Manco first ordered to respect the glorious city of his parents, a relic of centuries that had to be saved from the conflict, but as the days passed without achieving the surrender of the men of the fortress, the Inca understood that if the city had been abandoned by the gods, it was forced to become a tomb for invaders. He hesitated much in his heart before giving the order, but he remembered the desecrated mummies of his grandparents and decided that, if that was the price of destroying the enemies forever, he would turn the heart of his kingdom into a red-hot furnace. He himself lit the first arrow that flew in the night from the silent fields, which described its arc in the sky like the meteor that had announced the death of Atahualpa, and went to nail himself to the roof of one of the temples. Instantly thousands of fiery arrows rained down from all sides against the old dying Puma, against that city that I have venerated since my childhood, and the Puma that had been made of gold became a Puma of fire, because the flame seized all wooden and reed ceilings. Inside, while the Envigados fell and the fire spread, the men of Spain had to go out to the central square. The city from which they could not escape burned like a forge around them. His only defense was to keep the entrances well protected. The Incas, already familiar with the cannons and other deadly weapons, did not try to enter the city. They had drawn up a plan to make the men who occupied it die of confinement, hunger, and fire, and rather hindered the exits. In such a way that if the Spaniards tried to clear the passage of rubble, they would always be exposed to the arrows of the archers. The siege and the fire continued. In the end, the Pizarro brothers decided to sell their hides dearly, and mounted sudden incursions against the mass of the Inca warriors, to take them by surprise, certain that the besiegers did not expect such displays of recklessness. Although they managed to surprise the attackers and cause many casualties in their ranks, they could not visibly decimate such a large troop, and one of those incursions allowed them to see that in the distance, from the flanks of the neighboring hills, Manco Inca Yupanqui, mounted on a white horse, led the attack dressed in the Spanish style, with a helmet and shield, with an iron spear in his hand and at the head of a troop of Inca captains who also formed a cavalry corps. It did not fail to impress the Spanish captains, so sure of their military superiority, to see that the enemies had not only gained confidence in the horses, which until recently caused them terror, but that they were beginning to use the weapons that the conquerors lost in battles. They re-entered the city, bloodied and proud of their courage, but convinced that it would be very difficult for any troops sent by Francisco Pizarro to make their way through the infinite stain of native besiegers. When Orellana received the news of the siege of Cuzco, he did not hesitate for a moment. He invested his wealth in arming and supplying a troop, which I never knew how big it was, and he set off south without waiting for any order, because his time had come. The enemies had not fallen only on Cuzco, all the cities occupied by the Spanish were being besieged, and no one imagined that there were so many rebellious inhabitants and so many rebellious warriors in a kingdom that already seemed dominated. The Marquis Pizarro himself suffered the waves of an assault on his flourishing city by the sea, but managed to repulse it and, alarmed by the scale of the belated but fierce reaction of the Incas, had already sent 4 successive expeditions, 100 horsemen each, to the aid of his brothers in the Holy City. The cunning Incas let them pass, one after another, until they penetrated well into their territories, then they surrounded in relentless fences and finished with them. Once the expeditions were over, they dedicated themselves to collecting their weapons and capturing the few surviving horses, so that while Pizarro thought that his brothers had already been helped, the defenders of Cuzco were more helpless than ever. Orellana managed to shrewdly evade the Inca armies, fought brief and successful battles against small enemy troops, and came closer than anyone else to the besieged city. Luckily for them, a new factor came to influence the conflict, and that is that, after 5 months of besieging the city, planting time had arrived, and the Incas could not keep their crowds there, away from the terraces of cultivation, without running the risk that the threat of the Spaniards would add, more serious, the threat of hunger for its immense people. Manco Inca Yupanqui ordered the gradual withdrawal of the troops, trusting that the defenders' forces would be greatly diminished, and it was then that Orellana's troops sighted the city and charged towards it with such impetus that the Inca warriors remaining before Cuzco they felt with alarm that the Spaniards were reproducing themselves by a miracle, and they withdrew definitively. 11. Orellana, almost without a fight, was converted by his timely arrival. Orellana, almost without a fight, through his timely arrival became a symbol of salvation for the Pizarros, who finally recognized someone of their blood in him. Since then he joined without hesitation to the side of his cousins. The war between the conquerors began, and it was in the Salinas de Cacapampa, a league from Cuzco to the south, where the battle between the Pizarros and their betrayed partner Diego de Almagro was fought one day. There Orellana stood out again and became worthy of the governorship of Guayaquil, a city that had to be refounded after the Indians razed the primitive foundation of Belalcázar. In 3 years, Orellana managed to build a town, distribute the land, fight successfully against the rebellious natives, and dispense justice with a severe hand, in the good style of his relatives. The most notorious case was that of a young Spaniard, Bartolomé Pérez Montero, who fell in love with an indigenous man from the coast called Dolly. It seems that the boy was helped by Dolly in a moment of danger, and from then on he did not part with him, but adopted him as his servant and valet. One day an enemy of Pérez Montero affirmed in a meeting of notables that he had surprised the 2 boys sleeping together, and although they accepted it and presented it as something natural to share space in a precarious situation, indignant tongues raised the rumor that in actually the two young men, the Christian and the idolater, professed Greek and nefarious vices, and demanded that the captain punish them. Dolly was sentenced to prison in stocks, and spent several weeks locked up in a dungeon almost without eating, but one night it was discovered that the young Spanish master had slipped into the shadows to bring his servant food and a blanket. Aware of this, Orellana wanted to put the relationship between the two young men to the test and gave one of his soldiers the key to the prison so that he would offer it clandestinely to the Spaniard. He accepted the key, paid a few ducats for it, and that same night he slipped again and entered the cell where his friend was exhausted. It seems that when he arrived, alone and with a small lamp so as not to attract attention, he found the Indian so bad that he took him in his arms and wanted to give him a little food. There was no doubt that he felt great sorrow for that friend who had fallen into disgrace because of him, but at that moment Orellana and his lieutenants, who were hidden next to the cell, entered it with lamps and found the young men, one in the arms of the another, in a position that anyone could interpret as they wished. There the two were left captive, naked, and tied to each other in such a way that they could barely breathe. The next day they were followed by a trial in which the soldier who sold the key testified, the one who had denounced them first and those who surprised them in the cell, and before noon Orellana had sentenced them to death for perversion and sodomy. The chaplain, in the name of holy religion, asked for the maximum penalty and begged, invoking Jesus Christ, that neither the garrote nor the beheading be imposed on them, but rather the only valid death to correct the enormity of their fault, which was to be burned alive. And when night fell, the two 20-year-old boys were taken, as they had been the night before, tied up and naked, to the great pile of logs that the soldiers had prepared, and a mass of darkness was celebrated exhorting the devil to come out of those bodies, and it was finally offered to the young Spaniard that if he wanted to save himself from the humiliation of burning in a flame with an Indian, he would light Dolly's pyre himself, in exchange for being beheaded. But there it was already demonstrated without a doubt that the passion that animated him was different from loyalty to a friend and a servant, because the young man refused to mitigate his pain, and died hugging the Indian, and after the screams the ends merged into a single heap of ashes on the seashore. You already know that when Gonzalo Pizarro passed through Guayaquil, appointed governor of Quito, Orellana once again tried to show his loyalty to his cousin's house and wanted to hand over the governorship to him. What would interest him, Gonzalo told him about the country of cinnamon, and it was rather Orellana who saw the opportunity he had dreamed of all his life. He begged his cousin to wait for him, but such an enormous expedition could not camp for weeks waiting for a man, no matter how important, and Pizarro only knew how to promise him that if he caught up with us in Quito, he would have his place in the adventure. Orellana quickly sold some properties and mortgaged others, armed an agile troop of 25 horsemen, and spent more than 40,000 gold pesos on the enterprise. We waited for him in Quito for many days, but seeing his delay, Pizarro gave the order to leave, and when Orellana arrived in the city, the traces of our expedition were already cold. Then he made the desperate and very foolish decision to go after us through the mountains. I never understood how he dared to go out alone, when everyone had seen Pizarro's extreme precautions, including taking a noisy pack of dogs as protection. The warrior Indians who did not dare to attack us later became fierce with that troop, more fragile and less numerous. Sudden arrows and cliffs took over the horses, the peaceful natives who were carrying the bundles all died in the ice, and the only thing Orellana's men did not lose in that adventure was their lives. They rested less than us, and so they got closer, more and more desperate, until they heard bursts of barking in the distance like a blessing. The ghosts trembled remembering what they had escaped from, and they also spoke of a colossal roar that they heard through the gorges of the mountain range on the day of the earthquake, and that they only understood when someone told them about the fall of the rock. I saw the gratitude and joy on Orellana's face, seeing himself so well received by our people. Pizarro insisted that we attend to them with special care and, to make the cousin feel that he appreciated his courage in embarking on an almost suicidal path, he appointed him lieutenant general of our campaign. Well fed and clothed, the ghosts recovered. Orellana began to fulfill his duties, and many days later I realized that something was beginning to distance the two cousins. Pizarro was tough, he made his authority felt, and this was more annoying for someone who had known him since he was a child and shared poverty with him in Trujillo, when this new land did not exist. The two tried to make their agreement evident, because it was necessary for the expedition, but something never worked out. Small discrepancies arose about the route, and every time Pizarro gave an order or proposed a task, some of us could guess who would raise their eyebrows with concern. Either he would slowly stroke his beard, or he would stand alone looking at the woods with his good eye, while the dead eye continued to look at paths even more impossible. They were less interested in ruling established cities than in inaugurating a new source of wealth, and the plan of a common conquest united those men who would have ended up as rivals, as governors of neighboring cities. Orellana could not forget that he arrived broke and tired, and that Pizarro received him with the elemental loyalty that must be shown in these lands for the helpless friend. But Pizarro would not have done it if he had a premonition of what was going to happen. What's more, he left part of the expedition in their hands, and went with the rest to look for the plains of Cañleros that, according to his informants, would already be very close. Shortly after we learned the horrible result of that advance. 12. Accustomed to poplar groves and olive groves. Accustomed to poplar groves and olive groves, oak groves, and pine forests that are found on the other side of the sea, Gonzalo Pizarro was unaware, like all of us, that this region of the world does not produce forests of a single variety of trees, and nothing seemed to him more natural than the possibility of finding an endless forest of cinnamon. But here, on the narrowest ground, different trees and plants proliferate, and when Pizarro arrived with his troops in the region that the Indian guides had announced, where he expected to find endless cinnamon trees, he only found among the jungle spaced trees of a native cinnamon, of similar flavor, but that did not justify the search because it could not be used for any business. Possibly a more costly and arduous expedition had never been organized in the Indies, but Pizarro could not say whether the worst of it was its cost in gold or effort. Everyone in his family was prone to anger, and that violent passion was capable of the most frightful deeds. When he finished understanding what was happening, he couldn't believe it. He recounted in his mind the wealth that they had accumulated in the looting of Cuzco, the solid gold skin of the temples of the sun, and he did not know at what time such a large portion of the treasure had been squandered in days of misery and fatigue and in a disgraceful wind of barking dogs. More than frustrated, more than deceived, pale with rage, he felt the jungle begin to spin around him like a whirlpool. Someone would have to pay for this. The false Cañleros were going to be the witnesses of his anger. The Indians would remember forever that a Pizarro cannot be deceived. The Indians didn't understand either. They had asked them about the tree with which drinks are flavored. They had not only told the captain where that tree was but had gone with him to show him. Now the trees they found were not enough for the captain. He wanted the entire jungle to have only one type of tree, which must be red, which could not be the tree they had always known but another that was planted by unknown hands in distant kingdoms. The captain seemed to want to take revenge on the jungle for not producing its trees as he liked, and he returned to subjecting the natives to all kinds of interrogations, to see where the error was, who had lied, who was responsible, what interest they had in making such an expensive expedition fail. At times he even entertained the illusion that he had not yet arrived at the right place. Perhaps further on would be the real woods. The country of cinnamon had existed so much in his imagination that it had to exist in the world as well. But it is not so easy to deny the real or hide the obvious. He stretched out his illusion to the impossible, but in the end he couldn't keep telling himself that the real country was hidden. The dark and humid jungle was showing us its true face: ponds with beasts, mobile spots of vermilion ants, trunks in the leaf litter with holes inhabited by huge spiders. Everything in those slimes was slippery and alive. Sometimes a thick, buzzing body formed in the air, an animal made of animals, a swarm of tiny insects forming a volume that at times seemed to show antennae, limbs, bellies, wings. Pizarro wanted to take off the heat as if it were a suit. In his anger he looked like one of those stung by arrows who want to take off their skin too. and in his interior atrocious ideas were forged. He called his most faithful captains and gave them a horrible order that some did not understand. They had to choose 10 of the most influential Indians and throw them in pieces to the dogs. "What for, Captain?" they asked. "So that they learn to tell the truth," he replied. "So that these beasts learn that we cannot be lied to." And then he said, as if trying to justify himself, and to punish them for being traitors. "Many times, when I have told it, those who listen to me misunderstand me, and I have to explain again that Pizarro did not start killing the dogs to feed the Indians, but rather he started killing the Indians to feed the dogs. The confused cruelty of taking 10 men and destroying them with axes and machetes to deliver them to the voracity of the mastiffs caused terror among the indigenous crowd but did not produce any change in their responses. They all kept swearing that they had done well, that they had kept their promises. "But if we have suffered more than you on this expedition," said one of the old Incas, "how can you think that we have brought you to suffer and die if we are the ones who always put the dead?" Pizarro then had war proclamations announced in Spanish and in the language of the mountain men that every day he would have 10 Indians beaten until they admitted their guilt. This, I confess, I had not told before. I know that for many members of the expedition that work of extermination was as horrible as it was for the Indians, because a soldier is willing to kill in his own defense but not every warrior takes pleasure in carnage. Even more serious is that Pizarro's madness grew with the hours, and just seeing the Indians caused him physical discomfort, and so the moment came when he made the decision to kill them all. He had been looking at the jungle for a while, alone, and when he went out to the camp again, "We have to kill them," he told his assistants. "Kill who, Captain?" they answered, pretending not to understand the order, it was so crazy. "Let not a single Indian remain alive," he shouted. The natives saw this coming, but they were trapped in a region that was unfamiliar to them, of which many had barely heard, at the mercy of weapons, beasts, and the cruelty of their chiefs, whom they had nevertheless served patiently and with resignation. Pizarro ordered most of them to be huddled in a circle, and the dogs to be kept on a leash, ready to pounce on them. He had concluded that our survival depended on the Indians dying. "There are more than 3,000 damn mouths to feed. If we don't kill them we won't get out of here alive, neither they nor us." He could have set them free, many would have managed to find the mountains again, but Pizarro needed revenge, he wanted blood, he wanted to show that his lineage was not mocked with impunity by some poor devils who worshipped stones and stars. Perhaps what I have been running away from for so many years is that memory. Of the 4,000 Indians who had gone out with us on that campaign, a part he gave to the dogs, and many others he burned alive along with the false cañleros they found. That's how his own soldiers told me, because we, with Captain Orellana, had stayed behind. In order to reach it again we had to cross real fields of horror, whose flies and whose pestilence I do not feel able to describe, oriented only by the distant and increasingly rugged barking of the dogs. Suffice it to say that the first dog we saw had a mutilated hand in its jaws. I have seen all the horrible things, but that image was enough to fill many dreams of those days, and there I felt for the first time an unbearable fatigue, a discomfort of having a body, of not being able to stop the madness, of being hopelessly where I was. Seeing what he saw, because we were all trapped in a prison of trees and water, surrounded by beasts and at the same time forced to be, cojoning with all the insanities in the vague project of surviving. Many cruel acts are legitimized in these lands by the pressure of circumstances, by the imperative duty to survive no matter what. Every time the armies advanced against the warrior squads crowned with gold, plumed with feathers, we felt that it was in defense of our lives, of religion, or of the authority of the king, that we had to triumph over those indecipherable beings. But in the jungle I felt that Pizarro's cruelty was born only of his fury, and he took revenge precisely on the poor and docile carriers who had saved us through the mountains, carrying on their backs everything we needed for the trip. One of the soldiers, Baltasar Cobo, who had treated several wounded Indians on the ice cliffs, could no longer bear the indignation that the event caused him and shouted at Pizarro that what he was doing was infamous. "Captain, Wasn't it enough for you to bring us to hell? Do we have to become demons too? The captain, blind with fury, walked towards him in silence under a torrent of jungle, and incredibly, without dialogue or judgment, as if he were any enemy in the middle of the battle, he pierced him in the belly with his sword, and then, already fallen, he slashed his neck, and shouted at his soldiers to hand him over to the dogs as well. So only one Spaniard accompanied the Indians on that cruel march towards more just regions. And at night I still pray to Baltasar Cobo, with whom I remember speaking in Quito, like a saint, because he did what no one else dared to do in that whirlpool of blood, what many of us should have done even though it would cost his life. No one else dared to rebel, and I was one of the many unworthy who silently accepted infamy. I know that in those days I must have died. I know that the love that an Indian from the Antilles had given me demanded that I also oppose that holocaust, but I closed my eyes longing to wake up in Hispaniola, before the sea that purifies everything, close to the lap of that Indian woman who had always taken care of me, far from the jungle of trees and madness in which we were now sinking, far from the ambition that precipitated these savage deeds. For this reason, although my hands did not kill or dismember any Indian, I felt as responsible as Pizarro for that carnage in the jungle, and not even the fact that I was the youngest of the expedition and the least experienced of all protected me from the bitter taste that I carried in my mouth for a long time, and the cold of shame that I felt traveling in my bones. That mortality was almost equivalent to the crime in Cajamarca, which also meant the sacrifice of thousands of beings, but it was worse, because in Cajamarca Pizarro and my father and his men could feel that their lives were in that havoc, but now in the jungle killing those Indians was the most unnecessary of crimes. When we left the nightmare behind, our souls were cloudy like swamps, and we felt the duty to start rejecting daydreams. We were still in the midst of a deadly challenge, beset by dangers past and future, with only a horizon of rising waters and unfathomable forests waiting for us. I also remember the attitude of the few surviving Indians. They were the ones who could speak Spanish and were therefore necessary to understand us with the peoples of the jungle. They were the strongest to carry all the things that we could not carry ourselves, the few who had managed to establish some bond of collaboration or servitude with whites. They hardly ever spoke of their own volition again, muted by a kind of holy horror. They already knew without a doubt that they were in the power of the demons, and they followed the caravan like automatons, sunk in resignation or fear. I already told you that from all the mossy rocks and from the root of the forest spouted jets of water. At the end of each new day's march the streams became ravines and the ravines widened into rivulets, and in less than a week a river many yards wide was flowing alongside us. We walked at night listening to its noise, we slept, and at dawn the channel had doubled. I told you we weren't looking for the river, but the river did seem to be looking for us. We avoided it, to avoid the risk that the remaining pigs would fall off the cliff, and even the risk that the few surviving Indians would improvise canoes and escape, but even though we changed course so as not to always advance along it, it reappeared before us, stubborn and winding, boxed in between trees or between smooth ravines, and we even had to go back at times because the channel arched completely and seemed to envelop us. The surviving Indians had reason to deplore not having been killed like the others. The weight of the burden had multiplied, the work was greater, and the rest was none. They ate little, and almost never the same foods as us. Already in the mountains where their cities are, we had warned that they are disgusted by bird eggs and pork. And although no one would care if those 400 serfs were fed or not, they were now carrying our load and had to be able to withstand the harshness of the roads. In other circumstances, the foreman's whips would have convinced them to eat by force, but now it was convenient that the best food was reserved for us, and some Indians, those most familiar with the forest, were already beginning to shoot flying birds and slow fish. In the backwaters, we also brought corn, the only food we shared with them. But the effort of the expedition made us more voracious and the pigs were diminishing along the way. The woods grew thick, sometimes it rained all day and the expedition slipped in muddy broths and dead roots. And although the horsemen, vigorous and anxious, endured the journey well, because the horses adapted to the steep paths and knew how to negotiate the broken and treacherous lands, and although we Spaniards on foot, well protected against the weather, resisted adversity better, the barefoot Indians who were left naked by the gusts of the weather did not have the same fate, and whom we forcibly abandoned, not always dead, when their bodies, as Pizarro once said, became useless. I am followed by more than one helpless and empty look, when they saw us go away and were left alone at the mercy of the rain on paths that only beasts frequent. 13. When Captain Pizarro went crazy. When Captain Pizarro went crazy, the jungle began to change in my eyes. I will not say that it became a dwelling place, as it seems to be for the Indians, but the crimes of the captain and his executioners made me think that everything in the jungle, compared to that, was innocent: the yellow stalking of the jaguar, the voracious teeth in the backwaters, the snakes that open their mugs and wait for the enchanted rodent to come to them through the tunnel of breath, and above all innocent trees that do not go in search of anything, that only fly free when they are barely a promise, black dots suspended in a light gauze and struck down suddenly by the rain. As I tell you, Pizarro had wanted to make the final stretch of the road accompanied only by his closest men. He wanted to be the one to find the leagues of cinnamon forests and take possession of them in the name of the king, and that was what saved us from to be present in the most atrocious extermination. And it's hard for me to imagine how he ordered the massacre, too, because it's hard to kill 3,000 Indians even with the help of so many bloodhounds. Although I only reached the end of the Holocaust, that smell of death was impregnated in me, and, why not confess it, it was one of the reasons that later I did not feel too much sadness before the fatality that Pizarro was left abandoned in the jungle. He had to stay living with the bones of his victims, I told myself later, in the days of the river. I was not unaware that another river of Indian blood was staining my forehead, because one of the butchers was my own father. And you will have noticed that I can never get out of my mind what I was not allowed to witness. I am haunted by the ghost of a king carried in a golden chair among a procession in luxury suits, from the empire dressed for slaughter, 80,000 archers there outside, waiting for a message that would never come, and suddenly, over the frightened officials and priests and poets and warriors and messengers, over the bearers and musicians blowing their flutes and beating their feathered drums, over the grave old men in cloaks of wool and with gold earrings, in the middle of the afternoon, thunder. Now I had closer evidence of the ferocity of this conquest, and if you'll forgive me for using words that not even my teacher Oviedo's adversary, Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, has said about the ferocity of imperial Spain. It was also expected of me that I would show myself capable of killing many and of laughing in the midst of the massacre, but neither then nor now did I want to participate in that ordeal. I fear that I was not born for war, although time and time again chance dragged me into its hells. All the time I have tried to avoid those paths of blood, but everywhere, in Rome that always prays and in Naples that always sings, in Mulberg, where a troop of 25,000 men advanced protected by the fog, in Flanders that is full of skeletons and fires, and in Algiers where the knives are curved, I have been through campaigns and battles that I never looked for. And I swear to you that it is not because of cowardice, but because other things have disturbed my conscience, because other questions tried to come out of my lips. But what prevented me most in the jungle from participating in that bloody party is that at 20 I had been helped by Indians in moments of danger, and even before that I had drunk milk from the nipples of an Indian woman from Hispaniola, and I had heard Amani's stories in our house in Santo Domingo. I couldn't see the Indians as soulless beasts. In this expedition that you propose, and that will have no luck, you will have to once again drag thousands of Indians to their doom. And many others you will have to face along the way. For Hernán Cortés, and even for Francisco Pizarro, that was the cost of the vengeful fortune they were conquering, and the glitter of gold helped them believe that they were not harming their souls. But in solitude full of pincers and fangs that sacrifice is even more useless, because there is nothing there that can satisfy ambition. You can conquer a city and an empire, you can plunder tombs and temples, you can subjugate 1,000,000 Aztecs or 1,000,000 Incas, but you won't be able to submit to the will of a few men all the scattered tribes of an infinite jungle, No, you will not be able to make cages for so many birds, you will not be able to subject the tapirs of the rivers to the yoke, you will not be able to put reins or bridles on the monstrous anacondas, you will not be able to hold with iron bridles a herd of jaguars, so that they drag the chariot of your victory like the leopards of the god Bacchus. What is the jungle? When you go by the river you know it, because what you are seeing is exactly the same thing that you do not see. Or it's just different because under the full sun it's night inside. But the great power of the jungle escapes you, in its huge trunks, in its flowering trees, in its howler monkeys, in its herons, in its snakes the color of slime, with white eyes as if they were blind, in its felled trunks where the blue scolopendras with yellow legs walk. What throbs is the secret of life and death, a total and inaccessible thing. In vain would we try to name it, enumerate it, because that is the key to the difference between that world and ours, that in our world everything can be accessible, everything can be governed by language, but that jungle exists because our language cannot encompass it. And above all, the river cannot be submitted to the will of men. That is as impossible as putting silver brakes on the foamy sea, like wanting to hurt the nerves of the water with iron spurs. And that's why I'm not going to accompany you to the company you dream of, because I know the result. The jungles where I saw the blood rot, nor the madness in Gonzalo Pizarro's pupils, nor the days of hunger that followed that madness are not erased. Like someone who wakes up from drunkenness, it was only when the Indians were nothing more than smoking meat that Pizarro understood that now we had no one to take us load, which was forced on us Spaniards and the few remaining Indians to shoulder our bundles and plod along through groves that were becoming more and more impassable, and where a river crossed and crossed again, winding like a snake, full of danger-flooded banks. The Losers moon was rising. Every day there were new and furious discussions, the leaders brooded, but before they could decide what our course would be, the remaining supplies ran out. We were dodging the nameless river, the woods were thicker, the land melted into swamps, and the hardest part of the journey was just beginning, for hunger is a cruel advisor and, the pigs exhausted, the eyes of our company turned towards the dogs and towards the horses. What happened then would seem absurd to someone who has not experienced it. The expedition, brand new and ostentatious at first, had been decimated by fate, as if another invisible dog devoured its members. We were already without the pigs, without many of the llamas and almost without the Indians. It was the turn of the rest. Without explaining why, the soldiers first chose to sacrifice the horses, despite the fact that they were much more necessary than the devouring mastiffs. It will be said that this food is common in Europe, and that, on the other hand, the custom of feeding on dogs has always been repugnant to Christians, due to the relationship of familiarity that they have maintained with them for so long. But that was not the main reason for postponing the dogs, although the bait first and the hunger later made them more ferocious and they began to be a danger to everyone. No one brought the reason to light, but we all knew it very well in the shadows of our thoughts, and it is that these dogs, which sooner or later we would have to devour, had fed on the meat and had been satiated with the blood of the animals. Indians, and despite the cruelty of this conquest, no one there ignored that the Indians are human beings. I kept clear the memory of the dog squeezing a man's broken hand with its fangs. And I know they all wanted to say, but only one said, that those dogs were fed on human flesh. The inscrutable gods of the mountains and of hunger were preparing to charge our expedition for the inhumanity it had shown to the Inca's children. We had stopped one afternoon, after long efforts to get over a swamp over which a cloud of tiny mosquitoes moved, when one of the men on foot, who had already talked to himself several times on the roads, suddenly got up and he released all his pent-up anguish in one sentence: "The Indians are in the dogs." One of the Incas who remained with us turned towards the river and began to pronounce a kind of prayer in his language. His name was Anuma, he spoke a little Spanish and I had talked with him more than once on the journey. It was a habit of our soldiers to look at the Indians as beasts of burden, but it was enough to talk to that man to realize that there was something mysterious and venerable in him that we could not understand. We didn't know much about their world, their customs, their zodiacs, or their dreams. But the ancestors of that man had raised cities of giant stones and covered them with gold, they had traced temples and palaces in the heights, they had carved observatories in the stone spears of the mountain range, they had read the signs of the condor, the jaguar, and the of the serpent on the 3 levels of the world, they had domesticated the seeds and the woolly vicunas of the cliffs, they knew how to turn gold into earrings and prayers, they knew the secrets of the cultivation terraces. They repeated legends and songs, they kept stories and figures in the ancient knots of their quipus, they knew how to weave blankets and luxurious suits with alpaca wool and make for their kings flexible capes of bat wings, black and soft as the night itself, they had studied the abysses of the sky, they knew the cycles of fertility of the moon and the names of the stars. Only our barbarism could erase so many things and see them in their silence as beasts without gods. A rumble of vociferations arose. Pizarro understood that we had reached an extreme moment, and he asked Fray Gaspar de Carvajal, the chaplain of the company, to reassure the men by explaining that the Indians were dead far away, that the dogs were not demons but hungry animals, and that if necessity dictated, Christians could feed on whatever God provided. Thus began the most abominable part of the journey, and after the first repulsions, which seemed more like spasms of guilt than digestive ills, we began to resemble time, which tears the nails of the jaguar and gnaws the teeth of the agoutis, which wears the iron files and kills idle swords. Gradually the roar of barking, which had been with us from the beginning, subsided. You know that no matter how fierce we have made a dog, it never loses its nobility with its masters, its fidelity, and its loyalty. Each soldier had at least one dog that he considered his personal friend, with whom he sometimes played when we were resting in the clearings in the bush. And although hunger made us beastly, those sparks of humanity remained in us that made it more painful than all the sacrifice of the dogs, trained for horror but retaining the kernel of a childlike innocence. Many have asked me how we slept in that raucous weather, and I myself cannot answer it. One gets used to sleeping for a few hours, on any surface, covered or not by the roof of the tents, not thanks to the effort of falling asleep but overcome by fatigue, and as soon as he has recovered enough, a bark wakes him up, an ant in the face, a gust of wind. It is enough to descend a few meters through the mountains and the whole picture changes. In vain we dodged the river, which seemed bigger and bigger, and we kept wondering what its course and mouth would be, until the stubbornness of its curves and the promise of its busy waters got the better of it, and one day the captain, exasperated, he decided not to dodge it any more. Several times Orellana suggested turning north, looking for land populated by the savannas that ascend towards Pasto and Popayan, and vehemently expressed his rejection of the idea that we advance alongside the rising river. If he had known then what destiny was traced in the palm of his hand, where also the lines of the small streams flowed into a deep and ineluctable central channel, he would have found the hidden meaning of that rejection, why his insistent desire to look for populated towns and move away from the shores of the unknown world. But the Indians later said that from that moment on it was the river that made the decisions, and after the years and the events, it is quite possible for me to understand it that way. We had not advanced a day along the shore when we saw a village of native fishermen appear next to a large beach where some 20 canoes were tied with vines. They were long and well polished, each one carved from the trunk of a tree, they swayed with the rush of the river, and their builders had painted them with dark-colored inks. We did not find a single Indian in the village, but there was a lot of fresh fish, which was a great consolation for people so hungry and already tired of eating the abominable. We found long reeds, thin rods with hooks, and bows and arrows, and cylinders of straight vines linked by spiral lianas that seemed to us useless decorations. An Indian told us later that they were fishing nets, and when he explained their mechanism, we marveled at the knowledge he had stored in them. The natives must have fled upon sensing our presence, and were probably hiding somewhere in the thick woods. But when one of the Indians in our company said that if we did not see them it was not because they had gone, but because they had been transformed into monkeys, snakes, or those birds with enormous beaks that sometimes cry out from remote branches, another, dipping the oar next to him, warned me not to believe such a thing, because the inhabitants of the village were there, perhaps sitting in the canoes, but they had prayers to make themselves invisible. Pizarro was no longer interested in Indian tales, and more than once he scolded us harshly for listening to his stories. He said that those who ended up turned into monkeys and lizards were the ones who heard them, but for some reason I never understood, perhaps because I was the youngest of the expedition. He seemed fond of me and was never really violent when he spoke to me. But he scared me and his presence, and I felt at his side as if he could read my thoughts in my mind, so I tried never to be near him. We stole the canoes. We loaded in them the provisions that were left over after satisfying our hungers, and with a few men sailing and the rest of the expedition along the shore, we resumed the path of descent towards the unknown. Perhaps the river decided that we should steal the canoes so that the expedition would have to continue along its shore. For my 20 years it was easy and almost entertaining to think like that. I came from a different world, where it is believed that only men have wool, but youth is docile clay, and I know that if one lived a few years among those peoples one could end up seeing everything in the world that they see, the flutes of the water, the spirits of the trees, the animals that walk through the starry sky and the perceptible intentions of the river. Days later I surprised myself thinking that in each of those canoes that advanced with us there was someone else that no one could see, an invisible Indian who determined his course by following the voices of the water. And the water ended up being more powerful than the land, because another day the captain ordered us to stop, and commissioned the ship owners to build the ship. 14. At that height the river was already 100 yards. At that point the river was already 100 Castilian yards wide, and although a ship like the one we were in a position to arm could not get the entire expedition out of that place, it would at least allow us to explore both banks in search of provisions. Orellana again gave his opinion that Pasto and Popayan would be a better destination, that to go with the flow and tie oneself to it with a brigantine was to plunge hopelessly into a world that only promised danger, and Pizarro, already annoyed, did not stop reminding him that it was he who had insisted on joining the adventure, that he was not part of the initial expedition, and that when there was the certain promise of a great fortune, he did not seem to worry so much about the dangers of the road. The only thing missing was to tell him to go back, alone, by the route he had taken on his own, and not to interfere in a company of which he was only a late pickup. Now I think that, before his time came, Orellana was already trapped by the threads of his destiny. Not even he would understand the things that were taking shape in his mind, and that maybe at night they were already taking over his dreams. Violent rejection can be the first mask of a too powerful temptation against which we try in vain to fight. Perhaps Orellana was beginning to feel guilty about something that had not yet happened and that was being decided in the shadows. Pizarro, fortunately, did not listen to him. He consulted the ship owners what kind of ship was possible with the available resources, and for several days they reviewed the manuals of the Crown. I gazed with fascination at those beautifully drawn schematics that came in chests and are a necessary part of great expeditions. I heard insiders discuss models and requirements. I reveled in the names of parts and tools. Bowsprits and foresails, bowsprits and mizens began to abound in the conversations, because long before being an object in the world the ship began to live, dispersed and fragmented, in the dialogues, in exclamations of fatigue or impatience, to fly with life on, with previous and growing life, in the words. The few Indian porters, vertiginous neighbors of the mountains, looked at the water in astonishment. No one could tell us what river it was or where it flowed. None of them understood very well what we were talking about, although they evidently perceived that a new being, an unknown form, was governing our actions. Those children of the Condor felt bad away from their summits. They seemed to hate or fear the descent. When they approached the shore they did it with a Persian ceremoniousness, and few knew how to do what all the river Indians do since they were children, string fish in the current with its long and thin arrow that never fails. Along the shore saws began to work through the forest. In that mud of rotten leaves, the pieces of wood that would become frames, floorboards and beams were measured, the hardwood ribs of that object that was almost a ghost. Before the shriek of the monkeys, slats and boards took shape, under the cacophony of the parrots there was a rustle of brushes and sandpaper. We had all kinds of woods available, and it is true that the woods that the jungle offers are very precious. But what was missing were nails, and when this was noticed, I could see for the first time that Orellana went into action, collecting a large quantity of old horseshoes and arranging with others to build ovens to melt them down. After a few days, the hammers managed to model a good number of nails of different sizes. Then the slats, boards, and beams were polished, which were becoming sternposts and stems and keels. The hammers sank the nails, and day after day we saw how the solemn carcass of a Spanish ship was taking shape under the sky of wild trees. Dusk and dawn came on that dream that the words had insinuated and that busy hands imposed on the world, and one day the masts were raised, the ropes were knotted, the hemp ropes were tightened, the long oars entered their holes, and that an unknown and almost incomprehensible object for them was reflected in the pupils of the silent Indians like a bird that stretches. The ship creaked under hundreds of arms and rolled over logs into the dark waters of the river. A ship like that had never been seen in the high mountain passes and in the boxed rivers of the mountain range. I know that the jungles looked at it with admiration and envy from their thousands of eyes, and the astonishment of the Indians was so great that they were the ones who called El Barco, in Spanish, the place where the brig was built. I have a feeling it will be called that way forever. But even if 1,000 ships parade before that place, the name will continue to designate only that object of wood and strength, that solemn toy of water that on a morning of my 20 years all the members of Pizarro's expedition contemplated with anxiety and pride. The ship that would accompany us down the impatient river, and that perhaps would also give us some orientation for the departure to the world, the ship that would carry the sick and the bundles now that madness had sacrificed the silent porters. Gonzalo Pizarro initially entrusted the brigantine to the command of Juan de Alcantara, whom we called El Marino, from the mastership of Santiago, who was the most expert of all in matters of navigation. Many of the things that the Indians had brought were patiently transferred to the ship and, fortunately, all the clothes that we brought as cargo were deposited in the hold. The sickest made themselves comfortable on the deck and the ship began to sail, followed by the canoes, and with the rest of the royal and a few horses advancing along the flooded banks. It seemed like a mythological courtship. It was as if many creatures of the land were paying tribute to a great beast of the river. The brigantine, laden with pain and gold, with the wounded and the feverish, but also with the part of the treasure that had not yet been spent, basically metals and emeralds, sailed slowly, followed by the canoes and by a trail of hesitant soldiers and resigned Indians. Thus we advance, more and more difficult, during several muddy bumps. Orellana and Pizarro, the cousins, tried to understand each other well, although it could not be said which of the two was more dismayed by the disastrous turn things had taken, and by the almost certain failure of our adventure. After having sold his possessions in Guayaquil to provide for his company, after the delays that ended up being his ruin, Orellana could not recover from his despondency. That was when, out of the blue, he volunteered to go out in the brig for supplies, scouting the lands downriver, with whatever men could fit in the ship. He was good at languages, always capable of learning them on the fly, and had heard the Indians comment that in the jungles below there was a great lagoon with a lot of food and rich populations, and that if we reached them we would be saved. It was evident that trapped by the impassable mountain and sustained by scarce and repulsive food it would be very difficult to escape, but I believe that what most moved Pizarro to accept his proposal was Orellana's habit of rejecting everything that had to do with the river, his continual call for us to abandon our advance through the jungle and seek out the mountains that lead to Pasto. The captain saw in this initiative the providential salvation he was waiting for and gave his approval right away, since discontent was growing and some were talking about starting to return, even against the will of the chiefs. Yes, you see, the risk of a mutiny also helped Pizarro immediately accept the proposal, precisely from the man who had most rejected the construction of the ship. Orellana promised to comb the shores, asking him to also advance by land to that lagoon and to wait for him there, and if he didn't return in a reasonable time not to take care of him. The details were necessary because in such disastrous circumstances anything could happen. The ship was subject to the unpredictable chances of the river. At first, Pizarro accepted those phrases from his cousin naturally, and he said goodbye to us effusively and confidently, but later he had to remember them and interpret them differently. How hope knows how to deceive us? The leader of the expedition could not know it, but the blackest star had just opened in his life. At the sound of those words with which he authorized our exploration, fate was drawing a fatal turn on his forehead. No one can know when things start, but that decision of a moment was definitive, so that over the months his grievances would add to his failures, and so that one day the ambition added to the rancor would make him the greatest rebel of these times. That day on the river it was secretly decided that Gonzalo Pizarro would become the owner of Peru, that he would have the courage to become governor and even the madness to pretend to be king. And it was also the turn of that hour that made his head roll after a few years on the land that was about to be his, the land that he and his brothers had stained with the Inca's blood. But there are days that rise between days, and the one I'm talking about decided the fate of each one of us. If I am who I am, if I am here talking to you, it is because fate made me one of the men on the ship. It could have been my youth that determined that I was one of the first to be embarked, along with the most skilled in tracking, the good hunters, those who directed the construction of the brigantine and the seasoned sailors of the expedition. Such a ship could normally carry 20 men. The need for provisions and the brevity of the projected voyage meant that we boarded nearly 60, taking some of the sickest ashore, and set out on the voyage, trying to find less ignoble food and to break the fence that cornered us against the unhealthy swamps and the trackless grove. You can imagine that we did not have enough canvas to make some candles, but that is why I have told you that it was a fortune that we had blankets and clothes. Many clumsy and trembling hands sewed with them in time the closest thing to a gaff sail that could be made under the circumstances, and other square sails. For the outward journey we counted above all on the incline and strength of the river, and for the return we could only rely on the oars, and on something we did not yet have, the strength that the food we were going to find would give us. Orellana always claimed that he had embarked 57 men. But Fray Gaspar de Carvajal declared in his memoirs that he had counted 56 at the time of departure and had written it down in our travel papers, only to discover later that we were actually 57. The same thing happened to me, and then I said to myself that maybe those of us who counted didn't include ourselves in the account, but it's strange that it happened to both of us. And I must confess that neither he nor I included in the account black slaves or Indians. Of all the surviving Indians, only 3 boarded the ship, and that was because Orellana understood at the last moment that we would need interpreters if we found the promised villages. He chose 2 of them, and I was encouraged to recommend the silent Anuma, who was respected by the others, and who perhaps would instill the same respect in the natives of the other towns. For the rest, the most unnoticed beings are often the most important. It is already known that the blacks, who never appear on the list, are the ones who row tirelessly all the way. We had few weapons on the ship, apart from swords and daggers, only 4 crossbows, 3 arquebuses, and a medium supply of gunpowder, because at first no one thought of going to hunt anything. The hope was to find Indian villages, and we did not even anticipate fighting for food. 5 of the colored dugouts came after us. In the first part of the advance we had that escort, and who knows if some invisible Indian may not have also gotten on the brigantine where we crowded together, because from then on most of the decisions seemed to be made by the river. I still seem to see the wrecked remains of an expedition that had been ostentatious and menacing when it left Quito 10 months ago. I can still see them waving us off hopefully from the muddy riverbank the day after Christmas 1541, gaunt, ghastly men, many naked, others in torn suits, red-eyed, weather-beaten. They waved their arms full of hope, saying goodbye to us for a few days, not knowing that that heavy ship of men that they saw moving away on the mighty waters would never return. 15. If something was far from our intention. If something was far from our intention, it was to go too far down the river. We all felt the need to return, because one prefers what is known, because the force that unites those who share the same misfortune is powerful, and because there were not only fellow travelers left, but also some endearing friends for whom we would have given our lives. We descended the whole day without finding provisions, and we realized, late, that it had been a mistake not to take resources for even 3 days of travel. The certainty that it was enough to descend a little to find them had made us leave almost without food. Nothing dazzled us as much at the beginning as the feeling of freedom of sailing, of advancing effortlessly when until the day before each step was painful. We also discover the strange silence, full of all the sounds of the jungle. The soft murmur of the water, the cries of the birds, each one with its own rhythm and timbre, seemed like music to us. Now it was enough to row a little and let go, keep the course through the center of the river, both banks in sight. The first night passed, vigilant and anxious, but in the middle of the afternoon of the following day a dead log, fixed in midstream, plunged a hull plank into us, and the ship began to take on water from its weight so rapidly that if it hadn't been for the fact that we were close to an island in the middle of the current, we would have sunk without remedy. Draining the water and mending the fall took the rest of the afternoon and night, and it was only by mid-morning that we were able to set out again. We had not found reliable food. It was our duty to continue looking for those pantries that had been announced to us and that those who had remained on the shore awaited with such eagerness. New streams and rivers emptied to the right without ceasing, and the flow that carried us flowed so much that every hour we felt more the anguish of those who remained. We went through 3 days without finding any settlements, wiped out everything remotely chewable, and saw how clumsy our initial idea of going back right away had been. Undertaking the return without food was more senseless than continuing the descent and the search, but by the 4th day we were already tormented by hunger, and the only thing that distracted us was the confluence of the flow that was carrying us with the waters of an even larger river. It was not a river flowing into ours, it was an avalanche 300 feet wide. Suddenly we were swept away by the wild current into a single immense river, and before we thought of stopping it, the afternoon carried us downstream, seeing the groves that extended along both shores. Thus we arrived at the last day of the year, which already seemed to us the last day of life, and it was then that Fray Gaspar de Carvajal and the other friar who came on the ship, Fray Gonzalo de Vera, decided to celebrate a mass for the shipwrecked in the deck of the ship, like the masses that are celebrated on the high seas, not only to bid farewell to the horrible year but to implore God that the new one would not be worse for us. The men grappling with the oars and keeping a pulse with the current attended from afar, but all the others, even the terrified natives who had never seen themselves sailing like this over turbulent waters, listened to that voice that echoed its solemn Latin words on the surface. Bustling jungle. I, who was the youngest, shook the bell when the priest dressed as a soldier in mail raised the host, the only food left, and that he hid with the zeal of a guardian of the firmament. I put a few greedy drops of wine in his golden goblet, and he raised it as if he wanted to take flight, trying to conjure with flesh and blood the inexpressive face of that jungle, but in the overwhelming summer sky the clouds turned black, announcing a storm. Now I know that the royal men who remained on the beach waited for us for many days. In the extreme case we had promised to wait for them later, without suspecting that we would enter that torrent, and I know that days later they arrived at the confluence hoping to meet again and found not even a shadow of the brigantine and its crew. Between curses and tears they wandered for a few afternoons in consternation before starting their return, along the hateful road full of bones and sad memories. That return had to be much more miserable than the advance from the perpetual snow wall of the Quito Mountains had been, and I know that finally, after 1,000 famines, hundreds of deaths and many more agonies, some naked men and decrepit, bearded, and yellow, they went out again with their wounds to suffer the ice of the high mountains. Not many were spared, and Captain Pizarro filed a lawsuit with the emperor, accusing his cousin Orellana, and therefore us, of premeditated treason. A harsh word is that when traveling through remote realms in the hands of destiny, when we need the loyalty of others more than ever. I don't know what plans were in Orellana's mind, and I can't swear that chance decisions didn't coincide with his secret desires, but I assure you that we didn't know how to go upstream on that boat. I have already told you that never before had a ship of such dimensions been seen in the confined waters of the mountain range. Neither Juan de Alcantara nor anyone else would know how to handle a Spanish brigantine against that current. But you must also think that the boat was designed for 20 men and almost 60 of us piled into it, fearing at every moment that the logs and the rapids of the current would make it turn around in the curves. Pizarro's rancor would last as long as his head on his shoulders lasted, but the real cause of our never returning was the force of the river. And I have to tell you something that seemed incomprehensible to me at the time, such is the force imparted to the water by the rivers and the rivers that flow relentlessly over the great serpent, that the flow is powerful even when it already spreads over the plains of Omagua, where water would be expected to be calm and slow. That piston force makes the river continue to flow powerfully, that its mass of water and mud and leaf litter spouts do not rush dragged down the abyss but pushed by the force of its origins. Much was discussed later about Orellana's supposed betrayal, and the captain himself had to go in person to deny the things that were said about him in court. He was lucky not to meet Pizarro again, because the choleric cousin would not have forgiven him, even if he unfolded all the arguments before him. You have seen that recently, here in Panama, not even I was forgiven for having been part of that navigation, for having come out of it alive. The spiteful man needed Orellana to be guilty in order to feel justified in his anger. A Pizarro is not left abandoned in the middle of the jungle and in hunger, so all the rivers of the world decide. The hate is persistent. Some time later, after Orellana had been acquitted and recognized by the crown as governor of the territories we had discovered, which they called Nueva Andalusia, when his dream of conquering brought him back from Spain to the river, don't you find it strange that he did not repeat his trip coming down from the mountains of Quito, along the well-known river that flows into the Napo, but that he has tried to explore it in the opposite direction, entering through the mouth? That decision does not support the argument that ships are unruly upriver, but I think that Orellana tried his trip against the current so as not to meet again that violent cousin who spent the rest of his life thinking about slitting his throat. The cousin who was now preparing his tyranny in the mountains of the Inca, exalted as governor of the kingdom, desiring even to be king, and who did not stop hating and cursing Orellana until Father La Gracia broke him like a reed. So death took him first, after having wanted to be crowned by his own hand to show the world everything that a Pizarro is capable of attempting. Greater dangers awaited Orellana along the way, and when Pizarro was executed, poor Captain Orellana was no more than a skeleton skinned by birds at the mouth of the Amazon River, at the gates of the world that we had discovered and of which he thought he was the governor because that was what some titles of the House of Austria told him. There you have a good proof of the vanity of our pride, that world from which Orellana had once emerged unscathed, after 1,000 hardships, when he was nothing more than an invisible captain, did not respect him when he already came loaded with titles and powers. The jungle does not bow down reverently before the mandates of Carlos V and his son Felipe, and legions of slimy creatures devoured the titles with their solemn seals. In a dream I once saw that bundle of bones telling me in a threatening tone that no one escapes the fury of the river twice, and when I woke up I wondered why Orellana, having survived death that showed us his face every day along the way, with arrows varnished with curare and with the sting of the mosquitoes that inject the fever, with storms and swarms of carnivorous fish, with the eyes of a snake crouching under the stones and with spears that come out bleeding on the other side, he later returned to surrender before everything that from which he had miraculously escaped. But you want to know how the descent down the river went. It is easier for me to remember the first days than all the time we went sailing afterwards. Each new experience is engraved in the memory with the force of a threat or a catastrophe. On the 6th day of going down without knowing where, the hunger and scarcity were so great that we began to look for all the leather things that we had left. Straps, pieces of panniers and sections of boots began to fall into the water that boiled until that seemed to soften. We marinated them with unknown herbs, and it was also repulsive to try to find some flavor in those tanned and old hides, to fill the belly with residues that after being bundles and ties, garments and ornaments, recovered their animal condition and were improvised as foods. Perhaps at that moment we could have returned, but the current was already very strong, our forces very few, and we still had nothing to offer those we abandoned. Returning was more dangerous, and above all useless, so we chose the lesser of two evils, and made the decision to continue descending, until we saw if fate had mercy on us. Only once in those days we approached the jungle. Some men went in the canoes to the shore and then went into the mountains, where they ate grass and bark from trees. When we returned, some seemed drunk and others had almost lost their minds, so that we were more afraid of nothing than to taste leaves or lianas of the dark forest, and only the roots that we already knew before were from time to time our last recourse, except, now that I remember, when 5 of our people got lost in the meanders of Tupinamba and saw the tiny beings, but there will be time to talk about it. That New Year's Day in 1542 some thought they heard drums in the nearby jungle, and we all listened with pitiful anxiety. But nothing else was heard, although we spent a day immobile and alert, trying to decipher some human murmur among the thousand sounds of the jungle, shouts, shrieks, roars, dense things that fall far away, sad echoes of the untranslatable world, and sounds articulated birds or beasts that seem like the creaking of a door, the ripping of a cloth, the death rattle of an agony abandoned in the branches. Some wanted to burst into tears, but they were more afraid of that than of hunger, since he who cries surrenders to his misery. The captain consoled us, and hearing his words and gnawing on roots, we let ourselves be carried along the river, now without rowing, now without making any effort, unable to move on the deck, barely preventing the current from taking us to shore, convinced that we were traveling in a brigantine not towards the dangers of the world but towards the death that waited within each one of us. Then the drums sounded again. 16. This time the sounds were so unmistakable. This time the sounds were so unmistakable that Fray Gaspar was ecstatic hearing them from the deck, and through his good ear educated in the cloisters he pointed out to us that there were at least 3 kinds of drums that called and responded. They have their against, their tenor and his tipple, he told us. They were no longer distant rumors, the drums filled the world and made us feel that the jungles on both sides, which we had imagined depopulated in the previous days, were busy with people. The only one who could not hear them at first was Hernan Gutierrez de Celis, the best arquebusier in the company, who had perhaps specialized in that trade because he had poor hearing and therefore did not suffer from the explosion of gunpowder and the noise of the shots. Finding Indian villages was above all equivalent to finding food, but the happiness brought by the drums was darkened by omens of battle and poison arrows, so with the last of our strength we celebrated that music by preparing crossbows and arquebuses, breastplates and helmets, keeping within reach hand the almost unbearable swords. Shortly after, a miraculous apparition appeared on the river. There were 4 canoes full of Indians. They halted suddenly at the unexpected sight of our brig. They talked to each other pointing towards the boat. They turned around between wonder and fear, and again they were lost like ghosts under the trees in one of the curves of the river. We rowed harder, if that can be called the despondency with which our men tried to push the long oars, and very soon we saw a beach appear with its houses behind, between the trees, and a number of naked beings on the shore, who seemed to attend to an incomprehensible ritual, all immobile, silent and tense, while the uproar of the drums persisted, in the background, inside the jungle. The certainty that there would be something to eat made us braver, but every minute was full of hope and anguish. Well advised by the captain, who preached strength of mind to us, in a last impulse we almost all got down from the brig at the same time, with crossbows and arquebuses at the ready, and the naked squadrons on the shore would see something serious because they slowly fell back. I would almost say that they were withdrawn from our gaze like leaves that fold and flowers that close, and we did not know when they disappeared completely as we advanced towards them. 2 of ours, Sebastián de Fuenterrabía and Diego Moreno, fainted entering the town, because they were at the limit of resistance. We found something to eat everywhere, and we made an effort not to gobble up our fill, due to the extreme weakness that we suffered from, but we sent like sad beasts, although so suspicious that we had in one hand the food, fish or turtle doves or yucca bread, and in the other the heavy iron lurking, one eye on the delicacies and the other on the farmhouse and on the beach. The timid canoes passed away. The oarsmen took a moment to look at us, as if frightened, and pushed the water again, with more stories to tell to those who were hidden in the jungle. Many of our men had previously been in encounters with Indians who knew nothing of Spain and its people, but for me it was almost the first time. They said that everything was repeated identically, that the Indians, cautious and timid but full of curiosity, did not take long to appear again. As the birds return, they wanted to get closer, to touch the armor and the beards with their hands. Sometimes you have to be careful that they don't take the swords by the edge, because they are so ignorant of these metals that I have seen them cut themselves with them while caressing them, said Cristobal de Segovia, who had already traveled almost all of the known Indies. I do remember that he had seen islands arise in the Caribbean and fought in Nicaraguan waters. He was the founder of Quito with Bilal Khazar, and he had a paradise in his memory, because he had been one of the first to arrive at the valley of Samans de Lili, where they founded Cali, and where a certain cacique Pete collected enemy skins. He always spoke again of the hills in front of an infinite valley, heavy with kapok trees and light with herons, where tiny monkeys jumped on the high branches, where palm trees were outlined against the radiant sky, where the massifs of orchids were duplicated in the water, and a breeze ran through the evening thick with perfumes, and the enormous reddish moon of summer shone suspended over vegetable lagoons. Now he had come from the wars of Timana and the Gualandays of Niaba, where he left several encomiendas in custody, but with one of his subalterns, Benito de Aguilar, he could not resist the temptation of cinnamon in Quito, and despite being rich he was around the jungle as hungry as we are. Beyond the title that Pizarro had given him, Orellana was truly our leader. He made the decision to go to the ravine in front of the water and start calling the Indians who were passing in the canoes, modulating words in the Caribbean languages that he only half understood, and he managed to get some of them to come closer, listening to his soft manners and the gibberish of their language. Helped by the Indians on our side, he asked them who their chief was, and with vague words and uncertain signs he asked that great gentleman come to greet us, because he intended to be his friend and make profitable alliances with him. He managed to understand that his name was Aparia, and that he governed a large area of the jungle. What is certain is that the natives went to call their king, and finally, surrounded by numerous men who treated him with great reverence, Aparia himself came, with colored feathers on a diadem, gold necklace and fangs, and a rattling cane of gold. Jingle Bells Orellana received him with ceremonious courtesy, and offered him our suits as gifts, which that gentleman appreciated very much, and a rosary of glass beads, the rose made of roses, of 2 that he carried, with the hope that that mystical chain attracted the chief to the religion of Christ. But the great chief immediately wrapped it around his wrist, where he had other bracelets, and no one had the opportunity or the time to teach him to repeat the angel's greeting to the immaculate young woman 100 times. Later Fray Gaspar would deplore having abandoned that rosary in the hands of an idolater, because he had to improvise one with red seeds from the jungle, and it hurt him to pray with an instrument that looked more like an Indian necklace than the heavenly relic that Domingo el Saint received from the hands of the Virgin to fight prayers against the Albigensians. It was hard for us to believe that the captain managed to communicate, but Aparia told him that there were 13 great lords of that jungle, and Orellana urgently asked him to invite them. Finding different people always brings consolation and anxiety. If it relieves us of loneliness, it leads us to discover things that are possible and that we did not conceive, or things that were already in us and that we could not see. The boat is already in the canoe, but reaching it requires pride and ambition, the decision to defy the abyss and subject the wind to servitude. The crossbow is already in the bow and arrow, but reaching it requires a multiplication of resentment or fear, the decision, not to kill, but to lavish death. And how many things should be said about the abyss between nudity covered in ink and spells, feathers and bells, and the clothes that not only protect us from the world but also protect us from sin and hide us from ourselves. Those things that are not said filled the looks with suspicion and the breasts with fear. Some of the chiefs arrived 2 days later, saying that the others were too far away due to the river and the jungle and would take too long to arrive. And Orellana spoke to them with vigorous gestures about the great emperor whose emissary he was, about the Holy Pope and his cathedrals, and he also tried to make them understand what the God who sent us was like, and how he was in excelsis surrounded by clouds of angels, but this part of the speech did not seem to interest Aparia and the other kings so much. They liked less that the long story was intended to inform them that from that moment on they were all subjects of such important lords, and Aparia asked why those princes did not come in person to appreciate their value and greatness. Another king said that if such monarchs governed kingdoms as magnificent as the ones Orellana described, what interest could they place in these jungles, which are only suitable for people capable of hunting and rowing, whose kings must know how to converse with the large tree that brings the rains and with the fish that jumps through the clouds and with the great serpent that populated the world. Seeing that it was increasingly difficult to understand what they were saying, Orellana did not insist on the duty of the kings to submit, but they were still surprised that emissaries from such powerful kingdoms had to go begging for corn and cassava and sweet meat from the river fish. But despite so many mysteries, they offered Orellana to stay as long as necessary, and to say what he needed. 7 of our men were very ill from the hardships of the journey, and all of us really needed help. The captain ordered plenty of food and drink for his company. From side to side there were eyes of astonishment. The natives were amazed like someone who sees angels or demons appear, and we were stunned like someone who discovers madness or innocence. The kings returned to their regions, and from then on, Indians came in canoes every day to bring us fruit and meat and cassava and corn, and they set up hammocks for everyone. Fuenterrabía and Moreno tried to eat but died almost immediately. 5 other travelers could not overcome fever and weakness, and to see them starve to death when there was food to spare was cruel to us. Each miraculous bite had the bitter taste of having arrived late for Mateo de Reboloso, the Valencian, who could never digest dog meat, for Juan de Anild, who had learned to make cestinas in Provence, and braided incomprehensible poems, but suffered with his belly all the way, for Rodrigo de Arevalo, one of the ghosts of Orellana and the one who suffered the most during the journey, for Alvar Gonzalez, an Asturian rower, and for Juan de Aguilar, who was born in Valladolid, in the vicinity of the court, and who was the only one for whom the expedition was not a failure, because in his last feverish hours he believed that we had reached the country of cinnamon and died seeing in his delirium all the things we had dreamed of, the red cinnamon forests, the splendid waterfalls, the scented boats on the rivers, the singing trees, the concerts of birds and the towns suffocated with flowers. The successive Indians who brought us food wore gold necklaces on their chests, carried water in vessels of that luminous metal, and once even brought a golden tray full of fruit that took our breath away. But Orellana had forbidden us to even mention the gold we saw, lest they discover that we held it in high esteem. It was hard for us not to ask them for those objects, because they were so generous that they wanted to give everything, and they seemed happy if they saw us happy, even if the devil that one carries inside made one suspect a betrayal in each breast and distrust even the most spontaneous smile. And there was not a day when the Indians did not speak of a great lord of the jungle, apparently more powerful than Aparia, whom they called Ica. On the shores of Aparia itself, Orellana appointed Francisco de Izazaga as scribe, who recorded the illusory seizure of that kingdom in the name of Carlos Imperator and the peace celebrated with the Indian chiefs. I say illusory because taking possession of a jungle kingdom by an exhausted and hungry troop that could only be there for a few days and who knew nothing of that world, was hardly a notary all fiction. The captain warned us right away that the ship we were traveling on would not be enough. It was necessary to build a larger brig if we wanted the adventure to have any hope. There began again the discussion about suitable woods, which luckily abounded, and again the lack of nails was the main obstacle. There were times during this conquest when the lack of horseshoes shattered the hooves of the horses and left the beasts unable to march. Nobody has forgotten that moment near the Pichicamak shrine when Hernando Pizarro, short of iron, had to order his blacksmiths to forge gold horseshoes with silver nails for all the horses of the expedition. Nobody could see that as a luxury, only as a hapless extravagance, but the trotting of the beasts under the sun produced a fabled sparkle in the pupils. Luckily for us, the now useless horseshoes that we had on the boat came to our aid again. We had to make charcoal and many of us went into the jungle, axe on our shoulders, to bring food from the ovens. The work was so much that we managed to hammer up to 100 nails per day, and after 20 days we already accumulated almost 2,000 to build the ship. He had not finished this task when we began to notice that the Indians were less solicitous in their attentions, and the food arrived reluctantly, and it became evident that they were getting tired of us. They didn't know if we were men or gods, but even the gods get tired when the visit is long. We had been carefully attended to because we were unknown guests, or perhaps because there were so many of us, or perhaps because we had initially shown a certain ferocity. They were peaceful Indians. They still looked at us with a certain astonishment and made strange movements muttering prayers or incantations, but there were things that they did not give us directly but left them in certain places so that we could find them when they had already left, as if it were for them. Important that its discovery seemed miraculous to us. It was easy to see that they already wanted us to continue on our way, and we postponed, for when the circumstances were propitious, the construction of the new ship. What kept us most on those beaches was the making of the nails, and the certainty that this beneficent country, with abundant food and good rest after so many months of hardship and horror, was a gift that had to be seized. For what was missing, we had better be in good condition and with our health restored, so that, thanks to food and hard work, when the time came to leave the kingdom of Aparia we had regained the vigor we had before crossing the range. 17. It was time to embark, but also to decide where to go. It was time to embark, but also to decide where, whether to return, to bring supplies to those who remained, or ahead, following the unpredictable course of the river. Juan de Alcantara, the sailor, explained to us that the brigantine could take risks upstream, but very slowly. If it took us 9 days to reach the lands of Aparia, he said, it could take us more than 30 to get back, and the provisions will not last that long. But it was also fatal to face the torrential curves and the avalanches that the tributary rivers bring, with large trunks and hair of fallen leaves. We had been about to capsize going down the river. Now overcoming the curves against the current would be impossible. Orellana, tormented like everyone else by the fate of those who remained, promised 1,000 Castellanos in gold to whoever dared to return to Pizarro carrying provisions in the canoes. He offered the 2 black oarsmen and some Indians as help, but only 3 men, Sebastian Rodriguez, Francisco de Tapia and Garcia de Soria, who would later die in Tupinamba shot by the Indians, offered themselves for that adventure. They were not enough and the mission was cancelled. Dismayed, we decided to go down the river towards the kingdoms of Aparia the Elder, of whom the Indians had also told us. And there Orellana resigned his position as captain and chief, so that the decision to follow the course of the river would be everyone's will and not something ordered by him. Premiering functions, the notary public Francisco de Izazaga was immediately infected by the notarial madness of this conquest. He wanted to make a new document every moment. The second was the request of all those present to continue downriver, against the express will of Gonzalo Pizarro. Orellana ordered that everything that had been taken from them in terms of objects and wealth be returned to the Indians, and the following notarial document recorded it accordingly. We discussed 1,000 ways to help those who remained in the throat of the jungle, but all of them were unfeasible. Arming a lighter ship to come back for them would not allow us to send enough resources, making canoes for everyone was impossible, and thinking about the deaths we had, we imagined that the men of Pizarro's camp would already be decimated or dispersed, or that they would have undertaken the impossible return through the mountains. And Alcantara, the marine, summed it all up: to return separately is to seek certain death, returning in the brigantine is equivalent to being shipwrecked without remedy, our only option is to continue forward. We loaded the ship with plenty of food, hoping it would last until new towns were found, and at the end of January the brig was again abandoned to the perils of the water. In a way the following was indeed our first week at sea, strong and well fed, with fresh eyes for the groves, with tempered arms for the oars, with dexterity in handling ropes and tackle, and with renewed hope in our hearts. The jungle was already for us a kingdom made of kingdoms, not provinces of great cities or treasures in metals or gems. These Indians lived concentrated on the abundance of their trees and their animals, as if time filled their relationship with saps and salts, with silt and vines, with flowers, fruits, birds and insects. They did not seem to be there to make use of these things but to deal with them in a grave and ceremonial way. There were cornfields in small clearings in the jungle, especially in the lands on the right, washed by the rivers that flow down from the distant Inca mountain ranges. We found the Curere River, which had been announced to us, and we imagined nearby the vast King Iramara, a chief mentioned by the Indians of Aparia. We thought that we would soon find it, when, after a week of smooth and serene descent, we entered a river so enormous that all previous rivers became small for us. We first hear his breathing, his breath like a large animal, and then we come to the terrible moment of the clash of the two forces. The water fought with the water and seemed to run in all directions. Countless logs plucked from the groves came down, risky whirlwinds formed, and our brigantine exhibited its fragility, because it was very close to overturning to the left and delivering our souls to the mud. The tumult over, the great river took us under jungles without anyone for long days, until we suspected that the kingdom of Aparia, which seemed to us the beginning of populous provinces, was rather the last inhabited land before the great void, and the threat of moving away through unpopulated regions brought fear to all of us. Great help in this part of the trip was the teaching that the Indians transmitted to us about fruits and food plants, about how to capture turtles and iguanas, about snakes and birds that can be eaten. We were disgusted to include in our diet the reddish caterpillars, the fibrous monkeys, which had to be eaten in desolate conditions, because the others cried loudly in the high branches for the sacrificed, the honeyed abdomen of certain flying insects, the black fungi from the base of large trees, the ants that roast on burning stones and the blue flowers of some plants that choke the rotten trunks and that stain the teeth for several days, but many of these things were entering our diet at times. That is why we looked forward to nothing more, despite the danger of war, than to see Indian villages appear under the damp roof of the river forests. We went down through open waters, the banks becoming more and more distant, and the river was an immense mirror in which the heavens were fixed, the light weighed down since morning, white herons shed like seeds from the floating strips of jungle, grey birds spread their great wings, and the screeches of frightened or hungry beasts could be heard. Sometimes the water narrowed again, an island cut the width of the river in two, and at times we lost sight of the canoes following the brigantine, steered by the most agile of our companions. One day we lost sight of the two largest canoes. A long time we waited, but the restless surface of the water did not show them again. No one saw them sink, although Cristobal Enriquez thought he heard screams, and suddenly we found ourselves without them and without the 11 soldiers who manned them. When night fell on the ship, everything was consternation. The howls of the jungle became more sinister, the lights more threatening, the splash of the water sadder, the buzzing more ghostly, and the stars detached from the firmament more alone than ever. A quarter of our expedition had vanished in the impassive face of the current, and 2 days later we were still waiting with a fainting heart for the waters to even allow the corpses of our friends to surface, when suddenly, through one of the side channels that formed one of the islands of the river, in the vague fog of the afternoon, we saw suddenly appear both canoes with all their men as if the water snake that had devoured them returned them intact. We let out gasps of astonishment, then we screamed like monkeys downstream, calling to them, but they called to us with more disbelief and with more joy, because the gloomy castle of the brigantine high in the mist offered them like a dream. They had lagged behind us out of sight, lost their way in the meanders of one of the canals, and then the night carried them blindly downstream, as if under a spell. 2 days they rowed aimlessly, not knowing if the ship was behind or ahead. When they emerged into the Great Serpent, they thought that we had advanced much further, and they rowed hard, but again the current diverted them into the canals. Only when they stopped struggling did the water deliver them back into the central current, and the brig loomed before them in the distance. Hours later we were still in the party of hugs and tears when we saw a large Indian village under a fabric of palm trees. We were reaching the lands of Aparia the Elder. The joy, immense as it was, could not erase the hunger that was growing again on the ship. We went down to the beach to beg without scruples, and the Indians of the new town gave us turtles and parrots, and offered us the abandoned shells of a village so that we could camp there. But the food gave us little pleasure, because at dusk a dense and harmful shadow fell over the village, clouds of desperate mosquitoes that forced us to leave the village and ask the Indians for another place to spend the night. Thus we arrived at a place where there were no insects at all, and we received from the Indians more delicacies than ever before, exquisite partridges that seemed larger to men than those of Spain, fish of different sizes and flavors, large and tasty turtles, and a food that I was aware of but had never tried before, the meat of those disturbing manatees that nurse their young and cry on the beaches, and that in the afternoon gaze long at the moon. Being in the kingdom of Aparia, the largest, did not mean more wealth or larger houses or more visible treasures, but the feeling of having arrived at a place where several worlds seemed to converge. The language spoken by the Indians, which they call Omagua, was according to them the language in which the entire jungle fits. Orellana, who tirelessly talked or pretended to talk to them, said that it was shared by Iramis and Omaguas, Acamas and Cacamilas, Uramaguas and Manas, Paguanas and Tupinambas. It was the language of the Tupis, which teaches that everything is governed by the river and that all the lords are subject to the great serpent. Remember the times when everyone spoke the same language, the monkeys that argue with the sun, the tapirs that listen to the earth, the jaguars that walk through the branches and the boys that hide their flutes under the water of the river. We had arrived on the beaches of Aparia el Mayor on February 27, and 2 days later, on March 1, we appointed Orellana again as captain. According to the ceremony, each one expressly asked him to be our leader, and we all swore before the battered missal of Fray Gaspar, who, with the other friar, Fray Gonzalo de Vera, blessed the act that replaced the will of Pizarro with the will of the people that is here. Orellana, after speaking with the Indians, asked us to always show an attitude of peace, and he almost scared us with the recommendation to be cautious and distrustful downstream, because there were thousands of warriors along many leagues of the river and for a long time. Jungle space inside. It was then that the Indians mentioned, although no one paid any attention at the time, to the Amurians of Coniapuera, warriors who, they said, were ferocious and many. Only days later we came to find out what they were talking about. And Aparia the eldest came to visit us on those beaches. He brought more than 20 village chiefs, and his retinue carried stone axes, copperware, gold vessels, jade ornaments, and pottery. Once again we heard of more powerful chiefs, who never appeared on the beaches and who, as I told you, gave the impression of being more in memory and in prayers than in the life of the towns. The most mentioned was Tururicari, an ancient and wise man who had taught everything, who knew herbs and vines, the secret of salts and the power of fish fat, the dolphin that turns into a man, the friend of the great serpent, the father of the fathers, the one who felled the tree that is the river, the one that is closest and the one who saw the canoe-sewing men on the banks. In vain Orellana tried to contrast all those beliefs by speaking to them about the God who bleeds on the cross. In vain he explained to them how they were mistaken worshipping stones and packages made by their hands. He made us bring 2 large beams from the jungle, and with them he erected a firm cross that could be seen from the river and that stood out on the beach, and he told them that this was the symbol of the only religion, because the God had been nailed to it. Real. This finally pleased the subjects of Aparia and the chiefs themselves, perhaps because they felt that in that story the tree was more powerful than the man. It is difficult to understand how the peoples of the jungle are organized. They give the impression of only obeying local chiefs, but they speak with respect of larger kings and shamans, and it seems that these in turn obey other kings who do not seem to be on the riverbanks or in the deep forest but in the memory of all and in the common language. All the speeches we found had their similarities, and that was lucky for Francisco de Orellana, who had only one eye but seemed to have many tongues. Even the invisible kings and the highest shamans are subject to the will of the waters, of the sacred vines, of the flutes of ceremonies and of the knowledge that the elders keep in the large baskets of the jungle. For me, no one of these communities is alone in it. Wayana, an Indian we met later, for example, unique in the immensity of the beaches under an intricate sky of trees, seemed to us surrounded by the jungle as if by a friendly cloud. We, on the other hand, if we were alone for a moment, we felt the danger even in our own guts. 18. We were near the mouth of the Yavari River. We were near the mouth of the Yavari River, the site indicated for the construction of the new brig. From the first day we began to choose the woods. We seemed stuck in a dream from which we had already come out. Other Indians now looked with surprise at the coming and going of slats and beams, of boards that we tried to bend with the power of humidity but that we almost always had to fragment so that they would give the required curves. And little by little the ship gained its shape, and we made it larger than the other, though perhaps less dexterous. That was the longest season of our trip, almost 2 months, exactly 57 days, we spent repairing the San Pedro, which had suffered all the rigors of the trip, and above all building the Victoria, with which we hoped to make the journey less difficult. Rest of the way. It is not the same to have, as in Spain, adequate time for the wood to reach its bird-like curves. Here we were not only fighting with the jungle but with time, because we had to go on, without knowing for how many moons or really where. We stayed on those torrid beaches until the end of the week of Passion. For Fray Gaspar, the best way not to feel lost and distanced from the world was to keep count of days and weeks with all rigor, always keeping in mind the days of celebration and the obligatory liturgies. Shortly before we left, 4 mysterious Indians arrived at the village, claiming to come from a village further away from all the ones we had seen. They were very tall and beautiful, with white skin, shiny black hair that reached their waist. They wore a kind of well-woven robes and they had many gold ornaments around their necks and arms. Alonso de Cabrera told me that if he did not know they were Indians he would have taken them for angels, not only because of their appearance but because of their sweetness. They brought food to deliver to Orellana and repeated that they had come from far away through the jungle. The captain also understood them, although their language was different, and after listening to the stories and orders from Orellana they said that they would take the message to their chief, the greatest lord of those lands, and they returned to the jungle with the gestures meek and the air of distance that they showed upon arrival. Fray Gaspar began to preach with a new energy, and from Palm Sunday on the beach all he did was pray and ask God to help us get out of that trance. Something that brought astonishment and a certain horror to the crew was that on Wednesday of darkness and Thursday of betrayal and Friday of the cross the Indians who came to bring us food every day did not appear, so we were forced to fast as we would have if we had supplies. Fray Gaspar saw in it an intervention of the divinity. Let us realize how God has brought his light to the inhabitants of these forests. What better proof that we have not lost sight of God, and that everything we are experiencing is his design. Because there are no accidents but secret decisions of the divinity, and no one is so lost that they are not in the center of their own path, and there is no suffering that is not, deep down, the jewel of a story of mercy. Then he went into a trance, and prayed and wept, and many went to him in confession, although no one had had the opportunity to commit any new sin, and he only needed to prepare wafers with wild cassava, but he did not dare to do so because, according to him, only in the wheat of Mesopotamia is by order of the Pope and by the will of the councils, the body and blood of the Savior. His preaching must have been so strong that I remember that in a dream, on resurrection morning, I saw Jesus Christ walking along the riverbank, and one of his apostles advancing on the prow of a glass boat through the water, among the lianas of the jungle, and preaching to the parrots and the giant butterflies, while from the shore the 4 tall white Indians sang an incomprehensible song in a language that seemed to be Tupi. The dream was so clear that that image of Christ through the jungle is now part of my memories of that adventure. The following Monday we started sailing again, this time in the 2 ships that fortune had allowed us to build. It was the eve of St. Mark's Day, and before leaving, Fray Gaspar filled his preaching with miracles and deserts. He spoke of a lion that was not consumed by the flames and said that such should be our trust. He spoke of the head of Mark, who, wandering between Alexandria and Venice, was the symbol of how fate puts us to the test by losing us along the paths of water. But leaving that place where we had spent so much time, we felt that the journey into the unknown was really just beginning. 11 days later we found the Jurua River, precisely on the day of St. John before Portum Latinam, as Fray Gaspar reminded us with his stubborn way of making us feel that the days of the lost world continued to rule our lives. It was his way of not going mad with anxiety, relentlessly imposing an increasingly unreal order on this time that was unraveling like a cloth, on this journey that made holes in the weeks and disintegrated the months, in this world where none of the orders of my mind no longer found his confirmation or his support. That day, May 6th, we experienced a curious miracle, and that is that Diego Mexia saw in a tree in front of the new river an immense iguana with a bristling crest and iridescent neck, measuring almost 3 meters from head to tail. Eager to catch the prodigy, he foolishly fired the crossbow at her. The iguana, which had been as still as a colored stone the whole time, dodged the shot and escaped with unthinkable speed, and we could almost say that we saw it dive into the air. But the nut of the crossbow box jumped and was lost in the dark waters of the river, and that loss was so serious that we were all desperate, because we had very few crossbows and the dangers that loomed over us seemed to grow. That afternoon even Gabriel de Contreras, whom we called the Mute, but who was really a stutterer, and spoke in bursts of voice, complained about our luck while trying to catch something with a rod and hook, when he managed to get a huge fish out of almost 5 spans, which we had to help him hold and rescue from the waters. Already at sunset he was opening the fish with his knife when he found the crossbow bolt in its entrails, and he was so amazed at the fact that he was cured of his stutter, and the rest of the trip he spoke so fluently that he made us all laugh. Anything that came out of his lips. Sometimes in my thoughts I go back to the ship. I try to see the faces and remember the actions of all of us who made that journey. But years of travel and wars are filing the memory, and only a few companions I keep precise memories. I remember no one as much as Alonso de Cabrera, perhaps because he was almost as young as me and his good humor helped me get through the worst of times. He had been born in Cazalla and was 23 years old when he joined the expedition. He was not a very strong man, but he was prudent and courageous. He had gone to Peru with a royal license, which not everyone had. Many of the soldiers I met had gone clandestinely. But Cabrera did everything methodically. From the first days, which were the most horrible, everything he shared with me. At the time of the great combats he did not lose sight of me. We talked at length at night, and we promised that if we got out alive we would always be friends, but very soon life imposed its distances. I know that after our trip he returned to Quito, which is good proof of his recklessness, because there many did not want us, and I know that Pedro de Pules, a man from Pizarro, had him arrested right away. I'm telling you this now because they say he lives in Cuenca, in the kingdom of Quito, and he's still a poor man. Perhaps he will agree to accompany you, and I am sure he would be an excellent guide, since he is also a lucky man. I also remember Pedro de Acari, a Biscayan whom we called Perucho. He had great aim with his arquebuses. In the first few days he killed several birds that we couldn't pick up in the current of the river, and once he shot a huge jaguar that was looking at us from a branch, and it collapsed and lay on the shore, but a rain of arrows prevented us from collecting the prize. He could not exercise any more, because Captain Orellana declared that those hunting attempts from the deck were useless, because it was not possible to land on either shore, and because, in the midst of the dangers we ran, it was a waste to waste gunpowder when it was not essential. Rodrigo de Arevalo de Trujillo, a neighbor of the Pizarros, who came from Spain following in the footsteps of Orellana, and who followed Orellana on his risky journey through the mountains, died of an arrow in the river. His death was the moment in which I saw the captain most distressed, perhaps because he felt guilty for having invited him to the adventure and could not do anything in the end to save him. Another I remember well is Juan Bueno, a native of Mogar, a man who continually changed his mood. In moments of tranquility he was the most excited and nervous, but curiously in moments of danger we could count on his serenity, his good judgment and his presence of mind for any risk. Later, in Santo Domingo, I heard about 2 different signatures of his appearing on the travel documents, but this is not surprising because he himself seemed like two people. In the final part of the trip I talked a lot with Pedro Dominguez Miradero, who was about 28 years old. He had arrived in Santa Marta with Pedro Fernandez de Lugo, and I imagine that he arrived in the savannah of Bogotá with Jiménez de Quesada, although we never talked about it. When you told me your story, I thought of him again, because he was the first to talk to me about the regions of New Granada. He went with Captain Luis Bernal to discover the provinces of Anserma, followed from there to Cali with Miguel Muñoz, and later came to Quito, where he waged other wars of conquest. Something that catches my attention is that many of those who came to look for cinnamon had previously been to the Popayan and Cali foundations. Dominguez Miradero returned to Peru, and they say that, to ingratiate himself with his old friends, he gave Gonzalo Pizarro a detailed account of our adventure. He was later in the expedition against the Puna Indians, who killed Fray Vicente de Valverde. He never seemed like a loyal man to me. I always saw him leaning on the side that was most convenient for him, and the version of events that he gave Pizarro must not have been very favorable for us. Another who left his name in the population of Quito and later in the founding of Cali and Popayan was Francisco Juan de Elena, who on his return also ended up allying himself with Gonzalo Pizarro. As you will remember, Pizarro was pleased to have won the veteran Captain Gonzalo Diaz de Pineda for the expedition. Of all the great chiefs, apart from Orellana, only Diaz de Pineda, the first traveler along the cinnamon route, ended up going with us in the brig. With his friend Ginés Fernandez they boarded at the last moment, and thus escaped the fate of the others. But despite his experience, his fame, and his airs as a guide, previous knowledge of the terrain was of little use to us in the first part of the trip, nothing in the second. For the rest, I see faces, vague faces that were one day, without a doubt, complicity and sometimes salvation, and I hear words, unexpected confidences, consoling songs, prayers for the last moments, words that last in memory sometimes without their faces, erase the circumstances of those foggy mornings, of those rainy nights, of long days like forebodings. I see Rodrigo de Ceballos, a silent man. I always felt that someone invisible was at his side, an absence that hurt him more than his own fate. I see Gabriel de Contreras, who one day dislocated a finger, another day he cut himself with a rope, another day he hit himself with the oar, as if he didn't quite fit into physical space. I see Andrés Duran, who didn't seem to be upset by anything, and who I was told later became the chief bailiff in the city of Quito. I see the brave Juan de Ampudia, who had the fortune to die from an arrow without poison, in the cruel days of Maquiparo. I see Esteban Galvez, the one with the withered eye. And sometimes I hear someone else sing who also died, the cheerful Juan de Aguilar, from Valladolid, and I remember the maneuvering cries of Diego Bermudez, who had been born in Palos, and was one of the most skillful navigators of the voyage. I would never finish telling you how the diseases were, when it was necessary to extract in cold blood, with iron tongs and screaming, 2 molars from an inflamed mouth, who vomited blood with a ruptured ulcer and survived nonetheless. In what a climate of sadness we sometimes appeased our hunger with things that the most miserable beggar in Spain would reject. There were few sailors that we took, since ours was an expedition from the mainland. But one of Pizarro's trusted men was that expert sailor, Juan de Alcantara. I have already told you that when it was decided to build the first brigantine, Juan de Alcantara was there, helping like nobody else with the measurements and precise data, and that once the brigantine floated on the water, Pizarro entrusted command to this man, to the that we called him the Marine, to differentiate him from another soldier of the same name who came with the expedition. The fact had lent itself to some misunderstanding, because the second Juan de Alcantara had enlisted taking advantage of the confusion of names. Sometimes I think that if Orellana counted 57 when we embarked and Fray Gaspar 56, it was perhaps because Orellana counted bodies and the friar counted names, and perhaps seeing the name repeated, he thought it was a mistake by whoever made the list. The sad and amazing thing is that Juan de Alcantara and Juan de Alcantara died in the same week. From Peru we had gotten used to calling them Tierra Firme and El Marino, and we had almost forgotten their first names, so that only later did we realize that two men of the same name had died on the same journey. Juan de Alcantara, the one from the mainland, died of fevers or the bad influence of stagnant waters that he drank on an island. And 2 days later Juan de Alcantara, El Marino, our admiral from the brig, was killed by an Indian arrow. Such symmetry was surely a message from God, one of those supernatural messages that one reinterrogates many times, but never deciphers. After the crossbow episode we had sailed for almost a month when we saw the children's big canoe. There were at least 10 children in it, and only a few rowed, because the others had animals with them. A little girl had one of those tree monkeys that are the slowest of all, and which the Spanish of the islands call light parakeets, to make fun of their slowness, hugging her body. A boy of about 12 was playing with a large turtle that was hunting green blowflies from the river. And another of that age, naked like the others on the prow of his water tree, had a serpent so large knotted around his waist that, holding his long body, he pretended to let it submerge his head in the water, and when the serpent, more meek as a tortoise, she already thought she was free in the joy of the river, the boy drew her back to him in a kind of dance. Another held one of those restless cusumbos with a bushy, striped tail and elongated snout as if bewitched, and the last carried 2 brightly colored parrots on a branch. In any other circumstance our men would have proceeded to the assault, either to obtain information or to catch the animals, but at that moment the image of the silent boat with its children and its animals was so strange and captivating that we all stayed silent looking at them, trying not to make the slightest noise so that the show would not be spoiled, and later the night that apparition that seemed like a dream stole from us through the pipes. The strangest night of the trip was the one that followed that afternoon. Nobody seemed to want to sleep, as if we were afraid, not of that place, but of the dreams that the place could provoke in us. We were entering Maquiparo, and it was at dawn the next day when the confluence of the river that was taking us with a very different one seemed to us to be an extension of the magic of the previous day. We were going down the wide yellow river, when from the left a river so dark that at first sight it seemed black charged us. And when the waters met we were surprised to see that they did not mix, but that they advanced one next to the other, forming an undulating line where they should mix, and thus continued like twin rivers many leagues below, without confusing those waters that were the blood from 2 different worlds. 19. As we descended the river was changing. As we descended, the river changed, although I should rather say that the initial river had thrown us into a larger one, this in turn into a third immense one, and each week we had the sensation of being in another river, in another world. The channel we were sailing had widened considerably, and more unknown vegetation swarmed on its sides. The leaves on the branches seemed to grow endlessly, the groves, which at first closed so much on the shore that the beach disappeared for long stretches, now receded, leaving the world a desert of illuminated water. The dark jungles in the distance were one with their reflection, giving the illusion that there was only one long stretch of forest floating in the sky. The best thing we had done in the villages of Aparia was learn to survive with the resources of the river. Of course, no one learned to fish with a spear like the Indians do, or to hunt birds with a blowgun, but we learned to choose the places to fish with a hook and rod, and we knew well where the carapa turtles lay their hundreds of eggs on the islands in middle of the current, since then our main food has been turtle eggs. Every day we prayed with the most sincere devotion, which is born of desperation. Never in our lives have we needed God so much. But it is very different to pray in a temple, where everything supposes its existence and its protection, than to improvise a cult among wild shores, on the very back of the serpent. Barely sustained by the faith of shipwrecks, as we advanced we saw that instead of leaving we seemed to enter deeper and deeper into an unspeakable world, and Fray Gaspa's prayers ended up being our last link with the world from which we came. A thread of Latin syllables about to burst in the roar of the waters, prayers weaker than the distant cry of the macaws and the screech of the monkeys in the towering branches. The robust faith of the beginning seemed at the end to be about to mix with cloudier beliefs, in the vicinity of the unknown and in the face of the squalid face of hunger. If in the first months of the jungle it had caused us discomfort to devour the good horses and repulsion to chew pieces of barely roasted dog meat with a little salt, now in certain sections those beasts were a mention of splendor for the hungry guests of a ship runaway, who were hesitant to approach the shore fearing stealthy arrows and secret things. How many times do we try to disembark, make camp, feel the firmness of the ground under our feet, rest from that sensation of vertigo produced by always going on the unstable current, at the mercy of the heavy decline of the waters, we feel something hostile in the air that not always resolved into arrows or insects. It was a climate of imprecise horror, the awareness of having arrived in an alien world, where nothing understands us and where we understand almost nothing. At dawn, between thick vapors, the jungle was a ghost full of lugubrious cries, then a yellow light enveloped everything. From the boat we could hear the bustle of the groves, screeches and whistles, creaks and scrambles, leaps and falls, the buzz of insects, the chirp of thunderous cicadas, and sometimes the roar of a big jungle cat asserting itself on the ground. The high branches of a tree. Then the heat calmed down like a layer of vapor above us, the sky filled with small clouds all with the same shape, huge birds with colored feathers flew by, and we made vain attempts to fish since hunting was practically forbidden. There could be no better party than spotting islands in the middle of the river, because there used to be turtles laying eggs on our most coveted food. From time to time new tributaries descended to the flow that carried us on its back, some small and gentle, transparent streams where we would have liked to submerge ourselves at the hottest hour, if it were possible to take off those cumbersome armor, those cautious padding, and large and dense rivers, that rushed in a disorder of waters and skies, making the torrent that dragged us grow even larger. We did not have names for the fish that sometimes came out of the thick bed of the river, and if I know how to name them now it is because I finally learned some things from the lips of the Indians. Never, throughout that trip, did our lips pronounce words like kashima or piranha, like curamata, pirahiba, or atu, although we fed on all those fish in the few but not always unpleasant meals on the ship, with almost no space to cook food, without a kitchen that deserves such a name. We were more comfortable, and less than 50 travelers divided into two ships that just as little lacked each bump to capsize. All bodily functions became burdensome, and as we advanced, the clothes we took out of the warehouse were transformed into abject shreds that lined the bodies or hung from them without a precise shape. Many other creatures we would learn to recognize later. We saw pink and gray dolphins in the lateral lakes, which made us mistakenly think that the sea would be very close, and we saw large manatees eating incessantly in the meadows of aquatic plants. Only much later did I manage to learn the names that the Indians gave to creatures that we had seen in abundance and to which we had given provisional or capricious names, like the alligators of the tributaries that we called mud dragons, like the white alligators to the that Alonso Marquez called deadly salamanders, and like the asses, the large dark caimans up to 6 meters long that we always called Niger crocodiles. The world was filled with strange creatures, like the aquatic foals with pointed snouts that the Indians call tapirs, or those huge snakes that seemed like leviathans to us, that coiled in the branches and that made us believe at times, not that we were lost in an unknown land, but by some spell we had been reduced in size, and were now like a small group of ants floating on a driftwood, under the majesty and horror of the immense forests. We didn't know where we were and we didn't know where we were going. Clouds of bustle passed by in the mornings and afternoons, strident flocks of green parrots like a flowerbeat of water cries, sometimes we saw chicks with nails on their wings clinging to the branches, and flights of herons and ibises, and birds as long as storks passing over the groves. There was after Aparia a stretch of silence and tranquility. I remember a lot some birds with beards of feathers and with crests that inflate when they sing, and little emerald green lizards that scuttle across the water, and salamanders with dark blue crests, and a hand-sized cricket that spread purple and red wings as it took flight. I remember the continual flight of the vividly colored macaws, and still nothing seems more surprising to me than those tiny monkeys with tawny faces, that fit in the palm of a hand and that suck the gum from the trees like children. Everything happened more than 15 years ago, and that for me marks an abyss of distance. At that time, When this continent had been found for half a century, it was easy to believe that the world had an end, that somewhere in the unbridled waters and under the new sky the cliff where our ship would plunge into the sky might appear empty. After the voyages of Columbus and subsequent voyages, the evidence of the roundness of the seas did not erase in the souls the memory that the earth was flat, that there was a final abyss, and although the travelers by the seas were already certain that after a few weeks, when new stars rotated on the meridians and parallels, the enormous solid earth would open up before them, we all looked at the horizon with apprehension, suspecting a mirage, fearing to see the terrifying abyss appear that the humans had always foreseen. Towns. Our situation was serious and strange. Coming down from the ice of Quito, from cold and rocky mountains, and descending through forests that became warmer from hour to hour, the Spaniards saw the climates, the vegetation, and the beasts change, as if the world were disordered, as if the trees went mad, but now they felt what a son of Flanders or England would feel if he realized that in the middle of the winter snows a summer sun rises and the trees fill with leaves. A gratitude mixed with horror, because an unbearable cold that respects the laws of time is preferable to a sweet warmth that violates them and that can only be a prelude to catastrophes. But they didn't agree with me in that. I had been born on islands of heat and hurricanes, where trees are alive from January to January. Despite the guilt of having abandoned our companions in lands where they would need more than a miracle to survive, the accident that put us in the river had been our salvation. We were alive, feeding the illusion that in the end, in a few days, judging by the flow where our boats were now gliding, the trip would have its outcome, we would see something familiar again, we would once again have a will against the tyranny of water, even if our destiny was misery or war. This was a miracle mixed with horror and aggravated by the question of whether the jungle would ever have an end. We had hope for breakfast and despair for lunch. One more day, was the whisper of the mind, one more day into these endless lands. And there was always a frog hidden in the boat punctuating the hours with his whistle, and at dusk there were red bats in the sun that bit the fruits of the branches in their flight. And we entrusted ourselves to God and to fate at the time when the beaches are filled with mystery, when with the first darkness the thorny rats come out of their holes in the trees making noise. We knew that the many inhabitants of this jungle would be less and less cordial. As we approached, the drums were silenced, warning arrows flew from the woods, shouts and howls began to shake the branches, to deafen the riverbanks, and the certainty that the shores were completely inhabited grew stronger and stronger. We were traveling through populous kingdoms, inland there would be more villages and perhaps cities. It was already an adventure to take off our plumed helmets and burning breastplates, despite the heat and humidity, because if we had been able to verify something, it was the incredible aim of the Indian archers, and later we had poisonous proof of that skill. In the central section of the trip we followed the rule of not bordering so that the bitter experiences that had already caused us to lose 2 men would not be repeated, and we agreed to continue eating the usual food. But no matter how abundant a single food may be, it soon begins to harass, and we did not lose hope of finding new provisions. I must admit that we were less jungle travelers than river travelers, and that perhaps someone who has penetrated the great network of voracious days will be able to tell you things that I never knew. Until this moment of the road, the jungle had not shown us its fiercest face, and we still tended to identify it with the cordiality of the Indians in the hospitable kingdom of Aparia. 20. One day we decided to explore the shore again. One day we decided to explore the shore again, almost erasing the bad effect of past experiences. We found a town with an amazing supply of food, and Cristobal Maldonado went through it with 12 companions to look for provisions. They had already captured almost 1,000 turtles when the jungles, outraged by the theft, responded with arrows. Faced with the bursts of the crossbows, what was attacking withdrew, leaving 2 of our men wounded, but when Maldonado came back many Indians rained down on his troops. Drums resounded behind the trees, there was a rattling of rattles, and 6 Spaniards suffered the darts, miraculously free of poison. Maldonado was already ordering the withdrawal when an arrow pierced his arm, and a dart immediately stabbed him in the face. He tore it from the cheek less with pain than with anger, and he didn't even wipe the blood but instead showed that uncompromising Iberian stubbornness of not taking a step back and not giving victory to others for any reason. With the arrow still stuck in his arm, he maneuvered the sword with the other, giving an example to his men, but now the sons of the earth not only raged against the 12 but also fell on the neighboring town where Orellana had stayed. The captain was exploring the houses when the shouting broke out and the drums began to roar, and there the youngest of the expedition, who was guarding the exit of the town towards the jungle, saw himself surrounded by hundreds of natives, and kept them at bay. With a dagger in the left and a sword of Toledo in the right, without suffering a scratch, until when the soldiers came. The attackers numbered more than 300. There were 9 wounded Spaniards on the ground, but the others were fighting desperately, and when the Indians finally fell back, one soldier, Blas de Medina, was so fired up that he ran after them screaming and disappeared into their crowd with barely a dagger in his hand. We caught up with him panting through the trees, alone, and with an arrow shot in the thigh. Juan de Ampudia, one of Maldonado's men, was badly wounded, and there was no way to save him. A total of 18 remaining wounded were healed with prayers, since nothing could be done but to pull out the darts that gnawed at their flesh. Orellana had the idea of wrapping the wounded in blankets and carrying them to the ship as if they were sacks of grain, so as not to embolden those who were watching from the branches, seeing so many lame and powerless soldiers. The brigantines were already unmoored, the hands were already grasping the oars, the wounded carried by the carriers were already entering the ships, when in a blink of an eye almost 500 Indians sprang up out of nowhere and the crossbowmen from the deck barely managed to prevent those water people, and with mud they would finish off those who climbed. It was already night when the brigantines undertook the trip. Shouts and torches followed us from the bank. Although we moved away towards the center of the river, sometimes an arrow stuck in the gunwale, because days ago one of the crew had discovered how to feed a lamp with oil from turtle eggs, and that trembling light, floating on the water, guided precise arrows in the darkness. The next day, many wounded and all exhausted, we stopped at a desert island to cook turtles and recover from the fighting, but a crowd of canoes covering the river in the distance, was rowing towards the island. They had prepared the whole night with weapons and with prayers to exterminate us. We released the treasure of turtles, and got on the boats in a hurry. Then the boisterous canoes surrounded the brigantines. The channel of the river had narrowed in the vicinity of the islands, and crowds were also running along the edge of the jungle. The colored canoes were open to allow the boats of the priests to pass, who came naked, bathed in white lime, throwing ashes through their mouths and moving large swabs with bells. The most incredible thing is that you couldn't hit them with crossbows, even if the most skilled aimed at them. One of our men, perhaps Pedro de Acari, said he saw arrows go astray before they hit them, but no one can see with such precision in battle. Suddenly the drums and the screams fell silent throughout the jungle, only the sung words of the shamans and the whisper of their bells could be heard, and it was the moment in which we all felt the most fear, because the silence was more terrible than all the noise. Thunderous than before. Only when the priests moved away did trumpets, horns and the different voices of the drums begin again, and there we realized that without knowing how, we were entering a branch of the river towards the jungle. Thousands of Indians and trees waited on the banks and the canoes entered after us. At the prow of a central dugout came the leader of them all, a large man painted blue with a feather headband and a large cane in his hand. And it was the theme of the rest of the trip that precisely Hernan Gutierrez de Celis, who had not heard anything of the sorcerer's song, aimed his weapon at the chief of the Indians, and broke his chest with an arquebus shot. When they saw him fall into the water, many Indians jumped out of the canoes to rescue him. They put him back in the big canoe, between whales, and they no longer pursued the brigantines. This is how we left the province of Maquiparo. We left the jungle bidding farewell to its king with great ceremonies, and escaped the spell of that region, which had left us exhausted, but many days passed before we dared to set foot on earth again. When we did so, one of the explorers was Fray Gaspar de Carvajal, who had his senses attentive to everything because from the day Orellana was signed, he had decided to keep a record of events, and although he always had on his lips sermons and prayers, nor did he forsake the sword. Few crew members knew how to write, and none had more merit to be the chronicler of the trip than this priest who arrived in Peru with the first conquerors in the year 33, brought by Vicente de Valverde himself, the Capuchin who showed Atahualpa the Bible and who he later demanded that Pizarro shoot down the procession because the king had thrown the book to the ground. Fray Gaspar wanted to accompany the tour to detail the trees and animals. There was a great silence and an extreme stillness in the foliage on the shore. We saw clumps of palmate leaves, clusters of flowers that seemed to come down to drink from the skin of water, and a swarm of green tongues arched over the current. As you can imagine, we moved with extreme caution, although they seemed to be unpopulated regions. That day we saw the largest tree of the trip, which climbed higher and higher, with roots like high walls next to which we were tiny, and which wanted to escape on its way to the vines that climbed up it, embracing it and devouring it, sinking its roots on the stained branches. We gazed in amazement at that network of stars and tentacles, the abundance of dead foliage, felled trunks under blankets of leaves and flowers. Lightning pierced the green cream, a large detached branch had splintered a trunk, further on the lianas hung down like snakes, and in the background the trees gave the illusion of large motionless clouds. One would have to invent many words to describe what one sees, because among countless forms, no one, not even the Indians, will ever know the names of all those beings that drink and flutter, that swell and throb, that open and close like eyelids, and that they have a silent way of living and dying. Everything is always the same and nothing is ever repeated. Next to foliage caverns, where very white herons cowered, we saw sunny-necked iguanas run and a branch bent under the jump of a howler monkey. Behind it were other formations of palm trees, ferns, and flowering vines, and everything tangled up to form the further night of the jungle, which overwhelms the imagination with suppositions and threats. To better see the banks, Fray Gaspar had raised his visor. He was looking at all these things with an attentive spirit when suddenly, in total silence, an arrow flew from the jungle and hit his right eye. When we noticed it was already nailed, Fray Gaspar collapsed, and my first fear was that I had killed him, because the arrow seemed to have entered deeply. In reality it was a short spear, and after passing through the eye it must have hit the bone, so that, after the first moment of fear, the friar tried to rip it out, although the rest of us prevented him. And when we were already helping him to return to the ship, coming out of nowhere again, out of silence and stillness, the Indians fell on us, and the swords had to face them for a long time. Fray Gaspar's pain increased. We did not know if the arrow had had poison or a hook, and on the ship, when we finally arrived, there was work again for the only resemblance to a doctor among us, Juan de Vargas, who had been a barber and knew how to bleed and apply cupping. Orellana, who only had one eye, thought he had some experience in handling these problems, and talked to the barber about what should be done. The eye had been so affected that there was no hope of saving it, but the spear had to be removed, so as not to compromise the priest's life. Several had to immobilize it, ultimately vacillating between pulling the arrow out gently or yanking it out. The solution was first a tenuous attempt to extract it, to see what effect it had on the victim, and when he had not the certainty but the feeling that the arrow was smooth and without a hook, a sudden movement backwards made the arrow come out with part of it. Of the matter that had been Fray Gaspar's eye. Throughout the ship the cry of the friar was heard, and the birds that were stopped at the top of the mainmast took flight screaming too. The poor prelate, perspiring, vanished among the blankets, and the barber put over his eye a compress with the cleanest cloths that it was possible to prepare, boiling the water of the river in a pot and throwing the cloths into the boiling water. As Fray Gaspar convalesced with his eye covered, we became more and more reluctant to look at the shores. A whole week we concentrated on navigation, on keeping the shore at a distance, resigned to turtle eggs and the small otters that work on the islands in midstream. We no longer abandoned the crossbows with their load of arrows nor the 3 arquebuses that, after the miracles of the nut recovered in the fish's mouth and the shot of the Deph Celis, were our most esteemed possession. These at least had proven to be effective not only because of the impression their thunder caused on opponents. 3 days later, Fray Gaspar was burning with fever, the eye socket was leaking a greenish liquor, all that part of the face had swollen, and the whole of the skull presented a deplorable and deformed appearance. The distant drums of the jungle kept him awake at night, and we already feared the worst when the friendly Anuma, one of the Indians on the ship, found prickly supay fruits on an island that seemed auspicious to him. He cooked them and mashed them with other herbs, and applied a reddish-green poultice that after 2 days seemed to have a good effect. Then the populated lands truly began. 21. We had experienced many things, but the strangest find. We had experienced many things, but the strangest find of our trip was yet to happen. After entering the lands of Omagua, the indigenous villages followed one another relentlessly. There was no day without frights, without threats, without armed encounters, sometimes with small groups and sometimes with veritable crowds of Indians who followed us in canoes waving their bows and their rattlesnakes, shooting arrows from both shores, aiming their blowguns and throwing poisonous spears, and it was a miracle that so few of our men died in the face of such a numerous and continual siege. However, each day we had the impression that the armies that confronted us were just outposts of a more hidden power that was slow to appear. They would attack, yes, but as if tentatively, and would retreat again, so that at times we found ourselves in the center of a battle that was announced to be prolonged, and a few hours later there was no one in front of us, as if those colored canoes full of painted warriors and feathered headdresses would have gone to bring their reports or would have been pleased to disappear to leave us brooding over anxiety and danger. One day, one of the Indians we captured in Aguazabarad told us that the long towns on the riverbank were tributaries of a great lordship nestled several leagues in the jungle. The region dipped into mountains covered with thick vegetation, plateaus and cliffs, great caverns and inland lakes in the fullness of the jungle. But when Orellana, as was his custom, asked who was the lord of that kingdom that everyone seemed to fear so much, the native told us that it was not a lord but a queen, that that country was the lordship of warrior women. I have to confess that I don't remember exactly what name they were given, Amanas or Amanhas, and it took us a while to associate them with the Amurians from Coniapuere who had already been mentioned to us. It was mid-morning the next day, while Fray Gaspar was struggling to recover from his wound, when the men on the mainmast noticed a group of naked women on the right bank of the river. The spyglass, which since the friar's accident had become the ship's most useful instrument, reported that there were only women on the beach. They were young and strong, and seemed to be looking at our ship with great curiosity. All sorts of gossip arose among the men. Hidden behind, in the jungle, must be the men, said one. They are putting them there as bait so that we fall on them. They will even have nets under the water waiting to catch us. Another noted that they were armed, had bows and arrows, and long spears with white tips like bone. They are but women, said another. Let us try to resist the current and observe them too. We are really missing a few women on this ship. And it is that we had almost completed 6 months sailing the river. If we add to that the 10 months it took us from Quito to the river, it had been more than a year since anyone had traded with any woman, and in the overcrowding of the ship, only the surveillance of others prevented respect for customs from being lost. The next day the women reappeared on the shore, and the desire of the men to come closer had grown. The important thing is not to neglect yourself, said one. I don't see why 50 brave Spaniards should be afraid of women who live alone, without men, in the depths of a barbaric jungle. That same afternoon we saw them again, armed and ferocious, on the riverbank. They were tall and lighter-skinned than the Indians who had taken us in. I was able to compare them with the 4 tall white Indians that we saw in the first hamlet of Aparia and who surprised us with their arrogance. But although these women resembled them in height and color, the serenity of these men could not be compared with the ferocity and strength of these warrior women. One of them managed to throw a spear at the brigantine, and to our horror the spear sank more than a foot into the wood of the hull, even though it was made of the hardwood of the jungle. The spear, which we next examined, was a well-wrought object, patterned along the length like leaf ornaments, with carved knots, with a point of polished flint, sharp and strong. The force with which it had been thrown amazed us, because it could have passed through a skull. In another raid the women entered the water and sprayed the hull of the brigantine with arrows, which in the end was bristling with spikes like a jungle animal. Alonso de Tapia and my friend Alonso de Cabrera shouted things at them from the deck, and tried to intimidate them, but the shrill women redoubled their shouts and made new threatening gestures. Then we reached the shore. "If warrior men come out we shall be ready to retreat," said the maester, "but if not, it may well be that these women live without men." Then Orellana added, "Look, it would be a strange place to come to find the Amazons." It was enough that he pronounced that word, and the attitude of the men changed. A fantastic possibility had just been added to the chance circumstance of a clash with jungle villages. Others had already found mermaids in the rivers, Alfinger's men had already fought one day with giants in the forests of Venezuela, already in the Caribbean an expedition had crossed before the people of the headless men, who have their faces on their bare chests. It was already known of the existence of flying snakes and talking toads. Now we were perhaps at the gates of the city of the Amazons, and each one made use of the notions he had of those legendary beings. My teacher Oviedo had told me something about them in his lessons, but apparently the one who knew the most was precisely Father Carvajal, now sunk in fever. The sailors went to look for him, and despite his condition, they asked him to tell them everything he could know about that town of warrior females. And Fray Gaspar, from his bed, told us the story of Hippolyta and Penthesilea, how they had built their kingdom on the shores of the Black Sea, how they would have spread through various regions, and everything that Strabo and Diodorus say about them. Some war must have driven them beyond the known lands, and that remoteness would have made them even more barbaric, for it was said that in their youth they cut off one of their breasts to make it easier for them to maneuver the bow and shoot the arrows. They were also extraordinary horsemen, skilled in the handling of all kinds of weapons and pernicious poisons, better warriors than the Greeks themselves, and skillful in capturing men that they used only as stallions, whom they reduced to slavery as long as they were useful, and the who murdered after having benefited from them. He told us that they had the fearsome custom of allowing themselves to be fertilized by men in order to procreate only women, that the children born to them were thrown to the beasts, and that only in very special cases were they also raised as reproductive specimens. Since it was already night when Brother Gaspar told us these stories, he took advantage of the long time to recall one of the legends that had most captivated him, about when the Amazons invaded the island of Leuce, where the goddess Tethys buried the ashes of Achilles after the Trojan War. Seeing that the floor of his tomb was desecrated, the ghost of Achilles burst in, not to frighten the women but, strangely enough, the horses, and the apparition was so fearsome that the poor beasts went mad with fear and threw their riders to the ground, and trampled them to death. Those stories aroused more the curiosity of our men. They could already imagine a whole town of women waiting for them, and someone commented that the Amazons had been able to commit those abuses against the men because they had not yet found a good troop of Spaniards. The Greeks cared so little for women, he added, and reveled so much in their impure love affairs with men, that it was no wonder these women had decided to do without them. But here is fertile Spain, and you'll see how they change their minds. I can't remember all the things the men on the ship managed to say, sometimes as a consolation, sometimes really believing it, but as they listened to the stories and amplified them in their ravings, the decision became more and more firm. Disembark and face the danger of the imminent country of the Amazons. Needless to say, nothing helped create that climate of expectation as much as the fever of Fray Gaspar, who had not appeared on the deck again and remained inside the ship, lying in his sick bunk. He heard everything the sailors came to tell him and he answered them with increasingly incredible stories. Then Orellana spoke again with the Indian we had captured and he began to tell us so many things about his customs that I no longer know if it was Orellana's version translating what the Indian said, or Fray Gaspar's fever questioning him, or our comments about what we heard, which made us all in the brigantines convinced of the existence of the kingdom of the Amazons, although I dare not say that any of the ship had gone far enough into the jungle to see it with their own eyes. The village where we captured the Indian had what we call a house of pleasure, full of huge jars and pitchers and plates and bowls of colored earthenware that seemed more beautiful to us than the tableware of Toledo and Malaga. They had colorful drawings in a good style, full of symmetries, and Fray Gaspar wrote in his diary something that the Indian told us and that amazed us all, that those huge and beautiful earthenware and clay objects that we saw there were replicas of others of gold and silver that were in the real houses, which were the ones that were in the jungle. I do not know if the Indians wanted to take us inland, hoping to subdue us, rightly considering that moving us away from the water would make us weaker, since the brigantine for them, more than a ship, was a symbol of our magical alliance with the Indians. River divinities. But disembarking with us again, the captured Indian took us to the edge of the village, where a central road branched off into several, and despite knowing that we were close to warlike towns and that perhaps in the background was the terrifying city of the Amazon, in few places did I feel as much peace as at that point where the path started that went into the jungle. There was such a beautiful light that afternoon, the sun bathed the jungle and the river with such beautiful colors, and the huge clouds in the sky had a splendor that I have never forgotten. But while we were all fascinated, Orellana looked suspiciously at the jungle and the sky. He was suspicious even of the light of that hour, and forced us to return to the shore when the sun was already setting over everything. He said that it was not convenient to sleep surrounded by so many leagues of dangerous land, and that only in the water and in the brig would we be safe, but again we took the Indian with us, and that night his words, or our interpretation of his words, filled of magic and wonder the vigil of the ship. And in a few words I will tell you what the Indian told us that night, or at least what Captain Orellana translated for us from everything the Indian was telling him. 22. We fought so energetically and resisted so fiercely. We fight so energetically and resist so fiercely those who attack us because we are subject to the white warriors. They are brave and terrible women, much taller than the other jungle Indians, and we call them white because their skin is the color of light copper. They cruelly punish us if we allow someone to cross our villages to reach their kingdom. If we received the invaders in peace, they would fall on our villages with war cries, and if they notice that we turn our backs in battle when they command us, they will kill us with hammer blows without hesitation. They have long hair that they arrange in braids and that are knotted around their heads, and since they were little girls they train in work and in war. They swim in the interior lagoons like dolphins, navigate the canoes with skill, and walk naked through the jungle, although covered with ink and magical strokes, because the colored inks of the seeds and fruits allow them to armor their bodies with powerful prayers and with songs. Our villages on the banks of the river, and the towns that follow each other in the jungle, are rings and snakes around the world of female warriors. They have chosen for themselves the best land and the one that is most protected. Low moss with a lot of forest, and behind them savannas with knee-high grasses, where their horses graze on flooded plains and meadows, which are tapirs and cloven-hoofed tapirs. There are those who say that further inland, in regions where no one can penetrate, they also have captive and domesticated huge jaguars and starry-skinned snakes, but I cannot confirm that. Their crops produce soothing herbs and scented plants for food, there are giant trees on their land that produce nutritious acorns, and there are all the fruits of the jungle, from the green pears that accompany their banquets to plums and pineapples and guavas and guamas, and many fruits that other regions do not know. When they go to war, as they usually do, their troops advance animated by many trumpets and drums, by flutes and syringas of reeds and three-stringed zithers and drums of wood and skin of different very resonant voices. Their lands begin 7 days' journey from the river, and sometimes they become captains of our troops, when it is necessary to defend the entrance to their lordship. But not only do they know how to wage war, there are some who weave and others who farm and others who make bone-tipped arrows and carved spears. They live in large houses of lime and stone that stretch between paths walled with large walls, and every so many houses there are watchtowers where females of war guard the tranquility of the others. They are not married and do not accept men in their vicinity but only in war and as servants, and to get pregnant and have their children from time to time they wage war against a neighboring kingdom of tall Indians, which is the one they prefer, and in those wars they capture all the Indians they want, and for a while they have them with them and they mate. They are the only enemies of war that they spare, and after they are served they return them to their land without harming them. Perhaps it is only because they are spared that the men allow themselves to be recaptured on the next raid, instead of preparing to resist with violence, so that war is more of a ceremony than a mortal combat. But it is after childbirth that the arrogance and cruelty of these women become known, because if the newborns are boys, they not only kill them but also send their dead bodies with Indian emissaries to the town of the parents, as if those shipments were a reproach, and on the other hand, if they are females, they celebrate them with parties and do great solemnities, and very soon they initiate them into the harshness of war. One among them all is the queen, and she rules severely, and she is called Karanai. The great ladies have in their houses silver and gold tableware, glasses, and pots, while the servants and those of lesser status use only clay pots and trays and plates and bowls of carved wood. We neighboring Indians bring them wool and cotton as tribute, and they weave light blankets that they use in their houses, and fabrics for their dwellings, and capes that they sometimes wear over their naked bodies and that they tie in the front with cords. They have in their kingdom 2 lagoons of salt water from which they cook the water in pitchers and extract salt in white loaves. In the main city of their land they have 5 very large temples dedicated to the worship of the sun, and each of these houses is also called Karanai, after the queen. They have gold plates covering the low walls of the interior and the ceilings lined with paintings of the jungle, snakes and jaguars and tapirs and colored birds, made with bark from trees, and many precious objects for worship in their shrines. All the leading ladies wear white gold ribbons as diadems on their heads. Karanai and the other warrior ladies have given the order that after sunset no male Indian from the neighboring towns may leave his village under penalty of mutilation, and above all that no man attempt to enter his kingdom, under penalty of death. Death in torment. The fame of these women fills the entire jungle, and when it is known that they have entered into war there are people even from very far away who dare to navigate many days on the immense river, at great risk to their lives, just to see them from afar. All of us have to serve them when they pass by, and bring them as tribute to a certain place whatever they demand, whether it be fish or game, birds or fruit, but these demands are not frequent. And there is a great curse that we all fear in the jungle, and it is that it is said that every man who tries to enter the land of the white warriors, even if he is a boy when he undertakes the trip and even if his incursion only lasts a few days, will return as soon as possible. Old man to his village, that no one will recognize him when he arrives. After the men ventured into the jungle, more than one came to tell the one-eyed friar about the things they had supposedly done, and a climate of delirium enveloped the crew. Orellana himself affirmed that they had followed the trail of the Amazons for a good distance into the jungle, but that they were stopped by the fear that they were leaving their thread in the tangle to make them lose themselves among those labyrinths of trees that are repeated endlessly. Some advanced in groups of 3 and 4, exploring that fabric that is always opening up to new plots, hearing the movements of things that flee, letting themselves be lost by the birds, seeing the changing vegetation and the abundance of animals in the jungle, and they brought back stories. Although they may have happened, they could also have been just inventions to show off to their peers, or to satisfy the need for memorable events to tell when they return. The jungles, God willing, were going to be left behind. Men wanted, in case we got out alive, to have stories to be proud of if we ever returned to the human world. Each one lived their own experience of the jungle, and each one will tell a different story, but I can tell you that at the end of that trip we talked about so many things that I don't know what we saw anymore. The jungle is so strange, so mysterious, that it is easier to understand what someone who saw it fleetingly says than to understand what someone who has lived in it their whole life knows. Several crews spent some time wandering in the jungle, and the tales they brought filled the ship for weeks. Among them, 5 men entered the jungle and did not return, so that, after 2 days and nights had passed, Orellana made the decision to set out and not wait for them any longer, thinking that they had succumbed at the hands of the women, of other towns or of hungry beasts. Incredibly, midway through the 3rd day we found them on the shore after one of the next bends in the river. They came devoured by insects, they had eaten roots and lizards, they spoke of luminous animals, of towns of tiny people who lived in the roots of trees, of foliage that told secrets. They said that the jungle had vertebrae and tiger fur, and infinity of clues convinced us that they had chewed up the madness in the green crusts. But some of the stories they told about the Amazons fed the story that Fray Gaspar later collected in his chronicle. We finally emerged from the strangest of jungle regions, which those Indians call Tupinamba. Everything was still so crowded that our little ships were making their way like a couple of leaves covered with ants through the primitive waters guarded by great snakes. Every day we felt more that the jungle was looking at us with thousands of eyes. There were towns and towns and towns, and in certain parts the villages were so long that each section had its jetty with many canoes. The jungle may be dark, tangled and labyrinthine, but the river is an immense and open road, sometimes under the rains and storms, sometimes under the storms and their fearsome thunder and lightning, but many times under the luminous boats of the clouds, in the most diaphanous air, and all those who live on their shores are in communication. As I have already told you, the greatest danger is not in the jungle or the river, but in the clash of our minds and our customs with the jungle and the river. We do not have such mysterious purposes, nor are we as slow as the trees. Something in that world grips us, something fills us with urgency and impatience, because things do not mature at our pace, the fruit is too slow and the snake is too swift, nothing seems to have its own intention, everything responds to an indecipherable and alien design. And among its large leaves the wool despairs, the clouds weigh on the soul, the water is less obedient than a cat, the fireflies hurt the eyes, the night is a silence too full of noise, a void too full of things, a darkness too full of stars. The uniform jungles in the distance. The uniform jungles in the distance give the illusion that everything is identical, and the eternal days of the journey seem one. But in memory every hour has its bird, every minute a fish that jumps, a roar of an invisible beast, a hidden drum, the whistle of an arrow. Slipping through those long days, where the bustle of the jungle seems contained by a great concave silence that dilutes everything, we were able to observe that the rivers that flow into the great current had different colors. Yellow rivers as if they were dragging sand regions, green rivers that seemed to have macerated and diluted entire groves, red rivers as if they had worn away mountains of clay, transparent rivers as if they were advancing through caverns of living rock, black rivers that seemed to bring all the rust of large stone workshops. Some come down roaring in an avalanche, full of the tributes of the jungle, others come slow but powerful as if formidable creatures were swimming under its waters, and others come so stagnant that they hardly even dare to enter the inclement flow that devours everything and destroys it. Assimilate. I spent hours looking at that river made of rivers, wondering how many secrets of worlds that I could not imagine were dissolving into a single thing, blind and eternal, that slipped without knowing where, also leading us in its blindness to dissolution and oblivion. We descended for more than 8 months because of that flow that was growing. And now I can tell you that, after living a long time on its back, one ends up confusing his life with the life of the river. At the beginning we are totally different beings, but later you have to be watching their movements, anticipate their anger in storms, guess the response they will give to each rain, see in the calm waters if avalanches are preparing, hear the storms breathing and feel the breath of the river in that humidity that fills everything, that rises like fog in the mornings, that weighs like a bundle at noon and that bathes endless afternoons with vegetable mud. In the end, one is already that snake on which one navigates, carried by its origin, receiving the life of others and staying the course without knowing what awaits at the next bend. Then came a long stretch of land that was uninhabited, or where the natives did not follow us in canoes or shoot arrows at us from the shore, or light up the air with their alarm drums. And in one of those weeks of little food, on the shore of one of those lateral channels, in a bend of calm waters, compared to the main current, one day we perceived another solitary Indian who was not scared to see our boat, and who he continued fishing impassively without taking care of the canoes that began to advance towards him. When they were near, he beckoned to them, as if happy to share the bountiful catch he had caught from the river. A blaze of fish that we later learned to call by their Indian names, long and spiny like the jungle and the river, could be seen next to him on a bed of large leaves, and we were quite surprised by that abundance, since he fished by shooting arrows with rods. Thin the water, in which our eyes saw nothing but the reflection of the jungle and the sky. Orellana shouted to the men that the Indian had a bow, but nothing in his gestures seemed threatening. Tall and naked in the evening light, among trees that, when mirrored in the river, produced the illusion of a floating jungle, he looked like a kind of divinity of the waters, with straight red lines on his face, bracelets of small colored feathers and seeds, a hollow reed with a good supply of arrows, and a white freshwater snail shell in which her sex was sheathed. The captain went in one of the canoes with 3 more Spaniards and with the silent Anuma to shore. They were afraid that the native warriors would appear behind the fishermen, that naked figure was nothing more than the bait of a trap. But nothing moved in the deep forests, except the orioles that make their hanging nests in the highest branches, and those beings with big eyes that always look underwater. On the shore they tried to talk to the fishermen, but Anuma told me that he managed to understand very few words of his language. Later, despite the cordiality of the meeting, and the almost childish confidence that the Indians showed them, it seemed to me that they were taking him prisoner, although Orellana always affirmed that the fishermen had agreed to come with us. Perhaps he was flattered that the magical beings of the river, since for him we could not be anything else, wanted to take him in their floating palace. I seem to remember, however, because many events of that part of the trip are for some reason confusing to me, that the Indian was either threatened or was initially chained. But at the same time I remember that he spoke animatedly with the captain. How much time had Orellana spent, throughout our forced navigation, talking to the Indians that we embarked from the beginning, solemn Incas from the mountain range who understood little or nothing about these immensities of water and trees. Now he had with him someone who knew the secrets of the jungle and who might be able to get along with the towns that follow one another inland, far from the banks of the river. The yellow files that Orellana carried had been filled with phrases that no one understood, not even Father Carvajal, who was also entrusting all his experiences to a notebook. They looked like writings of bird songs and monkey howls. Orellana made the letters of Spain buzz and undulate, and he even told us that for the Indians there were words that were wings and words that were nests, and that an Indian once told him that in order to fish it is first necessary to pronounce a long prayer that links the names of the fish, from the largest to the smallest, but that the prayer has to close, as if it were a pitcher, with the name of the turtle, because this is the one that protects everything with its shell and prevents the fish from escaping. Another time I heard him say that the Indians have words for phenomena that do not exist in Spanish, such as the name of the disease that produces the beauty of a tree, the bewitching glow of a sunset, or the phosphorus look of the shaman when he has been transformed in jaguar. And one of the dramas of our trip was for the captain the loss of the humble graphite with which he wrote. One afternoon, in one of the flood waters, under the powerful rain, we had to pour water from all sides, check the dead rigging and adjust the mobile ones, and examine the beams one by one so that the frames resisted, and while we fulfilled all those tasks the captain's graphite must have rolled into the current in one of the jolts. When Orellana noticed his disappearance, it seemed that he had missed the boat itself. He tossed his hair angrily and in his upset face the only eye seemed to twinkle with an evil light. He tried to make nib points with whatever all he found, but the ink itself had nowhere to get it. He polished dozens of wooden sticks cut from the trees on the shore, and burned their tips to try to write with that crumbling charcoal, but he managed to scratch very little on his sheets. He understood that he would have to stretch the resources of his memory, and he continued to talk endlessly with the Indian, although we were never sure that he understood him. He said that thanks to his patience he had become familiar with the key words to access the most valuable information, but from what my friend Anuma, whom he frequently went to, heard, he could understand little of the other's language. I had noticed, at different moments of the trip, how many tragedies can be triggered by solitary confinement, and from the stories of Tupinamba I learned to listen distrustfully to Orellana's version of what the Indians who came to the ship were telling him. Sometimes not even in the face of things can we be sure that two languages are naming the same thing. The Indians do not see in the world what the Christians see, or perhaps everything that exists, as my friend Theophrastus says, depends on the order in which is registered to truly fulfill its functions. The situation was getting more and more difficult. From time to time we managed to feed ourselves and survive, but recurrent sores and fevers had many men more and more bedridden. The river never ceased to widen. The banks had receded so far that there were days when one of the banks was not perceptible. Their distant drums faded into the night, a palpitation that seemed to come more from the depths of the soul than from the outside world, and a dying glow altered the horizon of the water. We all despaired, fed up with that helpless drift, always moving towards nowhere, and neither the prayers nor the legends nor the last memories of the soul seemed to offer us consolation. Fray Gaspar de Carvajal was in no condition to give it to anyone, because he was languishing, his face grey from the loss of his eye, the jungle flies swarming around his swollen head, and subject to the ups and downs of a fever that only sometimes it allowed him to speak with a certain sanity, or to mutter torments in the Latin of a shipwrecked man, but which each night submerged him in delirium. It was in one of those delusions that he thought he heard the sound of a distant waterfall, and to our dismay it occurred to him that this waterfall could not be anything other than the end of the world. I was next to him that night, trying to change the poultice of leaves and with it the stench of his wound, when with his eye wide open and a hand making a snail in his ear he told me, "Time lasted until here. This must be the river that collects the waters of all the slopes of this part of the world to finally lead them to the abyss. Despite its breadth, the waters we cross are still fresh waters. But of no such wide river is the chronicle of the nations known, not even the sacred scripture mentions such a monstrous river, so this river must be proof of something supernatural." He remained thoughtful, hearing the waterfall that no one else heard, and added, "All things are coming to an end, and these twisted waters are going to bring us to the end of all things." Fear gripped the crew. Although I am sure that that night there was no noise from any waterfall, because curiously those were the days when the river seemed less noisy to me, the sick were many and those fearful of the devil were more, and some began to hear a whisper, to hear a noise, to perceive the damned waterfall that the friar was talking about, and to demand from the captain that we turn back, or risk ourselves down one of the lateral rivers. It is something that we always avoid, for fear of getting lost in the heart of the jungle. The main channel gave us at least the hope that one day it would throw us into the sea, although we could not know into which of the seas of the world or of hell we would fall. Now anything was preferable to continuing to navigate in uncertainty. The hours seemed numbered, time was already a tunnel of horrible creatures, each one more threatening than the previous one. And one afternoon I found myself looking longingly at the trees on the shore, as if they were the last ones I saw. Until the tremendous jungle that we had traversed, with its snakes and its birds, with its villages flanked by fences with skulls, with the vast circulation of its blood and its miasmas, with the hiss of its paralyzing and rotting snakes, that agitated voracity where everything it feeds on everything, endlessly, it began to seem like a longed-for and familiar land next to the things that seemed to hover over us. We had almost lost hope of returning to the lands of origin. The beings we had left far away were already like ghosts. But the time was coming to say goodbye to even more endearing things, to the water and the sky, to the light in the eyes, to the beating hearts and to the souls that at night, overcome by fatigue, still dared to dream. One ends up admitting the possibility of dying under the fangs of the alligator or in the embrace of the snake, in the water full of teeth or with the blood burning with poison. But now we felt that they had not reserved us for just any death, that something horrible still waited at the end of the road. 24. Orellana made efforts to obtain from the Indian. Orellana made efforts to obtain information from the Indian that would change the climate that reigned on the ships. The San Pedro resisted the randomness of the waters better than the Victoria, and its manufacturers saw it as a shell of weather, a piece of floating jungle whose intimate corners did not respond to the strict knowledge of the shipyards of Spain, but only to the industries of despair and fear. The captain noticed that the least concerned about the course of the river was the imprisoned fisherman. We began to call him Wayana, because that was the word he used the most, and later we learned that it alluded to the lands of the aftermath into which we were entering. Although the ship amazed him, although he looked at the men with curiosity, although he seemed surprised and even frightened by the lurches of the wind in the sails and by the cries of the sailors during the maneuvers, the river did not seem to bother him, and this must have instilled in Orellana the tranquility that he showed in the most difficult moments. He began to speak to him with unexpected fluency, and again turned to us to translate what the Indian had said. "There's no need to fear waterfalls on this part of the traverse," he told us. "Wayana says that the river is getting wider just because it flows through a flatter bed." But the Indian also couldn't tell him how much longer we would travel on the river. He listed the towns that lived on the shores, and again Orellana spoke to us about cities and fortresses, crops and treasures. "For now, let us be happy to complete this reconnaissance trip," Orellana said, "and rather let us ask God that one day we can return with weapons and supplies to subdue these shores and snatch their treasures." But don't think that what Orellana said about cities and kingdoms was true. I doubt much of that exists. Orellana now invented what he attributed to the Indian, and turned to the terrified and sick crew, to encourage them through the revelations he obtained from their mouths. It was not enough for him to have talked about the Amazons who ride tapirs and subjugate the peoples of the shores. He spoke of towns of giants, who use large trees as towers as batons. He mentioned dogmen to us, who are ruled by a talking jaguar. He spoke of pygmies whom he called Jibaros, whose job was to hunt Indians in the jungles to cook their heads and turn them into ferocious miniatures. He spoke of the pink river dolphins, which every month turn into men and kidnap girls in the villages to take them to the bottom of the water. He spoke of carnivorous fish that turn a tapir into bones in moments, but those were true. He spoke of a country of old men from the jungle, who sit down to wait for time to turn them into trees. He spoke of the serpent that reigns in the heart of the jungle, and how the ragged skin that it leaves behind is carried away by birds. He spoke of trees that cry white milk, of Indians who produce salt with vines and juices from the earth, of voracious red spots that advance destroying the jungle and are actually immense tissues of ants. I no longer remember how many crazy things Orellana told us in those days. Almost a month after hearing his stories, I convinced myself that he was lying, although I saw his lie as necessary. The captain could not understand everything Wayana was telling him. To translate in such a fluid and immediate way what an Indian says is impossible without the help of the imagination. And I even recognized in his stories that I already knew, stories that Orellana must have received as I did from Oviedo's stories. Tales used by the Caribbean Indians to scare the first travelers were later used by Orellana to reassure his men in the unknown jungles. He seemed to translate, but in reality he remembered and invented what the rest of us needed to hear. Any loose piece of information, any name, served to put together a story that would entertain the crew and feed their hopes. He fulfilled his role as captain. He gave our spirits an equivalent of the minimum food that had to be provided to our bodies each day. Some time later he confessed to us that much of what he said in the most desperate part of the trip was fabrication. It was opportune for him to have that Indian with an unknown language to keep up the morale of the troops. And at the end of that trip the whole ship lived on his inventions. I, who suspected it, did my best to believe him and almost succeeded in my impatience. Not only did we dispel fears, but we even managed to dream of the riches that we were leaving in our wake, which had waited a long time and would still have to wait for who knows how much longer. Suddenly, everything changed. One morning, before Orellana's ritual talk with the Indian began, the real sound of a waterfall began to be heard in the distance. When the wind changed direction, the murmur disappeared, only to reappear a little more intense. Orellana raised his arms, as if brushing away vines in the air, and tried again to refute the rumor that we were headed for the precipice, but he also heard the noise, and felt some kind of fear because he could no longer hide it from us. The noise grew with the hours. Already at night it was overwhelming evidence that at every step we felt like neighbors to the cliff, and no one even tried to sleep, because the end of all things was there, waiting for us. It was as if we were hearing in the night the breathing of a mythological beast towards whose jaws we ran hopelessly. The noise did not stop growing that night, and all the next day, and all the following night, so that in the end the sailors prayed with loud voices, confessing their sins, asking God for forgiveness for their faults, commending their distant relatives, and in a moment the confessions and creeds of all were no longer heard in the midst of that roar of maddened waters that grew. As if we were in the middle of an almighty storm, although nothing had physically changed around us. What we saw in the distance, at dawn the next day, was more disconcerting. There, at the bottom, where we all feared to see the empty extension of the precipice appear, what rose was a great white wall. The water stirred in a strange way, and suddenly it seemed to us that even the river wanted to recede. Suddenly we found ourselves in the middle of an incomprehensible turbulence. Waves of mud were coming, waves of debris were coming, avalanches of vegetation, ravines adrift under the furious winds, mixed waters, carcasses of animals dragged by the flood, and our two boats, the solemn Spanish brigantine and the ship of fools that followed it as a squire follows his champion lost in battle, were a pair of shells lost in a storm. In the midst of the lurching of the ship, our few belongings were swept off the deck by the avalanche, and there the last clothes, weapons, and most precious relics were lost. Even my father's letter, which I had always fervently cherished, and Fray Gaspa's golden cup, were swept away by the current. I felt that we were about to shipwreck, that after so much anguish and waiting, the final hour had arrived. We lost sight of each other, convinced that the other barge, scrapped, had capsized beyond repair, but suddenly we saw it still over water, poor leaf battered by the storm, and we were drowning in the muddy rain of the river, and we could do nothing against the powers of immensity when one of the companions suddenly shouted that the mud that his lips were tasting was salt water. Then, lost in the middle of the current and bent under the fury of the elements, we all understood that the white wall that had broken through us was not the doomsday but a wall of foam, and that the roar of 10,000 elephants that had engulfed us for days was the struggle of two titans, the boundless river and the impossible ocean, and suddenly, wet and incredulous, dizzy and sick and mad with joy, we were plunging our wounded and swollen hands into the brilliance of the ocean waves. C. 25. The sea salt melted on our lips. The salt of the sea was confused on our lips with the salt of tears, because none of us had real confidence that we could escape that infinite river that had dragged us 8 months like a spell. And it was one thing to touch the sea and another thing to really go out into its open waters, because the wave that forms at the mouth writhes more agonizingly than a snake, and sometimes we advanced and sometimes we were again at the mercy of the eddies. We enter the blue waters, still dragged by the force of the river, because at the moment it triumphs, the river remains a river for a long time in the sea. And the first stretch of the journey through the great waters was full of astonishment and perplexity. They seemed like miracles, and of course they were, the brilliance of the open day, the boiling of the foam, the delightful flight of the seagulls over the battered shells of our ships. The immensity no longer had the flavor of confinement for us. We turned west, following a distant coastline, and without counting hours or days, hoping that sooner or later a land populated by Christians would come to our aid. For now we did not know where we were, how far south or west the serpent of infinite meanders had taken us, nor how many kingdoms we had left behind in the web of impenetrable jungles. We had no charts and no needle, and sails had to be made again, this time with the last remaining blankets on the boats. We looked with vague curiosity at the mysterious coastlines to our left, unknown worlds that we did not intend to explore, in a cabotage navigation that hardly claimed the vague certainty of following the coast, without approaching it, as if we feared the mainland, and it is that we really feared it, because the prolonged captivity in the jungle made us fear that the earth could trap us again, take us back to its nausea and its hell. Sometimes we even saw people, groups of natives silhouetted on the cliffs, tiny rows of motionless beings looking apprehensively at the never-seen ships, and we left them behind like daydreams, intoxicated now by the free wind of the sea, while the poor threadbare sails swelled from that great and luminous wind under which we tried to advance seeking only the known. The first days we felt full of a new strength, the air of salts and iodine filled us with health and youth, but as soon as that ecstatic climate that was the novelty of our salvation passed, all the evils that we accumulated in months of impotence they surfaced again, and for the next few weeks we were sick as never before on the trip. Not only the wounds but also the oldest scars ached, the stings became inflamed again, Fray Gaspa's eye socket, which seemed healed, once again flowed an impure ember, Antonio Cifuentes. He was paralyzed for 5 days, unable to move on deck and without the slightest explanation of what made him so useless. As if our bodies forced by danger had been silent for months and months, fears and pains, and suddenly began to speak. It was amazing to see how we seemed more battered and defeated now that nothing tormented us, than in the long months in which we faced the climates of the jungle, its tiger yawns, the disconsolate cries of the birds at dusk, the fog pierced by threatening spears, and the expressionless face of the green world where the beak and the poison lurk, rotten puddles and hungry fangs. We finally turned our faces to look at each other, and we could almost laugh at the ridicule into which we had fallen, the thinness of our bodies added to the rags that hung from them, the stench of our humors and the misery of our customs. But the incredible world that we had just seen gave us the strength to understand that we were the remains of an arrogant expedition, the shadow and remains of absurd dreams. It was too late to feel sorry for ourselves, and instead of compassion we began to feel ashamed of each other, as if each one of us owned our own failure, as if all the others could be harsh judges. Thus we recover those little scruples that we've all pride, the vanity abandoned in the reigns of need and deprivation. We had nothing but we were already like owners of the world, dry land favored by a brief drizzle that was already beginning to germinate its first seeds. It was necessary to approach the coasts. The water we carried was not enough, and from time to time great and small rivers emptied into the sea, some of which came from the highlands and washed away by the humidity, with fresh water for tortured bodies and diseased lips. We stopped in the shade of the palm trees on very white beaches full of throbbing clams, we drank the blissful water of the coconut palms. Our shipwreck journey suddenly seemed like a journey through happy lands. But each island brought first hope and then disappointment. It took time for something to appear that would truly give us the peace of mind of returning to the world. The brief paradises gave way again to days of restlessness and sorrow, and soon the skies began to cloud with the omen of storms and gales. I don't know how much time had passed when we crossed rivers almost as immense as the one we had traversed, grey doors to a silent and secret world. They were so close to each other that we consider them rather the mouths of an unknown river, which does not flow to the east like the Amazon River but to the north, and which bathes in its gulf a vast island covered with thick and apparently thick jungles. Depopulated. No one even thought to explore it. The first thing that discovery expeditions do is to clear some side of the islands to adapt it as a jetty. We only looked for that in all the land that was offered to our path, and the untouched forests had no attraction for us. And it was past those turbulent waters that our 2 ships were lost to sight in the churning of the swells, and we saw each other no more. After the last rest on the beaches, I was on the Victoria and Orellana and Fray Gaspar were coming on the San Pedro when the loss occurred. Many days we traveled bordering mysterious coves when we saw an islet appear in the distance that seemed unworthy of being visited. The vegetation was not that of threatening jungles but of dry bushes, and in the background its small hills were more covered with thistles than with trees. But we were at the limit of resistance. The sea that made us so happy when we left the jungle was becoming a new torture, and just as we had felt enclosed in the enormity of the jungle and the river, we began to feel like prisoners too. In the endless waters and under the solitude of its skies. We got closer, fearful and anxious at the same time, and someone noticed that those blue waters and those gentle winds seemed to be from lands populated by indigenous people. Unaware of how much longer we would have to advance through the trackless sea, we had visited so many beaches in vain that we did not dare to hope, to avoid new frustrations. The other boat had lagged behind, and when we were close to shore, 5 sailors got into one of the canoes and went to inspect the land. It was dry, and it was sad, and it did not seem to bear fruit or flowers. They began to walk along the shore and up a small promontory of ravines, when suddenly one of them bent down to see something that was on the ground. A piercing howl tore from his throat, and then he began to cry out in anguish or despair. The other four ran to him, not knowing if he had found a snake, or if some poisonous insect had stuck its stinger in the knee he had put on the ground. When they reached him, the man was weeping loudly, pointing with tear-filled eyes at something on the ground that they had to bend down far to make out. But it was enough to see it for them to start screaming and crying too, not knowing where to direct those screams. Because what they saw on the dry land, curved lines marked with successive dots, was the most incredible image we could hope to have seen, the miraculous and recent marks of iron arches with rectangular nails. As if the earth opened its mouth to speak, that trail on the ground was not the hoof of a wild beast, but the perfect arch, punctuated by nail heads, of a Spanish horseshoe. We had finally come back to life. It was the island of Cubagua, and at the other end of that parched islet was the most famous pearl farm in the world. When we went around the island and arrived in Nueva Cadiz, many thought that what was arriving was a ghost ship, perhaps one of the 7 Ordosh brigantines that were lost in the Gulf of Trinidad, or one of the 2 Sedano caravels that got lost in the Orinoco Delta, or one of the 7 pirate ships that were bewitched by the sirens of Maracaibo. So we landed on the Victoria, the big ship we made in the land of Aparia, and we were 29 men, pale and plague-ridden, sore, swollen, and bleakly happy, greeting those on the beach as if they were an apparition. Miraculous. Only having lost the San Pedro cast a dark shadow over the certain joy of returning to the world. But 2 days later, like a spectre emerging from the mist of the sea, the San Pedro also appeared off the beaches of Nueva Cadiz. And it was then that the men from that coast spread the rumor that a ship of one-eyed men had arrived, only because the strange coincidence occurred that the first 3 to get off the ship were Captain Orellana, Galvez the one with the withered eye, and the poor and emaciated brother Gaspar de Carvajal, who did not ask for food or clothing but begged with a tearful eye to be taken to the temple to give thanks to God for that miraculous salvation. It was no use that all the rest of us had both eyes in place. The story that a ship of one-eyed men had arrived spread through the city, and reached the neighboring island of Margarita, and many felt fear, as if that apparition of condemned beings was the announcement of some greater tragedy. And given that months later the terrible storm that devastated Nueva Cadiz and put an end to the splendor of the pearls occurred, at the end of time we were tattooed in the memory of those islands not like the pilgrims who had come back to life after a long loss, but as the jungle-scarred adventurers who brought fear and bad luck to one of the wealthiest cities in the West Indies. Barely 2 years ago I had passed through there on Captain Nibla's ship, and I saw those islands as normal lands, rich in pain and pearls. For those who were looking for fabulous lands and supreme treasures, Margarita was just a grove lost in the sea. For those who now came from defeat and fear, Margarita was one of the happiest lands in the world, and there, at night, I said to myself as I sank into sleep in a hard but clean bed, in warm but serene air, hearing late voices through the groves, that it is far better to sleep happily in a destitute hut than to sleep forever in pieces in a crypt of gold. And the snake closed another of its rings, because one of the people who received us in Cubagua, and helped us overcome the prostration of the trip, was Juan de Castellanos, the poet. I am glad to know that you met him in the Sierra Nevada. So we were the same age and we understood each other right away. He was a boy with big Andalusian eyes, nervous and cheerful as a bird, with the rough hands of a field worker and with a devilish memory, who remembered everything that was said to him, who knew everyone, who sang until midnight at parties under Margarita's large ceiba tree, and that to my astonishment I had met Oviedo in San Juan, at the house of the famous Bishop Manso, on one of the trips my teacher made to the island of Borinquen. It may be because we are still so few in the Indies, but it is a matter of magic how one finds acquaintances everywhere. It moves me to know that it was Castellanos who accompanied you on your travels through the New Pamplona and on your descent to Santa Marta, to know that he is still alive, to know that he is in good health after so many trips, and that he is still determined to turn all these stories into songs, because in the world in which we were lucky, Nobody knows what his life will be like at the mercy of the jungles, the Indians, the seas, and the years. No one was more amazed at the adventures of the river trip, but it was the other travelers who told him about our adventure. I had not yet begun my trade of grinding and regrinding the grain of that trip, but I liked stories very much, and Castellanos, who perhaps did not even know my name, always called me the storyteller. He cared for us like a nurse and like a brother, spending whole nights talking to Fray Gaspar under the fluttering of the torches. It was in Cubagua that we learned that Francisco Pizarro had been assassinated, but no one knew that Gonzalo had filed a lawsuit against Orellana, accusing him of being a traitor and a thief. Fray Gaspar guessed that there would be grudges, and he was eager to travel to Peru, perhaps to mediate between the cousins and soften Pizarro's possible anger by explaining to him what had happened. He didn't want to take a day off without realizing that he looked more like an unburied corpse than an ambassador of good offices. Now I didn't know what direction to put in my life. The dream fortune was more lost than ever. Those men on whom my inheritance once depended were already as far away as my own father, Pizarro the Marquis rendering his accounts before incorruptible judges, and Gonzalo turned into our greatest enemy. 3 years of absence had done me no good, and instead had taken my faith. I'll tell you what every shipwrecked person knows: after a long loss, even if we are saved, there is something deep inside us, someone, it would be better to say, who is still lost on the island of the shipwreck, who is still hopelessly in the jungle, and whom we cannot console. Because every moment is the only one, and the one we were once will never know if we are saved in the end. It is as if it were still there, at the bottom, small and lonely, on an eternal shore that cannot change, and that only oblivion purifies. My situation was the same as when I left Hispaniola, but I was already someone else. Life had changed me, and it was also hard for me to understand that boy who left Amani alone, on the beach, on the island, without telling him. Offered even the consolation of a word. 26. Almost as hard as my 10-month journey. Almost as hard as my 18-month journey through jungle and river was arriving in Hispaniola, weeks later, with lips still crusted with fever and skin lacerated by insects. I thought I had lost everything because I had not achieved my father's inheritance, and because in the face of Pizarro's cruelty I had also lost my trust in men, but those illusions turned into misgivings were just the prelude to real losses. What was left of my childhood had died on the journey. The human heart seemed crueler than the river, and I returned to Hispaniola looking for my early years, the innocence of an age without forebodings, only to find the tomb of Amani, before a field of reeds. I had managed not to care about her while I was chasing my father's unreal gold in the mountains of Peru, while I was following Gonzalo Pizarro through the labyrinth of the reddened jungles. Going down the river in uncertainty many times I thought of her, because Wayana's language reminded me of hers, because thanks to her the legends of water were in me without knowing it, and at times I felt the need for that protective embrace that in the childhood consoled me for the lurking of the night and for fear. As I got closer to the island again, I felt that the rejection had turned into a claim, the restlessness into certainty. Now I needed the embrace of the sea, the love of the islands. I looked for my Indian nurse, feeling the contrast of the tenderness that she had given me with the rudeness that I had encountered on the journey. Without realizing it, in those long months of anxiety with Pizarro and despair with Orellana, the certainty that there was a corner of trust on the island that sustained me between the waters that boil with creatures and the skies that have snake skin. I came back to discover that I had definitely lost all that, and then I realized, in that relentless way that death has of teaching us things, that I had known from the beginning that Amani was my mother, that I had not ignored it for a single day. Now it was forever late. Oviedo, who generally held Indians in contempt, had arranged for Amani to rest in a grave high above the bay. It was the first time that an Indian woman from the islands had a Christian tomb. I visited the pious tomb where his body rested, facing the very blue sea, and I couldn't help but compare that place with the one where my father's bones rested before the Sea of Peru. Then I let my tears flow without time and without thoughts, and I released in them the silence accumulated in months of panic through the jungle and the river. In the end, without direction and without roots, on a huge day but dead to hope, I told her, to the land that was her, to the trees that were now her, everything that I had kept in my heart. Long days I spoke with my blood, walking alone through the dry hills, before the indifference of the sea. Amini, my Indian mother, my mother, had died alone as her race died, without even complaining, because there was nothing in heaven or on earth to which she could complain, abandoned by her gods and denied by her own blood. I didn't have the strength to feel guilty. I tried to invent something against the piece of stones that was accumulating in my mind, and I felt an urgent need to leave the island, to leave the Indies that had made me born in the shadows and in imposture, that threw me into the uncertain. For a world still without paths, chasing towers of wind, and now they were throwing me like one more log on the beach. Only one door remained. I went back to look for Oviedo in his stone fortress, to ask him once more for his help. Oviedo saw me arrive and understood everything. Instead of greeting him, I was silent with him for a long time, and he had the nobility to listen to my silence, like a long and detailed story. I knew him well enough as a news-hungry and well-informed man, but I was surprised that he already knew the story of our trip almost better than I did myself. Not 3 months before we had come out through the mouth of the river, sailing on the wave that writhes like a snake, and Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo already knew everything, how the cinnamon expedition failed, how Pizarro was abandoned in the jungle, what the brig that the officers built was like, how we landed on the first island of the Tortugas, what the second ship we made in the middle of the trip was like, how the arrow struck the watchful eye of Fray Gaspar. Not only did he know, but so did I, if the Amazons our expedition saw were of the same race Achilles saw, and he asked himself the question that I have asked myself so many times since then, whether our salvation had been due to accident or betrayal. A month before he had received a detailed letter from Popayan, whose author did not reveal to me, in which they told him about our drifts and torments, and he had also just found out something that we did not know, what was the fate of the men abandoned in the jungle. Only there did Orellana and I learn that Pizarro had been saved, that of the 180 we had left behind, some 70 men had managed to make their way through the pestilential jungles and return to Quito in rubble, that Pizarro had just filed a lawsuit before the emperor's courts against his cousin Orellana for high treason and theft of a ship, and that upon arriving in Lima from his shipwreck on the mainland, the captain had found news more bitter than the failure of the expedition, the murder of his brother Francisco Pizarro by supporters of Almagro's son. The betrayed partner sent them his collection account from hell. Oviedo was a mythological creature. He seemed to have hundreds of eyes and ears, he knew everything first, and always better than anyone else. I was able to date my meetings with him by news heard from his lips, and was now writing an account of our affair. What for us was still sorrow and misfortune, because sores and fears were alive on the skin and in the memory, for him it was already a historical event that no one would forget, the discovery of the largest river in the world and the impossible jungle that nourishes and protects it. I continued to share the losses of Gonzalo Pizarro. On my return from the false country of cinnamon, I had also found fatal news. I did not see the greatness of our journey nor the memorableness of our adventure. I did not feel that letting ourselves be carried away by a river and not being shot by its gods could be called a feat. For me, who wandered the shores like a disembodied shadow, Amini's death was the only consequence of that adventure. It aggravated every hour of the journey and filled its outcome with silence. Master, I heard myself say to Oviedo, I want to look for my father's land, I want to go visit your European world. I was not talking about a desirable trip but about the only possible escape. I don't see a better occasion, he replied. You have been part of an amazing discovery, and many at court will be interested to see you. I don't know anyone there. What can I look for in Spain, if rather the people flee from there, imagining in these Indies everything that they lack, I told him. It is already a consolation for you to know that you are not looking for wealth, he replied, you are going to try to understand who you are, since to know you the world in which you were born was not enough for you. There they will be interested in the trip you have made, it depends on you that they appreciate other things later. The future is the son of acts. He asked me to come back in a week, promising to prepare some contacts for me on European soil. I knew that it was not possible to be in the shade of a better tree, and that afternoon, after leaving the fortress, I walked along the shore of the sea reviewing everything I knew about that man, so old now, whose life was confusing to me. Me with all the episodes of this new age of the world. 27. Still at the age of 64, Oviedo. At the age of 64, Oviedo still wielded powerful influences at court, where he had lived since childhood. You will be surprised to know that today, at almost 80 years of his age, he is still mayor of the fortress of Santo Domingo, eaten away by the wind from the sea, just as he was once a lord on the mainland, governor of Cartagena de Indias, and 40 years ago alderman of Santa Maria la Antigua del Darien, in the region of the Lizard and Thunder. If I told you what his life has been like, you'd think I was making it up. Fate chose him very early to be the link between two worlds. He was one of the 2,200 men who jumped from the 22 ships of Pedrarias de Vila's navy, here, in the land of Castillo de Oro, when neither you nor I were born, and he came bearing the strange title of Notary of Mines and of Crimes, on that barely discovered ocean that was beginning to change its siren songs for legends of blood. No one among those thousands of faces could see in the ocean what he saw, because in Oviedo there were the books and the laws, the court ceremonies and the choir of the centuries of imperial Spain. Much of what life has denied you and me was given by the handful to this old man who received in his early years all the memory of the old world and in his mature years all the strangeness of the new world. It is not little for those who have seen the sky populated by the angels of tradition, to later see the ocean abyss shaken by adventurous ships. I must admit, despite my personal respect, that he never had the compassionate gaze of Fray Bartolomé de las Casas or other clerics in front of the indigenous people. He judges them harshly and was always in favor of a military conquest, but he was never a criminal like many others and, in addition to the fact that I personally owe him so much, for me his love for this land excuses or lessens his fatal human errors. The past was even deeper, because in his adolescence, half a century ago, under the stars of another age, Oviedo witnessed the arrival of Columbus in Barcelona, on his way back from the Indies, after crossing the entire country looking for the kings to give them the news of its discovery, with frightened cinnamon-skinned captives, with vegetal green birds, with lots of little gold animals and long strings knotted with pearls. But, although it may seem incredible, even before, at the age of 11, from the top of a white colt, as a chamberlain to Prince Juan de Castillo, Oviedo had seen the fall of Granada into the hands of the Catholic monarchs, and the game between moans of the Moorish sultans towards their exile in the sands of Africa. Chosen to be the witness of everything in this age of the world, he saw Spain born under the united swords of the Catholic monarchs, who were not so called because of their piety but because, being blood cousins, Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia demanded, in return to legitimize their marriage in Rome, to become the hammer of religion against infidels, and to exalt purity of blood as the unifying principle of their nation. That is why they united the kingdoms, nailing them firmly to the cross of Christ, and expelled the Jews and the Moors who had lived for centuries on the peninsula like clouds of owls and swallows. Oviedo saw everything in those violent dawns, and lived in Milan when he was 20 years old, in the refined court of Ludovico Sforza, where he met the greatest painter that existed before Titian, the beautiful Leonardo, who for my teacher was only an eminent paper cutter, because he rivaled him in that fantastic skill. Before being dazzled by the Indies, Oviedo had indeed seen prodigies. Artists such as Andrea Mantegna, a painter of suffering stones and screaming trees, and Ludovico Ariosto, who some time later offered the emperor a troubled book of dreams, in which griffins with large wings fly up to the crescent moon. But what was providential for me was that in Rome, in the early years of the century, Oviedo had met a young poet named Pietro Bimbo. The poet had just lost the love of his life, a lascivious 18-year-old princess who preferred to stay with her husband and not insist on erotic romps with that boy who took her to the crystal clear sky in verses, and glorified her in street prose, against the marble prestige of the Latin language. Oviedo's friendship helped that boy overcome his grief, and I say that was fortunate for me, because so many years later, thanks to that friendship, the venerable Pietro Bimbo would be my contact with the European world. I know better than many that Spain is the world, but sometimes I am amazed to think that behind every Spanish exploit there is always an Italian, behind the discovery of the Indies the stubbornness of Christopher Columbus, behind the poems of Boscan and Garcilaso the insistence of Ambassador Navigero and the music of Petrarch and Dante, and behind the chronicles of my teacher Oviedo the verbal genius of Pietro Bimbo, who later did me the honor of being my friend in the halls and squares of Rome. Before Oviedo came to the Indies, Bimbo had already told him in Ferrara that the new stories of the world deserved to be told in a new language. Let's not recount the present struggles in Latin, he told him, because the readers already speak other languages. And not only wars and discoveries, but love itself and its miracles should be sung in the vulgar tongues. Dante understood it first of all, and he described the infernal realms, and the wailing terraces, and the meeting with Beatrice in the eyes of God, not in the Latin of Virgil or Catullus, but in the language of the corrals and the markets. We are no longer trying to bring the divinity closer to life, but to show that the divine has always rested on it. Following his example, Oviedo collected in Spanish everything that Castillo de Oro and the New Kingdom of Granada offered to his eyes, every animal, every tree, every captain, and every feat, and he continued to do so in the great fortress of Santo Domingo, where he gave me his incredible memory as a gift. And in Spanish he dared to concoct, in the midst of his travels, the only novel of chivalry that has been written in the New World, the book of the very brave and invincible knight of fortune properly called Don Claribald, which I read near him in the book that he had published in Valencia in 1519. It was not a great story, but those characters who came and went, from London to Paris and from duels to love, must have helped him to distract himself with memories of chivalry now that the world that what surrounded him was iguanas with iridescent crests, poisonous things that jump, long beaches littered with dead trees and clouds of chattering parrots that fill the sky. One day he looked up and saw the Indies as no one had seen them before. From then on, everything in the New World deserved his description and his astonishment, and he no longer thought of chivalric novels. You get distracted? Do you still hear me? I know you're not a man of books, but I can't help but exalt myself remembering my teacher, who at this hour continues to write his endless stories in the great fortress, facing the sea that moves like a fish, and next to the gentle river where the galleons nod. It would not be too much for you to read the natural history of the Indies, in which Oviedo already showed many of the things that are found by the river and the jungle. You have crossed the ocean once and you know what that means. I, who have crossed it twice, have other things to tell about that journey. But Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, in the 60 years that have passed since the discovery, has rent the ocean 10 times going back and forth, and has lingered here with his eyes on every tree and every lizard, and it seems that he has seen God in them, because up to now he is the most patient Spanish witness of what the Indies have brought us. He didn't love the Pizarros either. He met Francisco when he was nothing more than an unlucky adventurer, here, in the jungles of Panama, and he saw the hallmark of the felony. Perhaps because early he saw him behead Balboa, or because Diego de Almagro, who was his great friend, was the most flagrant victim of the Marquis betrayal. That is why he told me with a satisfied tone that Pizarro had been assassinated by supporters of Almagro's son, and there I remembered a discussion that Oviedo managed to have with my father in the fortress, years before, when he defended Almagro and my father Pizarro. And after heated words they hugged each other and promised to be friends despite the craziness of the others. A week later, when I visited him again, Oviedo had written a 32-page letter addressed to Pietro Bimbo, his friend from another time. His proposal was that I travel to Italy, in fulfillment of a mission commissioned by him as the authority of the island, and look for old Bimbo in Rome, sure that this friend would take care of helping me in that unknown world. The letter was not just an excuse to introduce myself, it told him in detail what our adventure through the river and the jungle was like, that is to say, not something different from what I have told you on this long day, on these noisy beaches, while we wait the ship that takes us to the Peruvian ports. He put the letter in my hands, and also a bag of ducats that according to him belonged to me, as liquidation of the mill that he had administered to my father. He hugged me knowing that it was for the last time, truly moved, and said goodbye to me forever. 28. Traveling to Spain, I felt. Traveling to Spain, I felt proud to be the bearer of a letter whose content I knew well, because Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo collected in it the news of the discovery of the jungle and the river that he had received from Popayan, the most detailed account de Orellana and the many data that I had entrusted to him when he arrived on the island. I did not take to the old world only the memory of my adventures but a chronicle written by the greatest witness of that time, and addressed to an extraordinary man, and he said to me on the ship, without knowing that those words were a mysterious key, not only I bring the memory but the text. Something goes from sailing the seas of the Indies to challenging the great abyss. For me the ocean separated two kingdoms, but also two ages of the world. I seemed to see inalienable parts of my being divided by a great silence. Would the kingdoms of Europe resemble everything that Oviedo had taught me? What would those people accustomed to war against everything different see in me? The shadows once again inflicted visions of the river, ghosts of the jungle, and one night, already at the end of that trip, I saw in a dream the ruins of Cuzco moving over the mountain, as if trying to recompose the golden jaguar that they had once been. But the jaguar was just a monster the color of stones and ash, which managed to let out a roar at the top of the mountain and which collapsed again in pieces before I came out of the dream to see sunrise in the distance. On the coast of Spain. No one in those cities could share with me the amazement that all things produced in me. I had been born in a Spanish village, but how can I compare that port of Santo Domingo with the immense Seville, the overwhelming capital of the world, with its rumor of languages and trades, its beehive noise, its splendor and its dirt, so many trees new and each less enormous but curiously more conspicuous than the variegated trees of the Indies? And what impressed me the most from the first day, the feeling of old age of all things, the superimposed layers of the centuries in the squares, the palaces, the towers, and the impressive churches that want to make their faithful feel like a previous taste of the motionless heavenly glory. All those people were so focused on their own thing, so convinced that their world was the whole world, that I soon understood that the Indies did not fit into the daily life of those kingdoms, and that I myself was a bit invisible. Nobody could notice the rivers of my past or the jobs of my years or that distant world of palm trees and winds, the sacred cities and the mythological lineages that ran through my blood, and that now by contrast became more visible to me. There, more than in the jungle, I knew the deep cold of the word solitude, which, in an inverse sense, must have been the same one felt by the adventurers when facing the incomprehensible kingdoms on the other side of the sea, their temples of jaguars and serpents, the gold-plated walls of the kingdoms of the sun. And there I experienced the strangest of feelings of a son of immigrants who is born in a strange land and returns to the land of his parents, never having left, but returning. I barely had time to appreciate the crowds of Seville, the beautiful palaces, the cathedral raising its spires to the blinding winter sky, because a precise mission forced me to embark urgently. And it was at that moment when you and I were closest to knowing each other, because according to what you tell me, a few months later you arrived in Seville with the men of Viceroy Blasco Núñez de Vila, looking for the ship that would bring you to Borinquen. So we toured the city around the same time, although I stayed only a short time in that hive so different from everything I knew. I remember that one afternoon I looked at the formidable tower that had been the minaret of a mosque, and was now the campanile of a Catholic cathedral, and I had the need to approach and touch its stones and feel in them the reverberation of a lost world. Gulls from the Guadalquivir flew over the Giralda, and over the cobbled square someone swept in vain the shadows of the flowers that set fire to the white facades. That was my father's land. And yet where to look for his traces? Wasn't I running the same risk as in Peru, looking for someone without really knowing who it was? In Lima I followed in the footsteps of a hero and I was afraid of finding a traitor. Now in the Andalusian kingdoms I was looking for an old Christian and I felt the fear of meeting a Moorish convert, of discovering that only proscribed blood ran through my veins. I was alarmed, I can confess to you, who are my friend, by the delight that the traces of the Moors caused me, the arches of the buildings, the drawing of the facades, the fresh tiled entranceways, even the coolness of the word blue seemed to have a dangerous and fascinating meaning in that crude and implacable Christian world, far less delicate than what those who fled left behind. I remember the place where I stayed in Seville on that occasion and how the first thing I saw was a carved wooden shelf in which there were 2 daggers from Albacete, and scissors with fine engravings on the blades, with very sharp points and with a sharp handle of crescents that completely revealed its origin. Everything in Spain is checkered Moorish, interwoven with geometric drawings, furniture, floors, metal veneers, bars and locks. Erasing that past would require raising things that even Christians look upon with pride. You well know that the first thing that Carlos V did after his wedding with Isabel of Portugal was to visit the city that his grandparents had reconquered, spend his wedding night in the Alhambra and beget there the son of his loves, the future King Felipe, as if secretly confessing that no one could govern Spain if they were not rooted in some way, even by means of symbols, in that clear and luminous past like the arc of the moon. Gone are the walls and shops and convents and barracks and gypsies and beggars and geraniums and fountains and streets scented with orange blossoms, and the Torre del Oro became a tiny top in the distance, when I embarked again on the Guadalquivir in search of the ship that would take me to Italy. I felt that it had been years since I got off a ship, but this navigation was very different from the one we suffered on the river, under improvised sails with old clothes and poorly sewn blankets, because the ships that travel the Mediterranean do have the splendor of the empire, the hull dyed red and gold, the masks made by great carvers and painted with art, the sails with emblems of red crosses and blue eagles turning in the wind, the bronze cannons masked with lions and acanthus, and the symmetrical row of the oars moving to the beat of the whip like clockwork. It was on that trip that I first became aware of the might of the empire, for near the Gulf of Lion we glimpsed in the distance the floating castle town of the Imperial Navy. Later I had time to find out that, after his bitter defeat in Algiers, the emperor had returned to Spain to leave half his kingdom in the hands of his teenage son, and that after a long journey across the peninsula he had come to embark in Barcelona, heading also to the coasts of Italy. Catalonia was plagued by bandits with no guts, but the worst thing is that these thugs were financed by the high lords of the nobility. After legislating against them, Charles V took to the wind with his fleet of 140 ships, among which 50 galleys stood out like jewels, and all those prows pointed to the port of Genoa. It was the spring of 43. The year in which Carlos V met with Paulo III in Cremona, to sign the contract that would cede the Milanese to the papal court in exchange for 2 million ducats, a sum that he urgently needed to finance the war. Our everyday. In Europe I learned that Carlos V only finished one war to be able to start the next, and that even his son Felipe despaired due to the continuous demands for money made by the royal father, because the existence of those who try to live in peace can only be forgiven if your taxes finance the insatiable war. But the quarrels, the crossings, the religious and civil conflicts, the battles that macerated the peoples, the marriage alliances, the bloody ruptures, the sieges of fortresses, the sea reddened by swords, the advances and retreats, the looting, the fires, the rains of blood and tears, were only due to the 3 great problems that overwhelmed the thoughts of Carlos V, Muhammad, Luther, and Francisco I. A hostile religion, a schism within the empire itself, and a nation enemy in his massacres by land and sea on the Turks in high turbans, in his effort to prevent Luther's rebellion from sinking the Church of Rome and encouraging the revolt of the German princes, and in his endless war movements against the French, through from a continent ruined by the axes and fires of war. I understood that these Indies had no other meaning for the emperor than to relieve the finances of the crown, its inexhaustible need for gold and silver. When they turned into something else, denunciations from the clerics for the atrocities of the conquest, demands for resources to finance the expeditions, rebel uprisings like the Pizarro brothers. Carlos V flew into a rage like a man possessed, and the reality of overseas kingdoms. Like a fantastic cloud, the royal fleet disappeared into the distance. We sailed past a rock that was an immense cathedral with many palm trees. We crossed between black islands at dawn, and in a spring noon we reached the shores of Italy to start the final ride. I hadn't just gotten rid of the silt from the river and I was already at the gates of the city of La Loba. Rome, in my eyes, was too alive and too dead. It is beautiful to see a living and powerful city, but it is also beautiful to see the corpse of a sublime city. The first night I was so amazed that I thought cats were meowing in the sky, but they were the seagulls of Rome that fly complaining over the ruins of the imperial seal. Through black alleys barely relieved by the punctual light of the torches, I looked for the lodging that Oviedo had recommended, but I couldn't find it. More than 30 years had passed since my teacher visited her, and if so little time changes nothing in the tingling skin of the Trajan column, in the dark mouth of truth, or in the broken columns of the Palatine, it does change everything in the world. Daily life of businessmen and clerics. In a hostel near the Tiber I was received after midnight, and there I exchanged my first sentences in Latin with adventurers whose past was darker than mine. The second city that I remember also came to me in words. It was the description of imperial Rome that I had read in the books in the Oviedo library. I could enumerate, as if I had lived them, precise places from 15 centuries ago: Diocletian's baths visited by fat and solemn consuls, shouting young soldiers celebrating before the temple of Mars, and the imposing landscape of the semicircular enclosure of the theatre of Marcellus, facing the river, with a bridge to go to the Tiber island. I seemed to know all this: groups of women before the clumps of cypresses and wrapped in a wind of medicinal plants around the temple of Aesculapius, at the end of the island, which had a stone point like the prow of a ship, and the rectangular temple of Jove Maximo with his haruspices and his vestals, where the interpreters of the flight of the birds kept watch night and day on the top of the rock. I thought of the superimposed arches of the great aqueduct of Claudius, in the steaming baths of Trajan opposite the baths of Titus, in the severe avenue of the Athletes, the wide central sidewalk where there were marble monuments, arches, and statues and columns and stels, along the arena of the Circus Maximus, filled with oiled-skinned gladiators, in Pompey's portico in front of the Odeon of Domitian, where the young musicians rehearsed, in the excessive statue of Nero before the Arch of Constantine, in the haunting sacred brothels beyond Hadrian's mausoleum, and even in the diviners and bards who gave the Vatican Hill its name. But, once again, what I saw were ruins: the rotten shell of the Colosseum, the severed capitals, teams of oxen plowing the land where Jove Politano's Academy and the College of the Vestal Virgins stood. And, unlike Cuzco, here I couldn't attribute that collapse to anyone. You could see the devastations of time, but you couldn't see their hands anymore. They had built another city, immense churches stood on the humiliated marble, and climbing the steep stairs of St. Peter in chains it was possible to find things as prodigious as those of ancient Rome, especially that Titan about to rise, the indignant Moses' eyes of fire, whose strength is the very strength of wrath. I had yet to encounter something more powerful than the buildings and relics of Rome, its spirit, and that was what I found in the palaces on the other side of the Tiber, in the shadow of the dome of the greatest temple of Christianity, when I found to that old man for whom he had brought the letter from Oviedo from Hispaniola. 29. Few know that the first place in Europe where the finding of the Amazons was known was in the luxurious palaces of the Vatican, and that the first who spoke of it, with eyes shining with astonishment and sometimes lust, were the old cardinals of Rome. Bimbo was no longer the tormented boy that my teacher Oviedo remembered. He had been born in Venice 70 years ago, and had just become Cardinal Pietro Bimbo, guardian of the keys to the throne and general secretary of Alejandro Farnigio, who in 1534 had risen to the throne with the name of Paul III. Bimbo had been a loyal servant to 3 popes, and that may have been the reason why none of them granted him the cardinal's hat. Finally, the sacred bird of the Trinity had appointed as pontiff a prince that Bimbo knew less, and the new pope did immediately realize its merits, the usefulness of having a man like him managing the many crossroads of that fortress of palaces and prayers. No one knew so much classical culture, no one knew as he did both the labyrinths of the Latin language and the sinuous labyrinths of the Vatican, where angels and poisons lie in wait, prayers that open heaven and repeated daggers that turn off the world. But finding Bimbo was not easy. I had left with the Pope for Cremona to meet the Emperor, and this forced me to wait many days. The meeting of those powers was full of bitter reproaches, because relations between the Empire and the Papacy were going through one of their most difficult moments. The old Pope's silver beard forked like his thoughts. He knew that no one had fought for the Church like the Emperor, but he also felt that Charles V protected the reformists and that Luther used to come out to defend him when the Pope criticized him in one of his documents. He knew that Francis I sometimes allied himself with the Turks, but he wanted to summon him to participate in the council that was supposed to save the Church from the blows of the Reformation. The tiara and the crown made bitter claims, and the strongest was when the enraged Pope reproached the Emperor for his alliance with Henry VIII, the father of the Anglican schism. But the Pope would not dare to carry his opposition and reproaches too far, because in the memory of no pontiff and no Roman were the fearsome events of 15 years before, in 1527, erased, when the troops of the Empire, furious at the lack of a payment for their services and left without a reign by the death of Prince Charles, their boss, they descended on Rome like a plague of locusts, and kept the Pope imprisoned for weeks in the Castel Sant'Angelo, until the pontiff paid a ransom 400,000 ducats to the Emperor, who pretended to be indignant at the behavior of his troops but gladly received the kidnapping payment, and looted and slaughtered and filled the wells with blood and the houses with fire and the Roman souls with panic, in an infernal campaign that recalled the razing of the city of Moctezuma and the pillage of the city of Atahualpa. So that humanity would know that not only the kingdom of the Aztecs and the kingdom of the Incas but also Rome itself were considered spoils of conquest by the most brutal soldiers in the world. Nothing justified that barbarism. But it wouldn't take me long to understand why some said that seeing Rome is enough to lose faith. The phrase Roma vegeta, vita purgita abounded even on the lips of the cardinals, signifying that many of the things that happened in Rome called for scandal. Luther, who also had his ferocity, had written a true black psalter of denunciations against the customs of the clergy, and the truth is that Pope Farnese himself, who encouraged the idea of a council that would regenerate the habits of the Church, had led the Roman nepotism to such an extent that he named his grandsons Guido Ascanio Sforza, 16 years old, and Alejandro Farnesio, 14, cardinals. You can see that I have no shortage of stories to tell about those times in the kingdoms of Europe, and I already fear that if our ship takes longer you will end up finding out how the Emperor posed for Titian after the Battle of Mulberg. In short, I will tell you that I was already familiar with the huddles and the rituals and even with the dangers of the alleys of Rome when I finally learned that the cardinal had returned to the court of the Pope, after not having resolved anything in his appointment. From Cremona. Rome was still the scene of violence. Every day there was talk of crime in the Trastevere neighborhoods. Bands of assailants had galloped into the palaces adjoining Hadrian's mausoleum and climbed the huge carpeted stairs on horseback, knocking over vases and tearing at curtains. In those days there were also hands that tried to burn down the businesses of the cloth vendors on Via Corso, a street that, seen from the top of Trinita dei Monti, gives the illusion of a column, in acts that seem to recall the excesses of the looting of 27. Dangerous tumult abounded in the city in those days, when I finally managed to head towards Vatican Hill in search of the addressee of Oviedo's letter. Pietro Bimbo received me in his study with the window open on the variegated hills of Rome. The heights of the Palatine and Santa Maria Maggiore could be seen in the background, and cultivated fields with peasants reaping and knotting their bundles next to the shell of the Colosseum, and shepherds pushing their flocks along the ravines of the river, and in the middle of the fields, with ruined columns and distant pyramids, the luxurious churches and forums. He spent a long time reading Oviedo's letter, and from time to time he let out an exclamation in Latin, a cry of astonishment or approval or scandal. "I guess you don't speak Italian," he told me, first in Italian and then, to my muteness, in Spanish. He expressed his satisfaction at the news I brought him from Oviedo and his admiration for the adventure I had just experienced. On my arms and on my neck there were still traces of the bites of the jungle insects. Bimbo gathered the following week more than 20 cardinals, opulent, majestic, surrounded by clouds of their servants and their guardians, and told them what he had just read. He did it, against his custom, in Latin, so that I would understand. A troop of Spaniards, he told them, lost in the mountains of the West Indies, not only have they just discovered the world's largest river and the jungle of unheard of proportions that surrounds it, but they have also unintentionally found the country of the Amazon. A gasp of astonishment arose immediately, a mixture of fear, dismay, and curiosity, and they all began to ask at once. That rumor of deep, twangy, shrill, serene, exalted, deep voices wanted to know where those women were, who they were, what they were like, who their queen was, how they had been able to travel so far from their homelands and when they would have done it. They also wanted to know if they were descendants of the women of Atlantis or if they were related to the race of single-breasted warriors who had invaded Thrace and Cappadocia and who had camped on the banks of Thermodon. If they were white like the ones that fought against the Greeks in Troy, when Achilles defeated and killed Penthesilea at the moment he felt that he had fallen in love with her, and if they were huge like the ones that fought Heracles, when Hippolyta herself he offered his belt out of love and the god killed him deceived by the arts of Hera. Bimbo had to ring a silver bell on his desk to call to order. He introduced me as an eyewitness to the encounter and as one of the lucky discoverers of that incredible country, and asked me to tell them about my trip. My ignorance of Italian could be compensated by my moderate knowledge of the Latin language, and Latin was the language in which I tried to tell them details of the journey, and to answer their strange questions. I was soon interrupted. They were not interested in cinnamon. They were not interested in the expedition with its thousands of Indians and llamas and pigs and bulldogs, they were not interested in the ice cliffs or the Indian towns of Aparia and Maracapana, or their rights or their canoes or their arrows or their blowpipes. They were only interested in the Amazons, and very soon they were discussing among themselves whether the ones we had found, and which they had not allowed me to describe, were hideous like the ones that fought against Theseus and Bellerophon, or if they were beautiful like the ones that founded Mytilene together with the channels of the island of Lesbos, if they were of the race of Thalestries or if they handled the magics of Calypso, if they were from the same nation that took over Ephesus and founded the temple of Artemis, the one that protects love between women, in short, if they rode on horses or wild beasts, if they had 1 or 2 breasts, if they fornicated with their own children and if they slaughtered the males with whom they had just mated. I have never seen people less interested in finding out what was going on in the world or more indifferent to the facts when they did not coincide with their ideas. Now every one knew more than the other, and they seemed more determined to clarify their own ideas and customs than to think of discovery. For many days there was no talk of anything else. The Amazons were the subject, but they were above all the pretext for the cardinals to flaunt their erudition. Bimbo seemed amused by this racket of purple wives. Younger ecclesiastics sometimes participated in the debates, even some almost adolescent bishops and abbots, pale faces with large bags under their eyes, hound noses, hands with long spidery fingers, sinuous lips, and sometimes a Roman ephebe with curly hair and honey eyes, clad in a great robe of a prince of the church and covered with a cloak of yellow silk. What governed those controversies the most was a certain hatred for women in general, but above all the rejection of the idea of women accustomed to organizing their lives without men, undoubtedly given over to love between them and unrestrained in the face of lust, given to the dirty and cruel tasks of war and capable of enslaving their lovers and even killing them when they got in their way. If one thing is clear, they said, it is that the sinful life of that nation of barbarian females is the worst expression of paganism ever recorded. Bimbo, who as a good humanist believed in God and the Trinity, but delighted in the other mythologies, wondered aloud, to shock them, if the pagan gods had also established their kingdom in remote lands, and if these human races had any kinship with the lost peoples of antiquity. He wanted to know if the Indians were ashamed of their nudity, or if they were as innocent as Adam in the gardens of paradise, and, at his request, I had to answer before the great prelates of the cardinal's court, often improvising the answers, fed up with absurd questions. It amazes me now to remember that for many days, in the great marble avenues of the Roman palaces, the ashen-bearded old men and their lecherous young abbots spoke of nothing but the naked Amazons who had just appeared in the jungles of the New World. But despite my objections, they imagined everything against a background of palaces and walls, of domes and columns. They fantasized a Rome of violence and voluptuousness intertwined with snakes and lianas on the other side of the sea, and they let those dreams ascend, in a disorder of Latin phrases, between the white mantles of the marble virgins and the beautiful adolescents with wings of stone who cry next to the tombs of their bishops. Soon they had stopped talking about the letter from Oviedo and about my own trip. If they allowed me to continue there, it was so that they could base their own fantasies about the world and their strings of dogmas on a flesh and blood witness, but they did their best not to hear me, and Oviedo's letter was just the seed of their heated debates. They already knew everything in advance, and what they ignored they were inventing in the heat of controversy, without making any concessions to the facts. For several months I led the strange life of the palaces of the Church, in the midst of the turbulent events of that year of 1543, and still the following year I accompanied Bimbo on some of his travels, one of them following the papal court from afar, to a new meeting with the emperor in the city of Lucca. Pietro Bimbo also thought that all things want to be narrated. Orellana was right in wanting to fill in the papers he was carrying on the brig San Pedro with notes, and even more so was the feverish and painful brother Carvajal when he got up early to copy, in front of the flooded jungles, the details of our expedition. Rome lived the secret satisfaction that a Genos was the discoverer of the Indies and a Florentine had given them his name. The words Colombo and Americo frequented the lips of humanists, and for Bimbo the way in which language revealed discoveries was of great importance. If it was an adventure for me to travel to the jungle and the river, in Rome I lived the adventure that everything could be named, and my arrival with the letter from Oviedo made me feel like the first messenger of a world. Bimbo came to appreciate me for more than my trip and my misfortunes. He understood that I shared his love of letters, and he had time some afternoons to ask me to tell him about Oviedo, whom he remembered from his young years in Ferrara and Rome, and from whom he received from time to time letters with curious reports. Only once did he tell me about the love story that Oviedo had mentioned to me. It was a sad fact of his past, but I had heard that the wounds of love never close, so it was only through his initiative that I learned of that beautiful young woman, Lucrezia, the daughter of Alexander VI, who had been his mistress for a few years. Hot months at the turn of the century, and that he had sent her some ardent love letters. Bimbo kept them and remembered having written equally passionate letters to her, which she had to destroy to prevent them from falling into the hands of Alfonso de Este, her husband, or her brother Cesar, who also, Bimbo said, was jealous of her. That Roman world had a side no less wild than any other, but a fine web of intrigue and machinations, of ceremonies and dissimulations, made it perhaps more dangerous. There are men who dedicate their lives to building their own legend and who are remembered at the center of events. This was the case with Dante Alighieri, who told the story of his own journey, who painted himself forever together with the lady who was not his never in his life, and who eternalized himself next to the great poets of antiquity. It happened with Leonardo, who carved out a legend of beauty and skill, and painted himself with a face that generations will remember, and so it was with Colombo, who found a new world and made it the pedestal of his statue. On the other hand, there are men who dedicate themselves to exalting others, who make everything around them visible, but are not able to be touched by the light of glory. Bimbo was one of them. For his love he made mythical the woman who made him unhappy. Because of his talent, he made his friends great and took them to the throne of the Church, which never belonged to him. By his wisdom he made the Italian language great and helped to fertilize the other Latin languages, but he remained in an efficient penumbra. I suspect that, For posterity, this man who held the keys to heaven like few others will always be influential but almost unknown, and although humanity is familiar with his works and his face, few will know that these works are his, and no one will say that he is his that face. It was in the Bimbo Palace that I found the portrait of Andrea Navigiro that Raphael painted. It is enough to see that portrait to feel that one has met a human being, and in this case a great human being, the man who not only advised Juan Boscan to write in the manner of Dante and Petrarch, but who, to my joy, translated into Italian the books of my teacher Oviedo. I took the opportunity to ask the cardinal if he had met Raphael, the author of the portrait, and Bimbo, with his unmistakable style of not saying everything but making a gesture that means wait and you'll see that I have a surprise for you, did not ask me. He answered nothing but took me through the Vatican galleries, to the Stanza de la Signatura, and showed me the great fresco they call the School of Athens. There were all the great spirits of antiquity represented with the stamp of the great characters of the present in Italy, and I can tell you that this visit to see a sublime work of art was one of the great moments of my life. Not only because it was the very wall that Raphael's genius had painted, because he had portrayed Leonardo in the role of Plato, Michelangelo in the role of Heraclitus, and Bramante in the role of Euclid, but because that day he was Pietro Bimbo who guided me, and after explaining each figure of the great Renaissance fresco, showed me on the far right the self-portrait of the artist, next to Ptolemy, who on his back carries the globe in his hands, and pointing to the figure of Zoroaster, who carries the celestial sphere in his hands, told me, perhaps this answers your question. Zoroaster's face, holding his sphere of stars, was the faithful portrait of Cardinal Pietro Bimbo. 30. 4 more years lived Pietro Bimbo. 4 more years Pietro Bimbo lived waiting for the greatest dignity that was promised to his merit, an elevation that according to everyone would come sooner or later, because he was the most respected and illustrious of the princes of the church, and no one doubted that in the end the triple tiara would fall on his temples and the weight of Christianity on his shoulders. I walked, once again, amazed at my destiny, wondering when and how the son of a native of Hispaniola and perhaps of a Moorish convert buried alive in Peru, after getting lost in an overwhelming jungle and drifting down a river without shores, had come to this jungle of marble even more inexplicable, where life revolves around invisible things, where kingdoms stranger than the jungle and the river are administered. It was not precisely the garden of civilization where he had arrived, there he could also see day after day the big fish devouring the small ones, delusions prevailing over facts, and death, more powerful than the powerful, imposing its law of vigilance and plague and war on peoples and princes. And it so happened that, before the Holy Spirit caused the triple papal crown to fall on Pietro Bimbo's forehead, death sneaked in one day through the Vatican halls, and crossed in front of the Raphael fresco in the Signatura chapel, and passed in front of the Pope's rooms, where Constantine's vision of the cross is painted, and up the town hall stairs, and through the Gobelin halls, and past the great maps and halls of sacred jewels, and past also the halls full of the dry legs of the dead and the withered phalanxes of martyrs and the oil bottles of saints, and he entered without making himself heard the hall where Cardinal Pietro Bimbo meditated with his eyes closed, and converted the greatest sage of Rome in a bundle of bones dressed in purple. After his funeral, in 1547, and called by a moving letter, I made a brief trip to Spain, where my teacher Oviedo had been since the previous year. I found him writing the 3rd volume of his Chronicle of the Indies, with the account of the conquest of Peru, although, true to his tireless work as a scholar, what kept him awake at the time was an investigation into the healing properties of guaiacán and the virtues of rosewood as a blood purifier to combat Gallic morbidity. I had said goodbye to him 5 years ago, in Hispaniola, fearing, because of his age and the chances of my trip, that this goodbye would last forever. But it is fate that decides, and there in the court of Valladolid I was able to tell him about the last days of that friend of his youth, whom he never saw again, the Venetian boy whom I had found turned into an old man. Pale face and deep eyes, with a beard of ashes shadowing the chasuble of blood-colored silk. This is how I was able to close the circle of that friendship. Life wanted it to be me who narrated to Oviedo the death of Bimbo, who told him how that poet who held the Pope's daughter in his embrace, who protected me like a father in the murky hills of Rome, who led me through its galleries and taught me to understand that other forest of myrrh and porphyry where language is also a poison, had slept forever under one of the slabs of the altar of Santa Maria Supra Minerva, near the Pantheon, in front of the cobbled square where a marble elephant aimlessly carries an Egyptian monolith on its back. And then, in my memory, the trips are confused. I rode with merchants from Rome to Udine, as a merchant climbed the Dolomite Alps, from which the pine pillars on which Venice rests descended centuries ago, and traveled along the Alpine lakes and snowy peaks to descend to Geneva and Regensburg. I remember having felt, seeing the Palatine Church of Innsbruck, that in this world of senseless and eternal wars the only ones who were well protected and safe were the dead, asleep on marble beds, guarded by rows of immobile kings, immersed in the music of the choirs and with a sky of Gothic stained glass windows shining on his dream. I lived for some time the life of adventurers and mercenaries. I learned about the emperor's ways when he was about to seize Paris in 1544. From Innsbruck to Stuttgart, from Stuttgart to Heidelberg in large boats full of fruit and geese, from Heidelberg to Koblenz, from Koblenz to Bonn, from Bonn to Liege, war and necessity, surprise and defeat, dragged me down. The empire is a braid of conflicts in all the cardinal points. The emperor wanted to stop the Moors from advancing on Vienna, subdue the Neapolitans, control the reformers, seal the unity of the German principalities, maintain control over the Flemish provinces, marry the offspring of the houses of Holland with the virgins from the House of Savoy, and we were just pieces of an immense chess game scattered through the snow and the wheat fields, by rivers that border looted fields and by the blue waters of the sea full of marbles. And at the end of the trips I remember that inn in Flanders where I met Topherstus. It wasn't called that, but that was the name I got used to giving it, because it was the name of a doctor and alchemist who died a few years ago, who had been his teacher. The first sentence I heard from him predisposed me to be his friend and almost his disciple. He was talking to someone at an adjoining table about the spirit of the universe, and suddenly, doubtless repeating his teacher, he said, "Sleep in the mineral, dream in the vegetable, wake up in the animal, and speak in the human." I felt as if someone was lifting the veil of ignorance and revealing to me the landscape of the world for the first time. He shared his life and knowledge with me for a time, and what a relief it was for me, in a routine of war and disorder, to find a being who was interested in giving life and not death, in studying plants, in venerating forests instead of destroying them. I thought I came from a region where nature was everything. From him I learned that in Europe there also remained a redoubt of old knowledge, a joyful and delicate paganism that knew how to see sacred norms in the forests and rivers, magical emblems in the leaves and fruits, someone who knew its healing properties, who knew how to make liqueurs with the fallen leaves of the peach tree, who was capable of going into the nocturnal forests in summer just to hear the nightingales sing. "Nothing is poison," he told me one day, "but everything is poison, the difference is in the dose." He was the happiest being I have ever known. He combined a carelessness for books and a love for music with a passion for nature, and the habit of surviving by stealing fruit and vegetables from the markets and goods from stores. He defined himself, smiling, as a thief and a sycophant, and later added that it is only lawful to steal what is indispensable and that lying is, according to Plato, the profession of every poet. I think he belonged to a secret sect of necromancers, and thought like Diogenes the Greek that if we dedicate ourselves to the thought and service of humanity, the human city owes us what is fundamental. "Don't worry about the apparent differences between men," he told me, "in the light of the moon colors are not noticed." It was as if I met the most surprising side of my own being. I even wondered why Theophrastus was not a woman to be able to love him fully, but our strong and exalted friendship was the closest thing to love that I knew in those summers, a break of camaraderie between evil wars. He believed in the influence of the stars. He affirmed that depending on how the stellar vault is at the moment of our birth, that is how the inner sky will be fixed on us. And I remember a trip full of dangers that we made between Paris and Stuttgart, through the most burned of the borders, carried by random carts and accompanied by Ricardo the flautist, one of his friends. Prowling one night near Cyprus stands near Strasbourg, he explained to us that the four elements each have their own hosts: gnomes the earth, undines the water, sylphs the air, and salamanders the fire. And I remember the ascent on horseback through the Black Forest, suspicious of enemies in the hollows and guards on all the roads, until reaching the silver light and the cool peaks already by the winds of July. We felt young and free galloping down into the scorched wheat fields of Swabia, and sought refuge in Tübingen, whose colored facades lit up in the long light of evening. The time was short, but I feel like we talked about all things. It was Theophrastus who introduced me to the science of numbers and informed me of the efforts of the alchemists, who cured me of the Mulberg wound that had not yet healed, who relieved me of the nightmares that the wheels of Flanders had left me with, and who finally spoke about my journey through the jungle, those words that I told you at the beginning of this story. Just as it is hard to retell atrocious events, so it is beautiful to silence what the mind would like to keep forever. I did not include him in the list of those to whom I have related my trip, because few details were enough for him to understand what happened, and he did not ask any more. He knew that I wanted to forget those things. Everything in the world stimulated his mind. He would have thrown his books into the river if it were the price of being able to slide freely in a boat discovering secrets on the shores. For him, I came from a kingdom of jungles and crocodiles, mermaids and Amazons, and he almost saw me as a fabled creature, like a feather shed from an exotic bird, or a leaf from mysterious forests, but any human, from any region. It was for him emissary of inexplicable kingdoms. He was the first man in that European world who didn't make me feel like an abnormal creature. For him, by the mere fact of being human, we were all fantastic creatures, and he did not hide the fact that he was quoting his teacher when he told me, "You must see man as a piece of nature locked up in the sky." Thanks to Theophrastus, more than anyone else, the gap between my Spanish blood and my Indian blood was narrowed. Because of him I felt that the Swabian wheat fields were as much my home as the Caribbean islands. I wandered at his side for a year, dodging the troops, sleeping in abandoned sheds, enjoying the hospitality of the poor peasants of the villages. And after so many adventures that made us forget wars and plagues for moments, I finally lost Theophrastus on the shores of Marseilles. Pursued by soldiers, he had to escape without telling me where he was going, and one perplexed morning I realized that I would never see him again. Once again I was taken away by the troops, and I ended up embarking on the galleys of Admiral Andrea Doria, who intended to rescue, from the hands of Barbarossa, 1,500 Christians captured with the complicity of the Duke of Enghien off the coast of Nice. In the broken mirror of the Emperor's Wars, I verified that the European powers have no time for the conflicts in the Indies, or even to worry about their crimes. Everything that is lived in the old world is so urgent, so imperative, so savage, so brutal the sequence of its battles, there are so many kidnappings, so many extortions, so many intrigues, that there is no way to think about more distant things, so that the Indies are nothing more than a distant and primitive supplier of wealth, to which the worst ships are destined and that has been left in the worst hands, so that the real people can live their hatreds and their dogmas. Almost forgetting about the jungle and the river, I began to lose sight of the malaise from which it came, and for a time the indelible dialogue of that friend, his conversations always diaphanous in a French that I understood as if I had always known it, it made one feel that although nature in the Indies is more exuberant and mysterious, the northern light gives things an aura of legend and almost of a miracle. Later I returned to the seas, and raised my hand against the luxurious galleys of the Moors, and the years passed in nights of patience and days of gusts. And as if led by the hand by a hidden design, I arrived one day at the house of Mendoza, one of those kingdoms behind kingdoms, one of those columns that sink their roots in the centuries and on which the Spanish Empire rests. Great lords of Mendoza were directing galleys in the Mediterranean when I arrived in their shadow, and there I caught a glimpse of the true power of tradition. Don Andrés Hurtado de Mendoza y Bobadilla, Marquis of Caint, took me on as his secretary one day, after learning of my old friendship with Oviedo and Bimbo, and I swear to you that I had nothing to envy the passageways of Rome and its 1,000 powers. Covered in purple, this old house of Mendoza, whose princes were for centuries more stable and stronger than the kings. Owner of properties all over Spain, in the plains of Granada and castles in Alava and manors in Cuenca, only the calm cordiality of the Marquis made it possible to bear the 30 titles of nobility that fell on his head. Titles accumulated by his elders in Granada, Navarra, Asturias, Marquisate of Moya and Cabrera, the Marquisate of Mendivil, the Dukedom of Monte de los Muertos and the Principality of Castile, before he himself became Guardian of Cuenca and Major Huntsman of Castile and Lord of the Tower of Mendoza and personal companion of the Emperor in his campaigns through Germany and Flanders. And this man, overwhelmed by titles, to which he no longer paid attention, made the old memories spring from my lips again. Now they were paler, they seemed from a life that was no longer mine. I talked about those things as if they had happened to someone else. And so ended my wanderings through the old kingdoms in which you were born and that you have not had the time to travel. I won't tell you other things because they are not related to my trip to the jungle, and because our waiting time is coming to an end. They inform us that the Pichicac has anchored in the docks of Panama, in front of the walls of the burned city, and that in a few hours we will set sail for El Callao. Now I almost need to explain to myself how, after that life on the stones of Italy and on the plains of Flanders, where I thought I had forgotten myself, how, after years of living in other light and other languages, I suddenly find myself in the vicinity of the jungle, and reliving the journey of my early years. If someone had told me in those campaigns, or in my dark desk in Valladolid, where I attended to the Marquis of Cain's correspondence, that one day I would be back in the Indies, that the snake would hiss in my ear again, that someone would invite me to travel again to the jungle and the river where my youth died, I would have laughed, with the absolute certainty that this would not be my fate. I managed to be another man and live another life, and I dreamed that this gift from destiny or from heaven would last forever. And now look at me, on the edge of the jungle, look at me talking on an Indian beach with someone determined that I accompany him to hell for the second time. 31. Barely 10 months ago the Marquis of Cain. Barely 10 months ago, the Marquis of Cain accepted the appointment made by King Felipe as the new Viceroy of Peru. He had his overseas dream ever since La Gracia brought the news that the Indies were once again on their knees before the imperial power. The ships that arrive in Cadiz carry the gold that fills their holds multiplied in legends. I, who did not want to return, listened with admiration to the reports of kingdoms and cities. I saw them supported by an effective alloy of ingots and fables. The Gracia had left the kingdoms very safe under the crown, and news of an infinite deposit of silver on the hill of Potosi sickened the nobles and the people with greed. From the court to the dusty villages, those cries turned quiet boys into brutal adventurers, and every Sunday holy clergyman thanked God because at last there was a job for the thousands of Indians who had been left without land and without a destiny. I cautiously attended the investiture of the Viceroy under the scepter of Felipe II. I promised to accompany his luxurious cavalcade to Seville, and without premonition I seconded the preparations for the trip. I had no intention of going back. When the Marquis told me of his appointment, I told myself that I would have to get a new job, and I was sorry to part with someone who honored me with his confidence. I had erased the Indies from my horizon so much that I was surprised to learn that the Marquis was counting on me for the trip. I explained to him again a situation that he was familiar with. He was quick to reply that he had accepted the appointment because he knew he was assisted by a veteran of the Indies, someone who could help him understand this world and establish himself in it, so that he could not do without my services. That night it was difficult to sleep. I dreamed that the serpent closed its rings around me. I saw jaws opening on the impassive face of the groves. A tomb in Hispaniola and another on the Peruvian coast were already my entire past in the Indies, and the gold from the looting of Cuzco had dissipated with the cinnamon in the jungle wind. But I was bound by ties of gratitude to Oviedo and to the memory of Pietro Bimbo, who had guided me to my current job, and the Marquis of Caint and new Lord of the Indies declared with such conviction that he saw in me a definitive support to fulfill his task that, rather than accept, I obeyed. Soon he was setting sail, on a journey full of doubts and forebodings. I had crossed the sea bound for Spain at the age of 21, in an old ship that fortunately found good weather, because perhaps it would not have withstood a storm. Now he was returning in a luxurious and well-armed galleon, enjoying the comforts that a Spanish ship can offer to a vice-regal court. She fulfilled her tasks of disdain and arrogance. Tailors, barbers, cooks, blacksmiths, pages, and ladies-in-waiting wavered on deck between the Marquis's splint and the tyranny of the sea, passing endlessly from flattery to agony. Don Andres guarded his large leather chests, heavy with jewels and documents, which had all the heraldry of his family in relief, helmets with feathers and winged and rampant lions. His personal guard did not forsake him. Overcome the dizziness of the first week, he occupied us the whole day. He dictated letters, reviewed reports, he asked me again for details of my entry into the jungle. Under a deep system of masts and sails, ropes and sailors and cries of wet winds and telescopes that scrutinized the noon, everything was going well until Geronimo Alderite's sudden illness darkened the spirits and made us fear that his illness would spread throughout the world. Ship. He was an ageless man, with large meek eyes and a fine body, who had participated in the conquest of Chile with Valdivia and had just defended his chief's government before the court. He had already been granted command over the ice regions when the news of Valdivia's death arrived, and Alderite received the sudden title of governor of the entire kingdom. But it was some spoiled food served to him by accident in the first few days, he told himself, that aroused a frightening reaction in him. His discomfort was mistaken for any dizziness, but when he couldn't sleep the next night and began to breathe heavily, there was an alarm in court, and nervous hands confirmed that he had a high fever. As they tried to reduce his fever with poultices and bloodletting, his breathing became more and more labored, the saliva was red and the skin was turning yellow. Geronimo Alderite felt that the fevers that were burning his body were going to take his life away because he despaired, and in delirium he began to ask the Marquis to take him back to Spain. The Viceroy explained that he would have better luck reaching the Indies, 2 weeks away, than retracing the waters for more than a month. No one imagined that the situation in Alderite was so serious. A day later he stopped complaining, he seemed to be doing better, the fever went out in his body. Content with his condition we went to sleep that night, while distant sailors launched their cries from the rigging, and the moon like a Turkish knife swayed between the masts. At dawn, the cry of Geronimo's nephew, David Alderite, who wouldn't let go of his side, woke us up with the news that the yellow-faced man was drowning in black baskets. Young David seemed to want to remove the air from his lungs to put it in that beloved body that was contracting, trying to catch a bit of the infinite air that was blowing from the firmament. That is how Geronimo Alderite died, drowned in the open air, and all day David wept and sang for him songs from his land, admonished by clergymen who only authorized gloomy prayers, and dressed the corpse as if for a party, and he was close to throwing himself to the abyss, when we released the body of the governor so that the luminous jellyfish of the sea could feed on it. Only later did we cross ships that were going back, loaded as always with gold, cochineal and indigo, mahogany and pearls, Campeche wood and Brazil wood, medicinal plants such as jalapa and guajica, effective against syphilis, the same as that of Coniferfistula, sweet gum, and Sarsaparilla. I had once again the feeling that the weather surrounding the ship seems to spring from themselves, to be part of the destiny of their crews rather than an influx from the ocean. Just think of that fateful ship you told me about, which carried Pedro de Heredia and the heroes of the Audiencia de Santaf, Gongora, and Galarza, that ship pursued by a storm that did not leave its hull from Cartagena de Indias to the coasts of Cadiz, and to which it was not enough to swallow the ship but rather it threw tentacles of water to catch the castaways who tried to reach the coast by swimming. On one of the afternoons of that trip I found in a dream a bridge over a very wide plain crossed by several rivers. On the border stood a city that in the dream was Cuzco but was also Rome, and suddenly everything began to crumble like a wall of sand. I saw a crowd stampeding from the gates. Turning around, I ran ahead of them, but, by a quirk of sleep, even though I had my back to them, I still saw them coming, and among those thousands of faces there was one that was staring at me. The dark, hardened face glared at me, and I understood that its only reason for existing was to destroy me. I knew I couldn't fight him, his power was out of this world. There was a portal in front of it from which crowds were also pouring, and I wanted to make my way against the current. I almost felt the pursuer's hands on my shoulders, and the more I tried to move forward, the more those running in the opposite direction impeded my progress. They sprouted from a great spiral staircase whose base was lost in darkness. When the enemy reached me, without looking back, I looked for the bronze railing and threw myself into the depths. In an instant I was on the lower floor, where the ladder was borne, and there, before me, when I already felt saved, was the executioner. I felt his cold gaze, I felt his annihilating arms, and only then did I find the tip of the ball of sleep and woke up on the galleon with a scream on my lips. It was getting dark above the undulating ship, barely relieving me of the dead weight of my nightmare. The first stars opened in the very blue sky. Now I see clearly what the dream said, that the only thing I have tried to avoid in life is this to which I return without rest. I see myself in Hispaniola telling Oviedo, who was only interested in the jungle, the visions of the trip. The trees we saw, the birds we heard, the land and water animals that fed us. Turtle shells, bustle of flocks of parrots, islands of monkeys in the immense waters. Fascinated by that river of pink dolphins, Oviedo asked me for details, the size of the tapirs, the flowers on the trunks, the avid vines that hide trees, the anacondas as thick as the torso of a tiger. It was enough to arrive in Rome for the curse to overtake me again. I, who only asked for a bomb to forget, had to live on memory. And I remembered how legends kept Bimbo awake. Not only did he want to know about the Amazons, he asked about the sirens of the Carib Sea, about the giants of Maracaibo, about the headless men who wear their faces on their chests, and although I declared not having seen these beings, the testimony of a man whose experience is barely a river cannot be worth more than that of many travelers tired of waters and islands. Perhaps that is why I preferred to let myself be carried away by wars, nothing like danger to escape the spell of past things. But someone else wanted to know those stories, and that's how I came to the networks of the Marquis of Caint. Why would he be fond of me, if not precisely because he had been part of that expedition? He was not interested in parrots and turtles, nor in fabulous beings of land and water, but in the cobwebs of politics, the violence of travel, the intrigues of captains. If first I had felt like a student answering an exam and then like a sinner confessing before a clergyman, now I felt like a witness in a courtroom. The viceroy asked questions of a judge and a ruler. It worried him to discover if we had been the victims of an accident, or if our drift down the river had been the result of betrayal. Never like on that trip back did I feel that my past was chasing me. "Let's see," said the Marquis, "if we finally decipher the enigma. You've told me that Orellana was the most dissatisfied, and the one who spoke out the most in favor of avoiding the jungle and taking the Bilal Khazar route. How do you understand that at the time they built the brig, he suddenly became the most enthusiastic about the idea of going down the river in search of provisions?" I replied that Orellana had good experience as a sailor. "Not a bad reason," he replied, "but it can also be said that the ship was the only skillful instrument to escape a campaign in which Orellana had already lost all interest." Pizarro didn't see it that way, I told him. Pizarro, fierce and distrustful as he was sure that Orellana would return, and we all had the same intention. "Let us admit," said the Marquis, "that all were determined to return. This does not prevent that, when things became more difficult, the desire to save himself was opened rather than rescuing those who had remained in the jungle." "Sir," I said, "when we tried to sail upstream, the current was already unruly." "You say that the river at that height is more than 400 feet wide," replied Caint, "that allows any maneuver of a brigantine, which is not a disproportionate ship either. But you don't take into account the strength of those enclosed rivers that come from the mountain range. If further down, when the land is already flat, the river still runs strongly, as if down an inclined plane, try to imagine the force that the waters carry when they barely come down from the mountain. I insisted on my arguments, although in the depths of my conscience a concern was making its way, not that Orellana had betrayed Pizarro, but that we were all assisted by the certainty that there would be no other salvation than to remain on the ship where the waters take us. We may have made less of an effort to get back than we thought we were. In the end, for everything to be an accident, it was enough not to oppose too blind a resistance to the force of the water. But I thought this only for myself, because the desperate defense of life does not belong to the empire of the courts but to the freedom of the human heart, and in the heart only divine laws govern. Now I would no longer be able to tell if the water swept us away in its violence, or if something in us, less like Molly Goodnighty than desperation, allowed itself to be swept away by the river. At that moment, and in the face of ignorance of what lay ahead, the river was no less dangerous than the jungle, and no one could clearly see a path, but it is easy for me to recognize that its current, our certain perdition, was at the same time the vague presentiment of a possible salvation. So, Captain, the word accident and the word betrayal being so different in their sound and in their meaning, in the world of facts, which is not verbal, it is possible that they are less distant, their difference less clear, and it is possible that this leak was both voluntary and involuntary. We did not want to leave our companions abandoned, and at the same time we had to save ourselves. When we hold the body of a friend hanging over the abyss and threatening to drag us down, is it an accident or a betrayal when our strength fails? 32. It is not long before our ship sails. There is little left for our ship to set sail for Peru. Its owner has called it Pichicamac, in homage to the lands and encomiendas he owns in that region near the coast, but that name never ceases to cause me concern, because I remember very well when the veterans of the conquest told me how their first trip was. From Cajamarca, searching the mountains for the golden city of Cuzco. The sun was still alive but its shadow on earth was already growing, and the horsemen led by Hernando Pizarro and accompanied by great Inca princes, warriors, and priests, had traveled 20 days on their horses along the paths that the natives travel on foot, looking precisely for the Pichicamac sanctuary that Atahualpa had advised them to visit. One of the most difficult tests of those early days was crossing the bridges that linked the paths over the abyss, bridges woven with thick vegetable ropes and with a floor of boards well tied one after another, but that trembled and swayed under the weight of the walkers and that initially caused fear in the horses. Finally the Spaniards dared and the beasts allowed themselves to be carried on the boards, which swayed in the void. A few days later, advancing near the coast, there was a very strong earth tremor that again excited the horses and terrified the Indians. They said that Pichicamac was furious with the visitors and that they would not be welcome at the sanctuary, which was on the edge of town. That was an even stranger visit than the arrival in Cuzco, because they seemed to go on and on without getting anywhere. After many mountains, many plains, after successive chasms and bridges, and at last they sighted the city in the distance, but the strange thing is that the city seemed to recede as the Spaniards advanced towards it. The Indians even insinuated that they abandon the purpose of reaching the Pichicamac shrine, and continue towards Cuzco as was their plan, but the warriors were already intrigued by the mysterious delay and, of course, they began to sense that what was there was a big treasure. What these Indians want is to save the treasure they guard. That's why they make us believe that progress is very difficult, said Hernando Pizarro. I have a feeling that every day they manage to throw us off track a little bit. Still, thanks to their stubbornness, they finally reached the entrance to the city. They saw a door there and 2 gatekeepers in it. They reminded them that this was the main sanctuary of the kingdom and the shrine of a powerful god, and asked them to stop at the entrance, since only the Incas could pass into the sacred space. Pizarro replied that they had come a long way to see the god, and that they would not stop now. They entered a region of corridors and new doors and spiral stone stairs that led to a new portal. Their other guardians told them that they could not go forward, and that if they had any message for the god, the priests would take it away. Both guards were missing the little finger of their right hands, and Pizarro did not fail to notice it. Once again he told them that he had no message but that he wanted to see it personally, and he continued with his men until they reached the top of the shrine. There were 3 or 4 ascending spiral fences that seemed to travelers more fit for a military fortress than a temple, and then a small courtyard with posts trimmed in gold and silver, and a series of ornately decorated ramadas. Rich. The feeling that there was always a space missing to get there made them tired, and increased the expectation of the treasure that would be at the end of so many antechambers. Past that maze of doors and passageways and stairways they found themselves before the central vault of the sanctuary. And they saw that at the end of a last corridor through which only one man could fit, there was a very strange door, carved with many different materials, with crystals and turquoise, with corals and iridescent shells. They all agreed that it was the strangest and most incomprehensible door they had ever seen, and it left them with the impression not of wealth but of an inexplicable and rather unpleasant fact. The Indian guards did not dare to touch her, and it had to be one of the priests who went with Hernando from Cajamarca who finally pushed her to give them access to the central grotto. It was a narrow, rough cave of rough black stone, and everything inside was dark and fetid. They had to light a torch to see a few gold objects and crystals sparkle on the dirt floor. And in its light they saw that in the cave there was nothing but a crude log stuck in the ground, and on it a wooden figure of vaguely human form, ill-carved and ill-shaped, which produced fear and repulsion. The grotto presided over by that crude divinity was the darkest and most desolate thing that could be seen, and it was much more so for all the fatigue it had cost. Finding her suddenly in any open place would never produce the effect of despondency and frustration that it did after such minute and desperate delays. And nothing prepared the frustration as much as the strange and precious door that allowed to enter the niche. It was like putting a golden door on a detestable den, like adorning the mouth of a waste pit with all the attributes of grandeur and mystery, like putting a crown of gems on a repulsive and deformed being. Nobody was able to accurately describe the discomfort that this discovery caused them, but my friend Theophrastus would say that this discomfort could well be one of the most extreme forms of contact with the divinity. Of course, none of those travelers even thought about it, nor did they know how to give a name to the feelings that the Pichicamac sanctuary produced, because their only hope was to find a treasure of metal or crystals, not to grasp an experience of the flesh in contact with the primitive substance of the world. But I have often told myself that destiny abounds in those experiences in which one enters through magnificent doors into horrendous voids, in which indecipherable silences begin with great words, and I believe that the Incas really kept something unspeakable in that sanctuary. A secret divinity made of waiting and anxiety, of expectation and frustration, of ambition and uneasy failure, a divinity that was not at the end of the road but in each of its steps, woven of sensations and thoughts, of searches accurate and fuzzy findings. What Hernando Pizarro never knew is that the image they found in the temple of Pichicamac was there to replace another one that was made of black stone surrounded by countless ears of gold, but that it was forbidden to even look at. The sanctuary was conceived so that even the frustration of finding the god would be false, so that his discomfort would be just the replica of another discomfort, because this god came from the night before the origin, and was in that place before the temple itself, before of the hours that preceded the eve of creation. You think you know what you are looking for, but only at the end, when you find it, do you really understand what you were looking for. And it could well be that what governs the destiny of man is not Christ or Jupiter or Allah or Moloch but Pichicamac, the god of progress towards nowhere, the god of wisdom who arrives a day after failure. 33. There are days when I remember the country of cinnamon again. There are days when I remember the country of cinnamon again, because from thinking about it so much, from searching for it so much, it is as if I had been there. I see it again in my imagination, with its extensive red groves, its houses of wood and stone, its wise and strong old men, who swim in the turbulent rivers and hunt fish with long rock roses of laurel. I feel in the wind a scent of cinnamon and flowers. I see crossing, mounted on their immense tapers, the valiant one-breasted Amazons, who carry huge bows and quivers full of bone-tipped and flint-tipped arrows. I see the huge walls of the jungle cities, the fishing baskets and the javelins, the peoples dressed in colors and the gold-diademed armies preparing for more cruel wars, and I even dream that I have once lived there, that I was one from them. And the country of cinnamon, with its immense riches, with its medicinal plants, with its healthy cities, with its crowds that make pilgrimages to adore the rivers, with its old women who discover under the light of sunset among the masses of trees which of them it is holy and should become a place of pilgrimage and prayer, it becomes for me the symbol of everything that legions of cruel and insane men have endlessly sought throughout the ages, the beauty in whose search they have destroyed themselves so many beauties, the truth in whose pursuit so many truths have been profaned, the resting place by which all repose has been lost. In the midst of their atrocity, these searches have had something beautiful, and if they ask me what is the most beautiful country I have ever known, I would say that it is the one we dreamed of, that we searched with cold and pain, with hunger and with fear after a few almost invincible cliffs. And it is that those cliffs were bearable because the radiant country of cinnamon was behind, because then we did not know that it was a dream. There are so many things that humanity would never have done if it hadn't been dragged along by a ghost, real facts that were only achieved by chasing unreality. The dream was beautiful and tempting, and did not justify so many horrors, but we believed in it. It would be hard and cruel for me to return now, when I know that the wonderful country is no longer waiting anywhere. What could you offer me that justifies so much deprivation, so much uncertainty? You talk again, crazy as the moon, about the city of gold you've been dreaming of since you were a child. The golden condor on the snowy slopes, the golden puma in the sacred valleys, the golden serpent down there in the hidden jungles. Rather, I would say that there is something in man that wants to return to pain, that takes pleasure in giving in to danger and giving himself up again to the demon that once was about to trap him. You have escaped death so many times that you think it has forgotten about you. You have tattooed so many scars on your body that you think, like the warriors of the jungle, that each scar is just one more stain for the tiger. Something in my blood tells me that what we destroyed was more beautiful than what we sought. But perhaps, now that I think about it, the quest for the golden city, the quest for the Amazons and the sirens, for the enchanted oars and the boats that obey thought, the quest for the fountain of eternal youth and the palace on the rock surrounded by vertiginous waterfalls, it is only our way of covering with a mask something darker, more unspeakable, that we are looking for and that we will inevitably find. Thus we come to this day and this hour. It never ceases to amaze me that a story as long as the one I have just told you ends precisely where it all begins. Every present is the outcome of thousands of stories and is also the beginning of thousands. Here we are, as Theophrastus would say, at the apex of the hourglass, where all things that were become all things that will be. Being here now, in Panama, talking to you, is the best proof that I have not been able to escape the mark of the river and the oppressive influence of my past. Perhaps there are still many questions in me to ask the jungle. I have traveled my entire life in these hours as if I were undoing the steps. Thanks to you, I have returned to my adventure with the jungle and the river with a thoroughness that I have never tried before. I am surprised that the most painful and most rejected experience of my life has become an almost exciting story this time. It was more ungrateful to describe the jungle to Oviedo, to speak to Bimbo about the Amazons, to speak with the Marquis of Caint about Pizarro and Orellana, than to do this new account of my trip for you, because you listen to everything with such emotion, with such curiosity, you feel so much admiration for our hardships that you make what I lived through like a nightmare almost admirable. I already wonder if I am not like the pitcher, which went down into the water so many times because its destiny was to break against the bottom of the well. Of course you haven't convinced me to go down to the depths again, to accompany you to the jungle aimlessly or to the river that forgets its shore. I'm only confessing that it has been more pleasant to talk about these things with you than with all those who previously questioned me. At least with this story I was able to give you warnings, precautions that anyone who runs the risk of entering the jungle needs. More than the other times, for the affection and gratitude that I owe you, it was my duty to tell you everything, so that at least you could not say that you did not know what awaited you. You will return with the story of the great treasures, but I have been feeding on those stories for a quarter of a century, and then collecting the bones of those who told them. If there are still treasures in the Indies, they will already be of a different kind. Along the path that I have made, neither land that can be cultivated, nor minds that are not armored with prayers and poisons, nor kingdoms that are not surrounded by fangs and arrows, nor riches that do not take their price in madness and in blood. And I end by telling you that, no matter how much you trust in your strength and your star, you are a man, my friend, just a little mortal who dreams of being the master of an endless kingdom. Your ambition is bigger than Orellana's, perhaps bigger than Gonzalo Pizarro's. Perhaps if you only wanted to know, experience the amazement of the lianas and the swamps, of the giant trees that fill the world, of that penetrating humidity, of the roars and the poisons, of those nights with bat wings, of those mornings that blinds the fog, of those unexplored realms of bonfires and drums, of those monotonous and desperate rains, maybe if you just wanted to fill your eyes with the wonder and your ears with the mystery. I would accompany you. Just to see your astonishment, to see you verify in your own flesh the truth of my warnings. But you dream of ruling the immensity, subduing the beasts of Genesis, taming the water serpent, defeating the kings of the jungle, subjugating the naked warriors, and I can't tell you anything good. Suffering and madness will be the only thing they find you and your soldiers. Advance if you want, Ursua, towards perdition, towards panic. Go and measure your strength with the jungle, oppose the power of your Navarrese god to the gods of humidity and storm, of hunger and of the earth. Show that your will is worth more than the eyeless serpent in which the abyss is reflected. Everything is screaming at me to stop you, but, if you go on the trip, if you insist on going down to the river, challenging the jungle, colliding with the peoples that inhabit it, if you insist on facing their gods, if you are longing to eat caterpillars and chew the fibrous meat of blue monkeys, if you want to resign yourself to hearing only the screech of the macaws, the story of the river that does not end, of the mist that does not want to come off the water, if you are determined to suffer, to lose yourself in the world of men and sink you in the slime and in the shadow, I already fear that I will not be able to let you run that risk alone, and then I will go with you, Pedro de Ursua, although I know what awaits us, and I will become your shadow, although it will be the last thing let us do in the world. And another story was born that afternoon, the advance inventing troops out of nowhere, Ursua's encounter with the Inca's blood, the 300 horses we abandoned in the jungle, the parallel story of the two viceroys, a rebellion blossoming in the mind of man most loyal I have ever met. This is how the steps of a captain were forged, selecting among rough eons the most daring and the most terrible, without knowing that he was not choosing his hosts but his executioners. This is how we saw a night of love arrive in the mud city of Chan Chan under the eyes accomplices of the stars, and the madness of the man who was capable of killing the only companion of his lost childhood in a strange jungle, and the atrocious madness of the man who was capable of killing his own daughter in Barquisimeto, because he was the only innocent what was left. And so we arrive at the dream of the city of the condors, the dream of the golden serpent that wriggles through the jungles, and the first bloody morning of a year in which everything was death and in which everything was resurrection. I cannot help but think that that afternoon the 10 swords had already been carved, the cage that would contain the tyrant's head was already being woven, the horses that later faced the snakes were already alive, Inés de Atienza was already crying for her man, killed in a duel of honor, already 1,000 canoes full of Indians were coming up the rivers from the east, and already a place in the jungle, near the place where the great river has 2 colors, had been designated by nameless gods to be the tombstone of lovers. But the future is mute and faceless, even if it is only a few steps away. We sensed none of this on the beaches of Panama, seeing the arrival of the ship that would take us to Peru, hearing the cry of the gannets over that sea that faded into red. The long wait was over. As we climbed the ship's ladder, without Ursua or I noticing it, the sign of our defeat began to form over the southern sky, increasingly dark, still unreadable, and then I remembered other words of Theophrastus, which later before danger were mightier than swords. It is what you have left behind that you are after. If you want to know what you are, you will have to ask the stones and the water. If you want to decipher the language in which the sorcerers of your dreams speak, question the fables they told you the first night before the fire. Because there is no river that is not your blood, there is no jungle that is not in your entrails, there is no wind that is not secretly your voice, and there are no stars that are not mysteriously your eyes. Wherever you go you will carry those old questions, you will find nothing in your travels that has not always been with you, and when you face the most unknown things, you will discover that they were the ones who rocked your childhood. Publisher's note. Not all the gold from Cuzco was invested in the cinnamon expedition, but an important part was. As often happens with historical accounts, the most unlikely turns out to be the most true. Gonzalo Pizarro's expedition was as it is told. The multitude of llamas, dogs, and pigs is documented by all the chroniclers. The amazing construction of the brig is an undoubted fact. The controversy over Orellana's departure down the river has obsessed historians. The busy life of Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo would deserve a novel. Oviedo's letter to Pietro Bimbo was lost for a long time but has been found again and is published. Several soldiers who made the journey with Orellana were able to return to the jungle 20 years later, conquered by Pedro de Ursua. Although the storyteller never tells us his name, there are reasons to think that he is Cristobal de Aguilar y Medina, son of Marcos de Aguilar, who introduced the first books in the Antilles, and an indigenous woman from Hispaniola. Only once does Oviedo mention him in his chronicle of the trip to the Amazon, as one of those who arrived on the island with Orellana, but the tone in which he does so seems to confirm the affection he feels for him. However, there is no evidence that Marcos de Aguilar was in Peru, and it is clear that he was not one of the famous 12 who accompanied Pizarro on the island of Gallo. There is also no evidence that Oviedo had disciples in the Santo Domingo fortress, and we do not know with whom he sent his famous letter to Pietro Bimbo, dated early 1543. The narrator's account of his own life is plausible, but suffers from too many coincidences to believe it in its entirety. That he was a mestizo and the son of a Moorish convert is very possible. That he participated in the Orellana expedition at a very young age and 20 years later in that of Pedro de Ursua is plausible, since at least 3 soldiers made both trips, but that he also had the opportunity to be the bearer of the letter from Oviedo to the secretary of Paulo III borders on unreality. Probably a mission accomplished by a friend of his is attributed to him, in order to tell the complete story. The narrator wants us to believe that what he is writing was narrated in a single day to Pedro de Ursua in the marshes of Panama, but such a copious story had to take more time. In addition, the tone in which the text is written corresponds imperfectly to an oral account, although this may be due to the fact that it is a story that has been told many times. There are those who fear that the text could be the story of a story, following Castellanos's famous formula "as they told me I'll tell you," since the narrator includes few precise personal memories. Most of the events are documented, and it is easy to see that they do not differ much from what Fray Gaspar de Carvajal, Ciudad de Leon or Oviedo himself tell us. It is evident that the narrator is obsessed with the Cajamarca episode, since he returns and returns to those cruel events in an almost sick way. Chroniclers usually keep quiet about Gonzalo Pizarro's atrocities against the Indians, but it is proven that of the 4,000 they took from Quito, none returned to the mountains. The imprecision of some circumstances argues in favor of the adventure having been real, since only the scholars in their cabinets full of books remember with the precision of a historian and a botanist. The reader will wonder if the invisible Ursua who fills these pages did not say anything in all that time, but apparently the narrator incorporates his questions and objections into the text, perhaps in order not to break the thread of the story. The story of the ship of one-eyed man does not appear in any of the chronicles of the time, and it is probably a fiction of the narrator, or the magnification of a small anecdote. Paradoxically, he forgets that 2 other river travelers lacked an eye, Lorenzo Muñoz, a Trujillo native like Orellana, whom Oviedo mistakenly calls Antonio, and Juan de Mangas, a courageous Andalusian from El Porto de Santa Maria. As for the friend Theophrastus, with whom the narrator shares memorable months in Flanders, Germany, and France, he was undoubtedly a disciple of the legendary Theophrastus Philippus or Olaus Bombastus von Hohenheim, who died on September 24, 1541 in Salzburg, when our travelers just came down from the mountains east of Quito looking for cinnamon. It is seen that he was one of those disciples who not only think like the teacher and speak like the teacher but even assume his name. The terrible story of the young men Orellana burned alive for sodomy in Guayaquil is true, although some of the circumstances may not be. The love letters between Pietro Bimbo and Lucretia Borgia have recently been published in Italy. Finish. The Country of Cinnamon. William Ospina.